Back to a small Indiana town. Back to February of 2017. Back to two young girls named Abigail Williams and Liberty German. On February 13th, 2017, Abby and Libby went out for what should have been an ordinary afternoon at the trails near the Monon High Bridge in Delphi, Indiana. They never came home. The following day, their bodies were found, and from that moment forward, Delphi would never be the same. What began as the investigation into the murders of two children became one of the most debated, complicated, and polarizing criminal cases in America. Because beneath the headlines, beneath the press conferences, beneath the sketches, photographs, search warrants, and courtroom arguments, there are questions that have never completely gone away. Who was really on those trails that afternoon? When did they arrive? When did they leave? Which witness was where and at what time? What does the digital evidence actually tell us? And perhaps the biggest question of all, what happened after 2:13 p.m.? We have a video, we have audio, we have phone records, we have Apple Health data, we have photographs, witness statements, surveillance cameras, cell phone evidence, and years of investigative records. Yet there remains a period of time after that final known activity where the complete sequence of events has never been satisfactorily reconstructed for the public. And the contradictions did not end on February 13th. They multiplied. Witness timelines changed, descriptions changed, memories changed, accounts from investigators, witnesses, and members of the family have not always fit neatly together. Evidence that should have answered questions sometimes created entirely new ones. Approximately the first 70 days of recorded investigative interviews were later reported missing or unavailable. The case passed through two elected prosecutors. Years went by. One anniversary became two became three became five. From February 13th, 2017 until Richard Allen's arrest on October 26, 2022, 5 years, 8 months, and 13 days had passed. 2,081 days. For more than 2,000 days, the public was asked to wait. Wait for an arrest, wait for answers, wait for investigators to explain how all of the pieces fit together. Then came Richard Allen, a Delphi resident who had spoken with investigators in 2017, a man whose name had not been publicly associated with the investigation for more than 5 years. Suddenly, he was accused of murdering Abby and Libby, and almost overnight, one mystery appeared to have an answer. But an arrest does not erase unanswered questions. A prosecution does not eliminate contradictions, and a conviction does not mean that the public should stop examining the evidence. In America, justice is supposed to demand something more than certainty based on repetition. It demands evidence, it demands transparency, it demands that investigators, prosecutors, defense attorneys, and courts be held to the same standard we expect when someone's freedom and the truth about the deaths of two children are at stake. This marathon is not about forgetting Abby and Libby while arguing about Richard Allen. It is precisely the opposite. Abby and Libby deserve the correct story of what happened to them. Their families deserve the correct story. And the community of Delphi deserves the correct story. And if Richard Allen is responsible, the evidence should be able to withstand the closest examination imaginable. But if the investigation was flawed, if important evidence was lost, if witnesses contradicted one another, if timelines do not reconcile, if potentially significant suspects or evidence were discounted, or if the wrong conclusions were drawn, then those questions cannot simply be buried because a verdict has been returned. Real justice does not fear scrutiny. Real justice survives it.
I'm muted. Sorry. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Case by Case. Good morning, Quester.
Well, morning to you.
And welcome to the Delphi Marathon Day 2. Please, if you haven't hit that like and shared the video, please do that now for me. We are going to be busy today. We are jam-packed with the presentation. I planned going much later today than I did yesterday. Quester may not be able to stay the whole entire day or pop in and pop out. Chris Todd will be here approximately 4 p.m. Hopefully by then. And if I'm not there yet, what we'll do is we're going to jump into the first suspect in the case. But today is going to be a lot. It's jam-packed. I've tried to simplify things as much as possible, especially with meshing the timelines. The Rick Allen t-shirt link, I had a couple people email me. I emailed it out. It's at the very top of the chat if you're interested in those. These are what the t-shirts look like. And I don't care where you are. Oh, by the way, these will not ship. Oh, these don't ship over to the UK. So I'm sorry for that. I wasn't thinking when I had them done. I was doing it because people were asking me to. So, but if you do buy one, or you can get your hands on one over in the UK, then take a picture of yourself, send it to me. I'll be plastering it all over social media, showing your support, even though you're not able to physically attend the oral arguments. So, and thank you everybody for the super chats and the jewels. I'm just now learning about the jewels. I didn't know what they were. Yeah. Anywho, and I'll post my Patreon later. I have it. It's up and it's running. I just haven't updated it. I haven't had time trying to get ready for all of this. There is yes, guys, ladies, I got a Quester Crush t-shirt in the store. So when you go to that link that's in the chat, you can check out, I think there's a t-shirt and a tank top, I believe. So I know some of you guys have got those. That was a request. Quester, you're a hot item. You have nothing to say? Quester, can you hear me or are you muted? Oh, you're muted. There you go.
I'm muted.
You was
That's
muted.
better.
Yeah.
I was muted.
Muted.
Yes, you've got a Quester one, I see.
Yes, it's very cute. People requested it. Yeah, actually, I was sent a list of all of the things that, to choose from to put on a shirt about you. And I thought that was the cutest one. I'm going to have to get one and send it to Mrs. Quester.
Yeah.
All right, guys, are you ready to get started? Just to recap what we did yesterday, we started off with introducing the families. We talked a little bit about the oral arguments. We introduced the victims. We talked about, oh my God, what else did we talk about, Quester? We went into what the girls did on the 12th, what they did on the morning of the 13th. And we left off with getting ready to start the timelines. So if you weren't here to watch that or didn't get to watch all of it, be sure to go back and watch the marathon part 1. This is part 2. And let's get into it. Yeah, I know, Sherry. I'm sorry. It doesn't go to Canada either. Sorry about that. Well, we got to figure something out about that.
I don't suppose there's somebody who could buy it for them and ship it to them, is there?
Yeah, if someone's willing to do that. I can't give out my address.
Yeah.
But I know that there's a couple mods who have been doing that for people. So yeah.
They're good, your mods.
They are. I have great mods. I have the best mods. Okay, let me see here. All right, this is where we left off yesterday. So what I want to do is I need to know if I need to go over this or not with everyone in the chat. Well, maybe I should just go over it anyway for people who do come along and watch this and are new. I just kind of want to give you guys the lay of the land. I just made a complete little small map. What my little mouse is, he's busy. He goes too fast. Thank you, Mother of Dragons. We love you too. So here is a basic, very basic map. Instead of me pulling up Google Earth, this is a basic map of the layout. So over here in the top left is a blue circle. This is where Rick Allen claimed he parked. The green line that streams up to the red line, that would be basically the railroad bridge that then connects over to the Freedom Bridge. The red line all the way down this path is the trail system. More than halfway down, you'll see this like little Y symbol. That is the intersection. That's where you enter from Mears at the top there. And you can come in and turn left, following the red line all the way up to the Monon High Bridge, or you can walk across the red line, that path, go to the next one, and that's what they call some people call it the Mary Gerard, and some people call it the Niches Trail. And that yellow line shows you how it runs parallel with the trail system, but in between that yellow line and the red trail it's a small patch of woods and trees. And it's descending down. So if you're walking on the red trail and someone's on the Mary Gerard trail, odds are you're not going to see them. And that yellow line goes all the way down, almost to the water. You have to cut over and go around and then get down to the water. You see the line that goes where it says MHB, that is the bridge itself. And if you notice, the first part of the bridge is over water. Once you cross on the bridge past the water, there's not going to be any water underneath of you. It's going to be land. The X is roughly where the crime scene was. It's not perfect on this map, but it gives you an idea. Above the crime scene is the cemetery. The X up there on 300 North is where Sarah Carball claimed she saw the muddy, bloody guy. To the right of that, on the corner, is Ron Logan's property. Back the other way is, I think I marked that wrong, because HHC stands for the Hoosier Harvest Store camera. And that little red circle should have been more over to the left, but we'll deal with it. This is a general, just a general idea of the layout. So let's move on. Jesus, see how fast this moves? I'm gonna cry. There we go. So we're gonna start off with two witnesses that testified at trial and their timeline. Now, mind you, Abby and Libby are still at home, finishing up eating banana pancakes. We went over that yesterday, and we went over the different versions told by Kelsey and Becky, how Libby asked to go to the trails, what she was told, and how she was supposed to get home, which was her dad. In the meantime, around 11:30, Bree and Rayleigh, Anna Spath and Rayleigh's little sister, decided to go out to the trails. Rayleigh lives a little bit further than the trails. Bree lives right next to the trails. So Rayleigh and her sister made their way on a walk to Bree's house. Then they walked from Bree's to the trail system, and they entered it. You know what? I am going to have to probably pull up Google Earth to give everybody a visual. So, hey, Quester, I have a question.
Go
The
on.
1225 photo that we know of that Bree took, I can't find that. Is there an actual photo, or are we just relying on a statement? I cannot remember.
1225 photo of
Freedom Bridge. When they arrived.
I don't think I've ever seen that one, actually.
I haven't, but so the rumor is, or I know I read it somewhere, that the girls arrived and Bree, and it might have been in her trial testimony, that she took a photo of the Freedom Bridge. So they arrive at the trails via Freedom Bridge side. Bree Wilbur, Rayleigh Voorhees, and Rayleigh's two younger sisters. Anna Spath is not related to Rayleigh, is she?
Yes, she is. Sister.
Is it a sister or stepsister?
Stepsister.
Okay. So sisters arrived at the Monon High Bridge Trail via the Freedom Bridge, and they walked from Freedom Bridge all the way down to the Monon High Bridge. Now, it took them a little bit longer than what should be expected, because it's only about a 12-minute, 14-minute walk from Freedom Bridge to make it to the Monon High Bridge. I'm sure they were lollygagging. And we do know that there were people on the trails that the girls claim they never saw. They said they had seen a man walking a dog. I believe that was Brian Moss. Am I right? And other than that,
yeah.
They claimed they seen no one. At 43 minutes, there were 43 minutes really unaccounted for once they got to the Monon High Bridge. There are photographs that were taken from Bree's phone and from Rayleigh's camera. The record does not specify exactly where the group was or what they were doing during the 43-minute period. They went under the bridge to the water, took photos, explored the area, and spent time along the trails. So Bree never discusses at trial them going down to the water. Rayleigh, on the other hand, says they went down the right side of the bridge. Well, they could have, and that's why this timeline here is a little bit important, because if they went down the right side of the bridge, that would have been a quicker path. But if they would have turned around and walked back to the intersection and turned left and used the Mary Gerard Trail to get down to the water, that would have taken an extra 15 minutes. It would have been about 8 minutes to get to the intersection, turn left, and about 8 minutes down to the water. And that changes things when the next witness that we're going to talk about is on the trails walking, and the 4-girl group and this witness, Betsy Blair, claimed they never saw each other. And Betsy Blair did 2 full loops, and we'll get to that. Then at 1:26 p.m., there is a photo that was taken on a bench. Bree had the time-stamped photograph at the bench east of Freedom Bridge while the group was returning to exit the trails. Now, that photograph was at 1:26, but there is a major discrepancy with which bench that photo was taken. I don't know why this was never, because every second of this timeline matters, every second. And we were led to believe that this bench photo was taken further up, closer to the exit of the trail system. And shortly thereafter this photo, they claimed to encounter a man entering the trails. And Rayleigh testified that I was there around noon. So again, we have a whole nother timeline difference when I believe Bree said they got there around 12:25. And Rayleigh said that she had to be home by 2:30. And the reason there's a discrepancy with this photo, I'm going to get to that. But while the girls are on the trails, Abby and Libby are still at home. At 12:39 and 54 minutes, there was a unknown device that entered the area of the crime scene within 60 to 100 yards of the crime scene. That is from the cast report. So somebody was across the creek in those woods. And the state fought like hell to keep the geofence out. So the jury never heard this. These are the photos that Bree took. One is of the empty bridge. One is, I believe she's taking a photograph of Rayleigh with Rayleigh's camera, right?
That's correct. Yes, at the bench.
Okay.
I think it was.
Now, here's the discrepancy with the 126.
Oh, by the way,
go ahead,
Amy, I misled you. Apparently, Anna Spath is the sister of Rayleigh, and is the half sister, the stepsister.
Okay, you were breaking up a little bit. Say that again.
Anna Spath is a full sister of Rayleigh.
Okay.
Is the half sister.
Izzy's okay, other way around. Okay.
Yeah.
Eve, I have that information. I'll get to that here in a little bit. It's going to be a while though, because we're not there yet. So the issue with, and courtesy to this layout here to Yellow Jacket, who made this, which was very impressive. At trial, Rayleigh Voorhees says they took a picture of the bench. I don't recall exactly how far it was, but I know that, I can't read that. I know that the barns with the green roof was in the background. So the trails have been re-landscaped. Back then it was gravel. It's now blacktop. And the benches, some of the benches have been removed and replaced and relocated in different areas. So the bottom right-hand corner, guys, go ahead and feel free to screenshot this and zoom in on your phone or your laptop, whatever you have. The bottom right-hand corner was a bench that sat right next to the Mears entrance. If you look up there where it says Mears Lot, if you look right below it, you can kind of see the path. That's where people were parking. And if you walk out that path, you're walking straight towards the Mears farm. And there's a barn across 300 North at the Mears farm, red building, green roof. It's up there in the top right-hand corner. And if you zoom in on the bottom left picture, you see the timestamp of 126 and Rayleigh and I think that is Isabel taking a picture. And there's the green, you can see the green roof in the background. Now, the reason this is a problem is because this is much further away from the entrance out there by Freedom Bridge and where the girls claim that they encountered a man. Now, while the girls are still at home eating breakfast, Rayleigh and Bree's group arrive at the trails. An hour before this, at between 11 and 11:15, Rick Allen states he left his mother's near Peru. Allen said he left his mother's around 11:15, returns to his Delphi home. He grabbed a jacket and headed to the trails. He saw 3 girls near the Freedom Bridge. Those 3 girls do exist, although the jury never heard about them. They were there. They admitted they were there. Madison Mata was interviewed with her mother because her phone was in the geofence. It is Rihanna Herrera, Madison Mata, and Emily Collier. The defense team never spoke to them. They were never brought up in trial. Emily Collier was a friend. Well, all three girls were a friend of Abby and Libby's. They were at the trails, and then they left the trails to go over to City Park and play basketball. Those are who we believe Rick saw. Rick claimed he walked down towards the Monon High Bridge. He goes out on the first platform and looks down to see the fish. He returns from the bridge and goes and sits on a bench right there at the Mears entrance, so the bench that I just showed you, directly across from that is another bench that overlooks the water on the other side. That's where he said he sat for a few minutes, and then he got up and left. He said in his own words, and we went over this yesterday, what Dan Doolin did when Dan Doolin interviewed him, and he said he didn't remember Rick Allen. He thought Rick Allen said that he had been out there between, I think, 1:30 and 3:30. He got his last name wrong. He destroyed his written notes. When Rick Allen was interviewed in 2022, Rick Allen said he would not have been out on the trails that late. He wouldn't have been out there past 3. And he wanted to go home and watch the stocks. And he said, I went to the trails to look at the fish. I saw 3 girls near Freedom Bridge, and I left around 1:30, 1:45. So when you're thinking about the timelines, well, I'll save that conversation until after we get through Betsy Blair. Now, this right here are 2 variations of the same route. And Rick's timeline, again, is listed on the right-hand side. But if Rick's mother had just had surgery, he went to visit her. And he said the family that was there, his sisters and them, they were going to go have lunch. He didn't want to go, so he returned home. Now, there's 2 ways coming home on Highway 24. And there's 2 different exits that Rick could have got off at. One would have been exit 19, and the other one would have been exit 14. So the reason that's important is because if Rick took the Main Street exit, he should be on cameras going through downtown Delphi to go home. Because the state tries to say that from Rick's home, he took the back route to avoid cameras to get out to the trails. But if we can determine how Rick came home and how he went to the trails on video, because just because the state claims that this little tiny blob of a black car on the Hoosier Harvester camera is Rick's, we've got plenty of argument to dispute that. But going forward on these video cameras, there's a lot of places that should be looked at in the business footage. There's footage from the Hoosier Harvest Store. There's supposed to be footage from the library, from the FFB Bank, the First Federal Bank, the ATM and the bank, the Civil Council building, the library, the courthouse. And then beyond the courthouse, you've got the Citco, you've got the county jail, you've got the CVS. So none of that was ever discussed at trial, which is shocking. And the bottom route, if he would have taken that exit, he would have not gone through downtown. So it just, we don't know which way Rick went. And I highly doubt he would remember 7 years later. He couldn't even remember which car he was driving. And I find that very interesting and very telling about somebody who's lying or telling the truth. Because if Rick Allen spent almost 7 years, 5 years, knowing that he did this, he would have known exactly what not to say if he ever got caught. If he drove the Ford Focus, he wouldn't have put himself in the Ford Focus that day, I don't believe. He wouldn't have had an I don't remember answer. He would have had a whole spiel prepared. That's my opinion. But Rick was being very honest and forthcoming. Man, I don't remember. I could have been wearing a blue jacket, a black jacket, boots, tennis shoes, jeans. I could have drove this car. Me and my wife had 2 cars. We drove different cars. We shared cars. Very typical, ordinary family stuff. That Rick is being held to a higher standard on all of it than the average normal person. There are countless people in this case who do not have their phone from 2017. Rick being one of them. But that is a lot of the guilters' claim to fame. Oh, he got rid of his phone. Well, so did a lot of other people. Why would he still have a phone from 2017? Yeah, he had flip phones and older models that aren't worth a dime to upgrade. But if his 2017 phone was a decent phone, he could have traded it in. Or according to Kathy said one of his phones got chewed up. It dropped out of his pocket while he was cutting the grass and a phone was destroyed, but she didn't know which phone that it was. Okay. Damn, he got rid of the phone. But guess what he didn't do? He didn't get rid of the car that he drove that day. How do you clean up blood and creek water and mud in less than 30 minutes when you get home before your wife gets home?
Supposedly he didn't even get rid of the clothes, did he? According to Ellie.
Well, according to Ali, yes, but they're shisty. The state is very shisty, and we have plenty of time for that. So there's also the argument that I am sick and tired of hearing from the guilters that Rick said he was out there on a stock ticker. He was looking at a stock ticker. Well, when you examine the interrogation, the investigators suggested, were you looking at a stock ticker? Because Rick is the first person to bring up the stock market without any suggestion from the investigators. He says, I always watch the stock markets and stocks. The investigator refers to earlier office notes about the stock market and asks Rick to explain it. The investigator prompts the idea that Rick may have been using a device on the trails. So did you have a phone or a watch or something you were looking at on the stock market? Rick answers cautiously, I think so. Rick explains the program he used depends on reception. Without reception, it wouldn't work. Now remember, Rick and Kathy are not using AT&T, Verizon, none of the big internet carriers or phone service carriers. Rick is using a much cheaper company called Ting. So if he's out in a wooded area, he may not get reception. More than likely, he would not get reception. And there's a lot of people out there who claim they don't get reception. And then there's people out there who claim they do. And Rick also explains, I think that's why I went home as quick as I did, because he wanted to get home and watch the stocks. I wanted to get home and watch it on my computer with my stock tickers. Following the market, looking at charts, predicting movements, and trying to make money was a hobby. The probable cause affidavit stated factually, Allen was watching a stock ticker on his phone as he walked. Well, that is a catch-22, because the state tries to say Rick's not in the geofence in the 2019 Google. But if he was on his phone and he was watching a stock ticker, he would have to be getting reception. They can't have it both ways. The media reported it as if Rick stated outright on the trails, not as an idea suggested by the investigators. Reported as fact that Rick was watching a stock ticker on his phone as he walked. Those were both reported in 2022. Okay, so now let's get into Rick's vehicle. If you look here, again, another great display of argument by Yellow Jacket. Above, at the top, is Rick Allen's Ford Focus. The wheel distance from the taillight, Focus, the rear wheel close to the taillight, rear wheel further from the taillight. So when you look at this car at the top, you see how the wheel well is right directly below the red point on the taillight. But in the vehicle that we are shown on the bottom, on Hoosier Harvestor, now that is a zoomed in version, you see the taillight is much further back than the wheel well, than Rick's car. And there is also on Rick's car an antenna that sits on the back portion of the hood of his vehicle. This vehicle right here is the picture of the vehicle on the Hoosier Harvestor camera that they're claiming is Rick's. This car does not have an antenna. Now, here's a map of depicting Freedom Bridge, the Monon High Bridge, the Monon High Bridge Trail, the railroad bridge, and where Rick described that he parked. Now, I believe Rick had his names of places confused. You know, the old Farm Bureau building. The investigators kept saying, oh yeah, the CPS building. And he's like, yeah, he doesn't know. I don't think that he really knows the difference, that he would either park there or he would park right over here off this little road by some old houses. And right there where that yellow bulb is, that yellow balloon, it says Rick parked here. Now I have an image. Let me pull it up. This is from February 14th during the helicopter search. Let me pull it in. I thought I already had pulled it in, but I guess I didn't. And it shows you exactly the helicopter is hovering right over top of the railroad bridge. And you can actually see a vehicle on the right-hand side of the railroad bridge parked right here. See the little bridge right there? You have to walk. If you park over here on the right-hand side in this little loop-de-loop here, and you follow that little road back down towards the middle of the screen to the right, that turns into Old Camden Road. And right up there are several houses. You turn off of Main Street after coming out of downtown Delphi. You turn left. You pull up through Old Camden, and people parked right here. Then you get out of your car, you cross this railroad bridge, you keep walking to the left, straight across, and you go across the Freedom Bridge. In fact, Bob Mata took Kathy Allen out here to the trails for her to show Bob where Rick parked. And my question was, did Rick cross Freedom Bridge to get to the trails? Kathy's answer was yes. And this is where he said he parked. So again, as you can see, parking, it's reversed over here, but this is where Rick parked. Get out, walk across the railroad bridge, follow the red line down, he would cross over Freedom Bridge, get in here to the little circular area, and then enter the trails. Here is where the state said Rick parked. So notice where Freedom Bridge is, right here, kind of left of center towards the lower middle. Freedom Bridge. Above that, there's the blue balloon. It says CPS building. This is where the state claimed Rick parked. Now, number one, they're showing you this black car that technically is not Rick's, going down the Hoosier Harvest, passing the Hoosier Harvestor camera on 300 North. Where is the proof that that black car turned in to the CPS lot and parked? Where is the proof of that? And so Rick would have had to get out, walk down the side of the road on 300, come up here into the circular area, and he would not have crossed Freedom Bridge to enter the trails. And I'm going to show you. I'm a visual person, guys, so I have to show you because I need everybody to understand this, and I need the guilters to understand this, that we are not fighting to save a child killer. We are fighting for a man that we truly believe is innocent. And if he's innocent, 2 little girls do not have justice. Let me see here. Quester, do you have anything to add while I pull this in?
No, well, it has to be remembered that if an innocent man is sitting in jail, a guilty man is running free. And this is a sick individual running free somewhere, and he's not even being chased.
Correct. Exactly. Let me see here. Okay. Again, this is critical thinker. She's passing the Hoosier Harvest Store camera. This is the route the state is claiming Rick would have parked, trying to avoid being seen. Now, mind you, you're watching this drive, right? This whole last drive. That's from the Hoosier Harvest Store. We started at the Hoosier Harvest Store and went down to the CPS lot. But Sarah Carball claims she saw a muddy guy. Then he turned bloody walking on 300. So all of this drive that we just watched, plus another quarter mile added onto it, would have been the distance the muddy, bloody guy would have had to have walked if his car was parked at the CPS lot. In broad daylight, muddy and bloody. But Rick took an extra 15 minutes to go out of his way to avoid cameras and avoid being seen, only to walk back to his car in broad daylight, muddy and bloody. And when if he parked here, like the state claims, you're going to see how wide open it is, him walking down the road to get to the trails. Not a short walk. And it's right on 300 North.
And he had to do this walk coming back covered in blood, didn't he?
Yeah.
After walking past the whole family.
Right.
Not just half, but through the whole lot of them.
Guys, while you're watching, please hit the like button and subscribe, share, do all those little YouTube things for me.
And the little factoid from this view here is where Kelsey supposedly saw Bree standing at the start. Yeah, impossible, isn't it?
It is impossible. So there's Freedom Bridge. Go ahead, Quester.
Yeah, even now you can't see where Bree would have been standing according to Kelsey. Now you can. You couldn't have seen that going in a car past that bend.
So as you see, if he would have parked over there where the state said he did, he wouldn't have crossed Freedom Bridge, and he would have had to do all of that extra. Thank you, Critter Mama. Welcome in, everybody. Glad you guys are here. So back to, again, where the state said he parked. Now, on to the next witness. So we're backing up just a little bit because now we've got the 4-girl group on their way or in the trail system. Around 12 to 1, between 12 and 1, Betsy Blair is seen on the Hoosier Harvest Store camera, and she goes in and she parks at the Mears lot. And Betsy Blair says when she walks the trails, she does 3 loops, okay? She parks at the Mears lot, walks up to the injunction, the intersection, and she turns left. She walks out towards the Mount on High Bridge, and she stops here at the barrier. She turns around and walks back towards the intersection, and then she turns left and she goes down the Nisha's trail almost to the end, and then she turns around and she comes back up, gets back to the intersection, turns left, walks all the way out to Freedom Bridge, and then back, and she does that loop 3 times. On this day, Betsy Blair did 2 loops and had to use the restroom. So she left Mears at, what time was that, Quester? I thought I put it in here, but maybe I didn't.
Time that she left?
Yes.
Hold on a sec. Let's get the exact time for you.
I thought I had it in here. I know I have a slide for it, but I think I accidentally left it out.
She's seen going past the camera, the store camera, at 15 minutes past 1.
Okay, so at 1:15. So at this point in time, at 1:15, yeah, okay, 1:15, we've got the 4-girl group out here on the trails. Betsy Blair claims she did not see them. The 4 girls claim they didn't see Betsy. Now, my next big project is going to be align those timelines. And I did it once, but I need to do it again because we've had a couple of little shifts in the timeline. And try to figure out how they could have missed each other. Was the girl group down under the bridge and Betsy was on her way back from Freedom Bridge after her first loop? But if that's the case, going out to Freedom Bridge on the first loop, she would have had to have passed the girls coming in. So and my point is, I take eyewitness statements more credible the closer they were made to the incident. Not 5 years later, not 7 years later. People forget. And everybody at the time, after the girls were found, they were all focused on a male. So maybe Betsy Blair didn't see the 4 girls, or maybe she did, and it had, she wasn't focused on who else she saw on the trail. She was thinking about a man. I don't know. But for people to say they didn't see each other is not uncommon. So when Rick claims he only saw 3 girls out there and not anybody else, people are saying, oh, well, he must have been hiding in the woods. Okay, well, was Betsy Blair hiding in the woods because she didn't see the 4 girls, or vice versa? I mean, you have to be a little bit more, it's fair play here. Now, 1:15, Betsy Blair is heading to the library. The library from the Mears lot is a 4-minute drive to the library. And it's a 4.
Amy?
Yes.
UPS driver.
Yes, the UPS driver. There was a UPS delivery made at the Hoosier Harvest Store. And the UPS driver, I'm trying to remember, is seen leaving the Hoosier Harvest Store, I believe, at 106. Is that right?
And he reported seeing a car which fits Betsy Blair's at Mears.
Right. So her car, we can assume that her car was there. Now, the map that you're seeing here, so Betsy Blair is on her way to the library. The 4 girls have already taken their 126 photo at the bench. The black car was seen at 127. So we've got a very short little timeline right there. Betsy Blair, 1:15 leaving on camera. 126, the bench photo. Technically right there by the Mears lot. 127 is when the black car is seen on the Hoosier Harvest Store camera. Now, along with my next project is taking all of those times and the walk time from the CPS into the trails to see how these things align, because I'm OCD. Anyway, this map, Abby and Libby are getting ready to leave the Patty's house. The red circle up there is the Patty's property. They have a very long driveway. They get out from the house, they drive up the driveway. They pause right by the mailbox. Now, this is GPS from Libby's phone. And the GPS is coming from apps that she's opening and closing. They get to the mailbox, they turn right. And all of these timestamps that you see, 1:40 and 13 seconds, 1:40 and 55 seconds, 1:41 and 45, all the way down, you see this GPS is it's straight on track. Leaving the Patties, turning right on 500 North, turning right on 275, coming down. And the only thing that we see in the GPS is that the car could have possibly pulled over and stopped and turned in right here. This is me and Quester's theory, okay? Others don't agree, and I'll tell you why once I looked into it, why I'm even further convinced. First of all, look at the time. 1:42 and 12 seconds. They're not very far around the corner at 1:43 and 3 seconds. Took them almost a minute to round this corner, which, to make a visual of it, go back up there where they left the patties. 1:40 and 13 seconds. Look at the distance they drove up there in that short of time. To me, and Quester's actually the one who found this little bump out down here at 1:42 and 12 seconds. It's a possibility they would have pulled over and then came back out onto 275 and turned right. Well, when we seen that, I said, okay, what would make them pull over? So I started going through Beacon, which is the property homeowner search. And I labeled every single person's property along this route. And lo and behold, right over here, the picture down here in the bottom right-hand corner is covering it, is a Snowberger property. Snowberger's grandfather or dad lived there. So we kind of thought maybe, because we know that Max had been asked to go, and we don't know if Max was at that location, but Max didn't go because he said he was going somewhere to an auction or something with his dad, and he didn't go to the trails. But maybe the girls pulled off really quick and said, hey, are you sure you don't want to come? We just don't know. And Kelsey's never mentioned it. So this is just what we're seeing in the GPS data. We are not experts. These are our opinions. You can come to your own. But once they get back out onto 275, they pull up, they turn right. There's another GPS at 1:43 and 3 seconds. And then there's the last one at 1:43 and 36 seconds. And then we stop having GPS timestamps for almost 8 or 9 minutes. We know that Libby's phone was charging in the car. Go back, if you haven't watched the phone data lives that we've done, we go through line by line by line the phone data and what the phone is doing, the battery percentage, what apps are being opened and closed. And ultimately, the phone was being charged in the car, and the phone is unplugged at 1:48 and 12 seconds. The next thing that we see is Kelsey's car being captured on the Hoosier Harvest Store camera at 1:49 and some change. The picture up at the top is a photo that Libby took in the car on the way to the mirrors. And it was a trial exhibit. Another thing that you need to know, this photo is flipped. Libby is not in the driver's seat. Libby is in the passenger seat. So when she's taking this photo on, I believe was this photo taken on Snapchat or was it in her camera roll? I can't remember now.
It was in her camera roll, and okay. It was more than flipped. It was reversed as well.
So, and we've gone over the sun and where the sun was shining on Libby's face. But so Libby is not in the driver's seat. She's in the passenger seat, which puts Abby behind the driver's seat.
Correct.
There's so much detail that we've been through on this. I can't go over it and get through everything that's of bigger importance. But trust me, over 50 episodes of The Vault, and there's over 1,000 hours of work on a live stream, but not work included in that we did behind the scenes.
Yeah. The short version is that picture indicated they were driving away from, they were driving east, weren't they, in that picture?
that's what, if you believe the sun and the location of the sun, then yes. So I'm gonna poke in the chat really quick and see what we've got, if we have any questions. Let's see. So I'm seeing a lot of different theories about the reason Abby looks so not excited. And I don't believe I don't believe the pancakes were tainted or anything like that. Or I think there was something, I think there was an argument in the car. That's what I think. And, and Abby stuck right in the middle of it. There is good reason to believe there was an argument. I've never spoken to Matt Hoffman, one of the investigators for the defense team, myself, but he has spoken to multiple other people. And there was supposedly a witness who witnessed and overheard a screaming match between Libby and Kelsey at the mayor's lot. I have no proof of that, so it's speculation. But if I had to guess why Abby might look a little disgruntled, it's because maybe Kelsey and Libby were arguing. Was it because Kelsey knew that Libby was going out there to meet someone and she disapproved? Or I have no idea. We have no idea. Kelsey's story is they were having a good old time. The windows were down. The music was turned up. They were listening to heathens and the girls were singing and taking pictures. So we will never, to be honest, we will never know. And we have so much more to focus on in this case than to try to, speculate what went on in that car. What we do know didn't happen, at least when it comes to Abby, when Kelsey got to Mears. Kelsey has always said, when I got there, I made the girls, put on my sweatshirts and made sure that they were warm. And I told Libby I loved her and I watched them walk away. Well, we know Abby already has on a sweatshirt in the car. And there's been a lot of questions. There's been a lot of questions about whose sweatshirt that was. Kelsey claims it was hers, but I believe there's another picture of Abby in that sweatshirt somewhere else. Am I right?
You're right. She was wearing it in the fishing
Yes.
photograph.
Right. Let me see here. Who put that? Hardin Holly. Welcome in, everybody. I believe they're related, Hardin Holly. The Snowburgers. All right. So now this is a little bit of not new information, but Quester, I found something last night while I was going over and doing some edits and stuff on this presentation. Oh, okay. Good question, Karen. Yes, let's check and see. Does app, oops, my freaking mouse is so fast. Quester, while I'm doing this, can you, this photograph, do you have on hand that you could pull up and send me of the girls? And before you send it, zoom in really close on Abby so we can see if she has in stud earrings.
I'll have a look.
And the reason is because Julie Melvin was given a pair of stud earrings from Tina Rodell that she got from her daughter, Megan Allen, who claimed she thought those earrings belonged to the girls. Okay, so here we go. Now, while they're in the car, okay, according to the phone data, Libby is looking at maps. She's also opening and closing Snapchat and Instagram. This photo on the left-hand side appears I call it touching Libby's phone data from Instagram. And this Instagram photo appears in her phone data at 1:44 and 14 seconds. We don't know why or who or the meaning. I have literally, and I kid you not, I have about 4 different photos from this exact spot on the bridge taken by different people. And I know they're different people or different shots because you see the shadow. There's 2 people standing here on the bridge and you see their shadow. Okay. Now, this bottom photo also touched Libby's account. And that appears to be an area under the bridge of a dead log in the water. Now, we know that Bree and Rayleigh went under the bridge. Now, Instagram doesn't specify, we don't have a specification, and the research that I did a long time ago on something like this being in the phone data, this could be a direct message this could be a photograph that was sent to Libby. This could be her scrolling and stopping on her news feed and tapping to open the picture. Or it could be her double tapping on Instagram and liking the picture. We do not know. And up here in the right-hand corner is another photo that was in her phone data of this basket. Appears to be sitting in some weeds or woods, and it says, "Just for you." And this photo was in her data at 1:45:07 through Instagram. Oh, no, Karen, you're fine. No, I forgot about that. No, that needs to be done. That's one thing I've not done. Who says this? Streets of Bakersfield. Do you think Kelsey may have also been groomed and exploited by KK? He did it to hundreds of girls in the area. I know that was a question for Streets, but I don't know about that because I have a feeling based on some of the stuff about Kelsey that Kelsey had people in real life that she might have been being groomed by, and it wasn't coming from the internet. That's my opinion. Quester, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. So
I'll be sending you something in a moment, which is quite interesting about those earring questions.
Mm-hmm. All right, now, Quester, look at the screen. Because I came across this last night, and I'm like, well, I had to have saved this and screenshotted it and forgotten about it because it's such a small strip of information. But why do I have this? And whose phone did it come from? Because if you look over here at the red arrow, pointing to the top block and then pointing down to this photo. This photo was taken at 1:44 and 14 seconds. Nope, never mind. I know what I did. I know what I did. This is Libby's phone. Never mind. This is Libby's phone. It just dawned on me when this stuff hit. And it says this still image depicts part of what appears to be a wooden bridge and a body of water from the angle of the image. So that's somebody else's notes that were put in there. So skip this. I thought I had stumbled on like who took these photos at 1:44 because we don't know of anybody being out there at 1:44. This is the Instagram stuff. That's what that is. So guys, scratch that. My bad. Okay. Now we are back to Betsy Blair, who is returning from the library. Betsy Blair claims on her way back from the library as she's going under the railroad bridge. which would be that little bridge right there next to where Rick claimed he parked. As Betsy's going under that bridge, she claims she sees 4 girls. She's then captured returning to the Mears lot on the Hoosier Harvest Store camera at 1:46. She gets out of her car. She starts walking up the Mears track to the intersection, turns left, walks all the way down, stops at the barrier that I showed you earlier. And she claims she sees a man out on the first platform about 50 feet away from her. Now, if you guys watched the live that I did the other night, Monday night or Tuesday night with Julie and I kind of reenacted that. Julie went out on the bridge. Where the bridge has been redone, you can look over the railing and you can see where the old first platform is. So I went back to about where the barrier had been, and I could see her plain as day, and I could recognize who she was. It wasn't hard to do. But Betsy Blair says the man was out about 50 feet. He was standing on one of the little platforms on the side of the high bridge. She said she had an unobstructed view, but looked at him only for a moment. She initially estimated him as being in his 20s or 30s. She described brown, poofy hair. She said he appeared youthful and boyish. Now, I showed you the other day of a picture of Rick Allen 2 months before the murders. Rick Allen does not look youthful and boyish. He looks like a grown man. She did not see facial hair and did not see a hat. She thought from his posture that he appeared to be looking or waiting for someone. She acknowledged she could have mistaken a hat for hair because of the distance. Now, that last little segment, mistaken a hat for hair, that didn't come out until trial. Betsy Blair never conceded that this individual was wearing a hat. After seeing this man, she turned around and subsequently passed Abby and Libby heading towards the bridge. So this was all discussed on the stand at trial when the state called Betsy as a witness. And that is where the state cut Betsy off. Her turning around, walking back, and her claiming that she believes that she passed Abby and Libby. Well, the judge wouldn't allow, because, in trial, whatever's discussed by the state with a state witness, the defense is required to stay in that framework. They can't introduce anything outside of that scope. And the judge would not allow the defense to go outside of the scope and ask about what Betsy Blair said she saw when she left that day. The judge literally made the defense recall Betsy Blair when they were putting on their defense case for Rick, which is a complete inconvenience to the witness, and it's just playing hardball for no reason. But once the defense did recall Betsy, Betsy described that when she was leaving the Mears lot, and she went back out onto 300 and turned left, as she was driving down past the CPS lot, she saw a vehicle that looked like an older model Comet, the only car that she saw parked at the CPS lot. And she remembered it because her dad used to have a car almost just like it. And she drew a picture of the car down here at the bottom. She said it had sharp edges and it was 4-door. And she drew this picture. It says April 2nd of 2019. The front of the car she shows, and the vehicle was at CPS. Well, Betsy Blair is seen leaving the trails that day at approximately, I'm either right or wrong, it's 2:15 or 2:18. I think it's 2:15, it might be 2:18. So think about that time. She's seen leaving on the camera at 2:15, 2:18. There's no black car at the CPS building. The state tried to keep her out from discussing that. She describes a white, straight edge vehicle that looked like her dad's. That's why she remembered it. 2:18, she's seen on that camera. Abby and Libby are already abducted. So if that black car was Rick's, and that black car wasn't there at 2:18, who abducted the girls? Because that black car should have still been sitting there. And you can say, well, she's mistaken. Maybe, she's an old, whatever you want to say, but I'll tell you this. See that sketch right there? That's Betsy Blair's sketch. Betsy Blair was a good enough witness, according to ISP, Doug Carter, Carroll County, that in 2019, they held a whole ass press conference after putting the old bridge guy sketch out for 2 years. They came forth with Betsy Blair's sketch and said, the first sketch is now secondary. We're going in a new direction. And this guy right here, this young bridge guy, is who we believe killed the girls. Betsy Blair was a confident enough witness that the state of Indiana hung their hat on her and her memory. But now she's full of shit when she says there was no black car at the CPS building and the girls have already been abducted on the south end of the bridge. Think about that. Oh, it infuriates me because it's really simple. It is really simple to figure this out. And who couldn't have done it? Let me go to chat really quick before I lose my temper. Sorry, I get. I
sent you the on your excuse me. I sent you on your messenger about the earrings. Okay.
Okay, I'm pulling it up right now so we can together look at it. Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know about A, but you certainly know about B.
All right, guys. Okay, tell us what you think. One, if you think you see earrings in Abby's ear, and two, if you don't think so.
There's 2 pictures there, so one A, 1B, 2A, 2B.
I don't know because it's so pixelated.
Unfortunately, yeah.
We need somebody who has Photoshop or someone who's much better at, zooming in without the pixelation, so we can get maybe a clearer perspective of the ear.
You need the original really to get a good picture of it.
That's true.
Give the chat a moment to think about it.
So Anna said, pictures are pixelated. I see nothing. What does 0 mean? What does P mean, Skinny? Yeah, Anna. Betsy Blair, back in the very beginning of this case, was quite upset when her sketch was the young bridge guy sketch was the first sketch created. And the old bridge guy sketch was second. But they released the old bridge guy sketch first. So Betsy Blair was upset that her sketch had been overlooked. But in 2019, they came back around to it. And we went over that yesterday and why we feel they went back to it. And that was because of the arrest of Garrett Kurtz. What a glass. Yeah, Eye of Apophis should have at this and zoom in on it. I haven't seen the eye lately. Skin says, I can't even tell that's an ear. or earbud. Someone said maybe earbuds. That's a good guess. Yeah, we really can't tell. I mean, all we can do is take a look. Let's see here. Let me remove that. Okay, so I'm just going to briefly go over.
Just a quickie. The picture B looks to me like she hasn't got a very pronounced earlobe.
Right, like it's tiny.
Yeah. Which then makes the question of what is that white smudge in picture A?
Who said that? A couple people are saying earbuds. Well, that's a fun fact, because if Abby has an earbuds, what is she listening to and on what device?
Well, the Libby's account had several audio outputs at the time going.
But I thought Kelsey said they had music blaring in the car.
Well, let's just say there was one audio output through Libby's going to the car, play through the car, and another audio output on Libby's account to Abby's earbuds.
She would probably have to have a secondary device to do that, which we believe.
I agree.
Abby would have had to have had a second device.
Yeah, but that second device would have been on Libby's account as well, wouldn't it?
Yes. So Chester, the relevancy of the earrings is that back in 2017, if you're familiar with the Tina Rodell story, Tina Rodell's daughter was out there on the night of the 12th. A lot of bad things happened. They were all very high on meth. There was supposed to have been a sexual assault. And when her daughter, Megan Allen, came home on the 15th, she made some statements about participating in the murder. And she had a pair of earrings in her jean pockets that her mom got that she said, Megan said they weren't hers. She doesn't know who they were. She couldn't remember. Those earrings were turned over to Julie Melvin. So Libby's ears, from what Julie was told, Libby's ears, I guess, had kind of closed up, so she didn't wear earrings. And Anna couldn't identify the earrings. So we were looking at the picture in the car. We were trying to zoom in to see if we could see a pair of stud earrings in Abby's ear. Let me see. Okay, Eve, thank you. What a glass. Are earrings inventoried at the autopsy? Well, if Megan Allen actually had a pair of earrings, then they wouldn't have been with Abby at the autopsy. But we don't have an inventory other than the clothing. I don't believe there was ever. Look, they've played hide the ball with everything. I mean, we were told how they died. We were told about the wounds, but the autopsy official report has never been released publicly. We know what articles of clothing they had that was inventoried. However, there were other items out there, such as a belt, such as a scarf. Julie Melvin told us the other night that law enforcement had claimed that there was paper, pieces of paper tore up and left on the ground in between the girls. And the crime scene photos are sealed. It's anyone's guess. So okay, the holes would have been noted. No, you're absolutely right. In the official autopsy report, the holes in Abby's ear would be documented. Yes. Hey, Quester, do we have the picture? Good. What a glass. Do we have the picture of Abby with her grandfather the day before? I know I do, but I'd have to go dig. Do you have it where she's holding the softball?
Hold on a sec. I'll have a quick look.
Okay. All right, guys, this is where it gets down to the nitty gritty. At this point in time, the four girl group has already left. Okay. Because remember, they pass a man that they describe as hands in his pockets, chin down, and either he's wearing a face covering or his face is in his sweatshirt like this. And he seemed to be walking with the purpose. They said hello to him and he didn't respond. That doesn't sound like friendly guy Rick, who everybody describes as joyful, very pleasant, very helpful. He's the man who would walk all of the coworkers, women, to the front door of the CVS and watch them walk to their car if it's dark. Doesn't sound like Rick. And again, if Rick Allen went out there, this is my opinion, if Rick Allen went out there with a nefarious plan, he would have not have taken a flimsy ass box cutter from his job with him. Have you seen Rick's knife collection that they collected from his house? All of his knives are very nice, big knives with sheaths. The state wanted us to believe that he used a box cutter from CPS that costs like $3. That's not even, it doesn't even have a hard plastic handle. I have a video of a box cutter from CVS. Julie went into CVS and grabbed one off of a stock cart. Steve Curry says, Betsy saw Rick Allen on platform 1, but Rick was not BG. Rick left about 2 p.m., but BG, Ron Logan, showed up at the bridge at 2:09, which is proven by his cell phone call he made then. Well, Steve, we're going to get into Ron Logan, and I respect your opinion, but it was not Rick. It was not Rick on the first platform. And if you go back and you read the Ron Logan search warrant, there is no specification that the 2:09 phone call that Ron Logan got was out by the bridge. It said on his property. Trust me, I just went over this with a fine-tooth comb because I have a whole presentation on Ron Logan, and we're going to kick it off later today around 4 o'clock with Chris Todd. And I've got the search warrant, I've got the transfer station stuff, photos from the transfer station, the times of the phone, etc. Now remember, let's go back before the girls even leave the house, before Rick Allen is even supposedly seen on the Hoosier Harvest Store camera at 1:27. There is an unidentified phone that has already moved into the crime scene. This is from the cast report. This is not made up. There is an unidentified phone at 12:39 and 54 seconds. Quester.
Yes.
What time was Ron Logan at the transfer station?
You do find these questions. I'm not sure. Hold on a sec.
I have it, but I don't want to bump forward that far.
Within a sec.
It's highly unlikely that that was Ron Logan in the woods. I could be wrong. And between later today and tomorrow, when we start talking about third-party suspects, we are going to get into the timeline. But this is significant right here. This is right after the 4-girl group arrived. Betsy Blair's already walking on the trails. There's somebody with a phone in the vicinity of the crime scene. Why? Yeah, he was at the transfer station, I believe, roughly around between 11:30 and 12, and it's a 10-minute drive. He has to travel through Wilson's Bridge to the transfer station, so it'd be a 10-minute drive there, the time spent at the transfer station, and then the 10-minute drive back. And
Amy,
yes,
he arrived there at 11:53 and left at 11:58. It's approximately a 10-minute drive, the route he would have taken. So he would not have been back to his house until 12:08.
okay, and this is at 12:39. So he would have had to have gotten home, changed clothes, and headed down to the crime scene if this was a phone being carried by Ron Logan. But
if I recall, this was one that was calling him, wasn't it?
somebody was calling him on his phone. And
Yeah.
the FBI does not put Ron Logan's phone with any of these unidentified phones. So if you got, and we know Ron Logan had multiple phones because when the search warrant was served at his house, he had a flip phone in his hand, and the officer put in the report there was an iPhone 4 on the table. But the FBI doesn't show an unidentified phone and Ron Logan's phone traveling together, which can be done. So who is in this area with an unidentified phone?
Who would be phoning Ron Logan? Right, photograph of Abby with her granddad. The only one I can find goes too pixelated when I expand it. However, there is one of Abby where she's standing on the plinth at the park doing her dance, which shows her ear fairly well. And I believe you can see earrings on it. Shall I send it to you? Hello, it's Kate. Hello. Oh, she's tripped out. I shall send it anyway.
I'm back. You guys lost me, yes.
Yep, you're back.
Yes, I lost my signal on my Wi-Fi. Now I have to reload the presentation. Give me 1 second.
Right.
There we go. Let me get back to where we were. Okay.
Oh, I was just saying to you that I've checked the photograph of Libby with her gloves and so on when she was with her granddad, and it can't be expanded enough to see without it going completely pixelated. However, you remember the picture of Libby on the plinth dancing in the park? No?
No.
I'll send it to you because you can see, I think, earrings on her there.
Libby
and that
or
would have
Abby?
been Abby.
And what day was that from?
I'm not certain. I can't say 100% certain, but I think it's the 12th.
Okay. So back to Bree and Rayleigh and their descriptions of the man they saw. And this goes for all three eyewitnesses, Betsy Blair, Rayleigh Voorhees, and Bree Wilbur. They all three describe a different individual. Rayleigh, I believe it's Rayleigh, I can't remember. I have their trial testimony, and we have the PCA. One of them describes a man wearing all black, and another person describes him as wearing a blue jacket, like a thin blue jacket, and I believe jeans, but that he's taller, more stockier build, which Rick Allen is not. Rick Allen is very small, 5'4". And Betsy Blair, of course, describes the young bridge guy. But however, all three of them, when they're shown the picture of the guy on the bridge, the BG video, they say, yeah, that's who I saw. Very strange that they all describe someone different, but then all three come over to the bridge guy and say, yeah, that's who we saw. So taking a look here, this is the trail. So remember, the last GPS that we had of Libby's phone was at 143 and some change. Then we have her phone being unplugged from the vehicle, from the charger, at 148. There is no GPS of the vehicle pulling up here at Mears. So she must not have been accessing any apps that used GPS. And the next thing you see at 149 is Kelsey's car on the Hoosier Harvest Store camera. So the next GPS location that we have is right here where you see this, like this little conglomerate of GPS locations. The yellow balloon is the first one, and that's Libby's phone GPS hitting at 1:51 and 50 seconds. The phone at this time is going the phone is being used, and it's very busy. App open, app closed, app open, app closed, screen on, screen off. There's another GPS location at 1:51 and 22 seconds, almost 30 seconds later. Then there is a third at 2:05 and 8 seconds. They are still in the same location. They are over 300 meters from the very edge of the Monon High Bridge. Understand this, 300 meters. To put that in perspective, from 300 up here, where they would have been dropped off, the gray line to the far left coming into the trailhead intersection, that distance is 78.26. So a little less than double that is how far they are away from the Monon High Bridge. This is the area that Betsy Blair claims she was at the bridge, saw the young bridge guy, and turned around walking back, and midway back, she believes she passed Abby and Libby. This group and this cluster of the GPS pings that we have here, or what, not pings, but GPS, the girls stood in this location for 13 minutes. Betsy Blair doesn't report passing the girls and then passing a man. The man was back on the bridge. The young bridge guy was back on the bridge. Dr. Walla and the state wanted to spin the idea that Rick Allen sat on the bench right here at the intersection overlooking the water and watched Abby and Libby enter the trails and followed them and then laid in wait. Well, if he was following them, why didn't Betsy Blair see him? So we now have Rick Allen on the first platform, and we have Rick Allen on the bench, and we have Rick Allen laying in wait. And we have an unidentified phone across the creek at the crime scene. Quester, do you have an opinion on that? Chester thinks that you can see the earrings. Quester, you're muted. Steve, you're right. Libby did take a picture at 2:05, and that is the problem with this GPS. Because,
well, allegedly she did.
Yes, allegedly she did. I don't know. Do we want to touch on that? What time is it? 12?
That gets a bit deep.
Yes. So, Steve, you're correct about the time, but what you have to remember is this. God, my mouse is driving me crazy. A new battery is great, but it makes this just go antsy. So here's the problem that we see when you literally dig through the phone data. They're standing here for 13 minutes. This GPS has an error rate of only 5 meters. So they could have been further back a little bit, 5 meters, or they could have been a little bit ahead by 5 meters. 5 meters, one way or the other. Not 1,000, not 1,500, 5 meters. You see how big of a distance 78 meters is. At this GPS location, they are still more than 300 meters away from the bridge. At 2:05:08, this GPS pings right here. At 2:05 and 10 seconds, 2 seconds later, the empty bridge photo was taken. Another thing that you need to understand, that bridge photo in the phone data says media file opened, which to us indicates that may not have been a real-time photo taken. It may have been a photo that she had in her camera roll uploaded to Snapchat. 2 seconds later, they traveled over 300 meters. Unless all of a sudden we are to believe that the GPS which was perfectly on track all the way 3/4 of a way to the bridge, was perfect. And then when they got a little over 100, 200 meters into the trails, the GPS starts going crazy. It starts being inaccurate. It is just something, this needs to be examined by an expert, because we're not experts, but we've shown you the data. We've gone over it 1,000 times, line by line by line. This GPS is real. Where it's located on the trails are real. It's backed up by Betsy Blair's testimony where she saw the girls. And, I'm not saying the state did anything nefarious at all. The possibility is that these girls, Libby had just lied to her grandma about her dad picking her up. She hadn't even talked to her dad, but she told her grandma he agreed to pick her up. She didn't make that phone call until they were already in the car. These girls could have had plans to go somewhere with friends, to get in a car, or to meet people. And to cover their tracks, Libby wanted everybody to see this. We're where we said we were going to be, and posted a photo of the bridge. That's a possibility. Steve Cray says, but it doesn't take that long for the girls to get to that point. I believe the time of the photos. Steve, I don't understand what you mean. It doesn't take that long to get to that point. So from the Mears lot to the Monon High Bridge is approximately 7 to 8 minutes, somewhat walking with a purpose, straight walking. But the girls did stop and pause. Again, the phone is opening and closing, opening and closing. Now, let's do this. And I'm not, and Steve, I love the conversation, because these are things that everybody needs to be open-minded about. And I'm being open-minded about your opinion. And you kind of have to take the evidence and make it make sense. And that's all that we've tried to do. So let's go over. I'm going to play the walk straight through.
Well, regarding times, we know it's a 6-minute walk from the intersection to the bridge.
It's 6 to 8. I think it's 6 to 8, depending on how fast you walk.
These positions are halfway. Yeah. So therefore, it's a 3 to 4 minute walk from where those geo positions are to the bridge, not a 2 second. Yes. You couldn't even run it in 2 seconds.
Okay, really quick, I got to find it. Let me pull it in. It's under Betsy Blair's third loop. Here we go. Okay, so we're gonna speed this up. Wait a minute, because back then the gates weren't closed. So Critical Thinker had to walk around the gate.
And
so
come all the way back right there, like we're going back to our car.
So this video starts at, let's start it here, further back. Okay, this is the furthest point.
And go to the very end of that barrier that they put up. Oh, I didn't realize how close it is to the trail. That's the bench right there, yeah. So did you hear what Amy was saying? Kind of. We turn left, go to the bridge. When we come back here, we're gonna go halfway down that trail.
See that right there? We're gonna take 45 seconds off this video at the end of it, by the way, guys. So right there is the bench that the state claimed that Rick Allen was sitting on when the girls entered the trail. So he saw them enter the trails, or this is what Dr. Wallace said.
Was saying, kind of. We turn left, go to the bridge. When we come back here, we're gonna go halfway down that trail.
Right, straight across on the right-hand side in front of that tree, you can see a bench that's facing out over the water. That's supposedly where Rick was sitting, according to the state and their witnesses who supposedly heard Rick confess the only time he wasn't on camera.
505, what? Oh, yeah. We're going to go halfway down that, come back up, go all the way down that way, go to Freedom Bridge, come all the way back right there, like we're going back to our car. At the Mears entrance, because we have to walk all the way to the Hoosier Harvest.
So we're almost at the 6, hey, 4 Pits, we're almost at the 6-minute mark.
I think I'll have to grab some wire cutters out of my car. Oh no, it looks like somebody's already been through there. Oh, maybe not.
So see, the girls could not have traveled even this short of a distance in 2 seconds. According to the GPS, that's what they supposedly did.
Oh, that path.
Yeah, 2 minutes to 3 minutes to get there. And this right here, so where are we at? We're at 6:35.
Yeah,
We're not at the start of the bridge yet, where the photo would have been taken. So it would have taken them, if they walked at that pace. Now it's, we're kind of having to use reenactments here to make it fit. But if that photo was taken in real time at 2:05 and 10 seconds, it would have taken them over 2 minutes just to get there. My theory is that during that 13 minutes, this is just my theory, okay? They're standing in place for 13 minutes. Phone is opening and closing, opening and closing, opening and closing. Apps are opening. To me, being a mother of teenage girls at one point in time, I'm thinking they are communicating with someone. Where are you? Which way do we go? Waiting for a response. Yeah, I don't think so, Steve. I mean, I agree. I don't think the girls would have ran and hid. If the perpetrator was still on the platform, there's so many different scenarios that this can go. And the girls, I don't think the girls would have gone on the bridge if there was a grown older man on the first platform. Okay. Is it possible that that individual on the first platform ended up trailing behind Betsy Blair, past Abby and Libby as well, while Betsy Blair's still in front, and then did a U-turn? And okay, but what's the deal with the 13-minute stall on the trails and that the flurry of activities with the phone? My theory is that while the girls are sitting there waiting for, if they're communicating with someone, waiting for an answer, which way do we go? Do we go towards Freedom Bridge? Do we go towards Monon High Bridge? Where are you at? As they are standing there, Libby opens up her Snapchat, or she opens up her phone, or she's on Snapchat at 2:05:08, closes it, and then uploads a saved empty bridge photo from her camera roll. That would explain the 2 seconds. The photo could have been uploaded before they even reached the edge of the bridge. That's a theory. It's a theory that makes sense. And it also means the importance of whether it was from the camera roll or taken in real time is because if the photo wasn't taken in real time, was it really an empty bridge? Quester?
Well, a few vaults back, we went into that 205 picture, didn't we?
We did.
And it turned out that it's actually a picture from how many years prior?
It could be. I mean, we're not 100% sure. I will pull it up.
This is the thing that says that is the tree line. Do you remember?
Okay, so here we go, guys. This is kind of a left turn Clyde moment where we're going to veer off the presentation and touch on something that we covered in the vault, because this is a discussion that needs to be had. Now, this photo on the far left-hand side is a photo of the bridge that was taken in 2008, and it was on display somewhere. It was taken in April of 2008. This photograph was taken from, I believe, a photo album in Rick Allen's house during the search warrant.
Correct.
Photo number 2 is the photo that was uploaded by Libby in 2017. Do you see the topography? Now the what do you call it?
The tree line.
Not just the tree line. I'm talking about the colorization, the filter. The filters are different, so that changes the color. But in 2026, so from 2017 to 2026, look at the overgrowth on the bridge. These two photos on the right-hand side here, top right. Go back over here to the 2008 photo taken from the photo album at Rick's house and compare it to the photo in 2017. There's no change. Then you drop down here and Quester overlaid the 2008 photo with Libby's 2017 photo. And you can see the transparent tee that he did, and there's no degradation of the railroad ties. They overlay perfectly. Now, we would need an expert to clarify this, but this is worth looking at. And it explains the 2:05 and 8 seconds and the 2:05, 10 seconds. The girls could not have traveled that far with GPS only being off by 5 meters. They would have had to have traveled over 100 or over 300 meters to take this photo at 2:05 and 10 seconds. So it's something to really, really think about.
The only way that could be in Libby's media is if she took a photograph in 2008.
Well, she could have taken this. This could have been something that she's seen online somewhere and saved. It could have been a photo at the library or anywhere that Libby could have had this photo in her camera roll. The key thing is it says media file. Before
it cannot have been taken in 2017.
I don't think so.
No, absolutely impossible with the tree lines, the timber degradations, everything. It could not have been taken in 2017.
Jessie Nicole, songwriter. Yes, I agree that GPS can lag, but it's not going to lag that. It's first, okay. When you put the whole timeline together, where the girls were when Betsy Blair said she passed them is exactly where the GPS has them. So I have to trust that GPS. And I also have to trust that it's accurate because it's been accurate all the way up till this point. From leaving the Patties all the way during the trip, except for the last leg, there's no GPS, and then the girls appear on the trail at 1:51.
Geolocation is incredibly reliable. If it were not, the military wouldn't use it, would they?
Good point. And this photo being uploaded from the camera roll explains a lot. It makes all of those questions right there make sense. I'm not saying that we're right, but when we're looking at this stuff and we're saying, wait, how did that 2 seconds? How did she get from there to there in 2 seconds? And she's literally on the phone, opening and closing apps. I believe she was communicating with someone. That's my opinion. I believe this was targeted. Was she communicating with the guy on the first platform, thinking she was going to go meet a young, good-looking guy? And it's, okay, is it a grown man? Because the reliable witness, Betsy Blair, whose memory the state relied on to change their whole narrative about this case in 2019, did she mistake? I don't think as a woman over, I don't know how old Betsy Blair is. I'm sure she's above 50, 60. I think she's in that range. I don't think that she would mistake a 40-some-year-old man for a 20-year-old boy. So who did she see? And is this really someone that the girls were communicating with? And if Betsy Blair's description is off and it's really a grown man, Could he have been following behind, coming off the bridge, Betsy Blair, and the girls continue to walk to the bridge and this man passed them and they never even think twice because he's not the guy that they think they're going to meet? I mean, all of this is real. These are real questions that are realistic to ask. In my opinion, two young girls who have no common sense, who are on the phone, communicating with people that they don't know, telling people where they're going to be, aren't smart enough to put two and two together that they're communicating with the man that maybe just passed them. I don't know. What do you guys think in the chat? Give me your thoughts. And I'm going to fill up my cup real quick and I will be right back. And then I will read your thoughts when I get right back. Quester, feel free to communicate with them. And if you have a different theories than what I just did, throw you.
No, it's fine. I'm on board with your theories. Those girls stopped on the trail for almost 15 minutes. They were taking pictures while they were there. Those pictures have not been shown to us. It's not even been admitted that they were taking pictures. It's not been admitted what was in those pictures. Why not? And then why did they stop for so long there? Did they stop to have a nice 15-minute argument? Did they stop to let someone catch up? Did they stop there because they were supposed to meet someone there? So many alternatives. But none of them say that they stopped there so they could see just how fast they could move in 2 seconds. Steve Curry, the correct Libby photo of the bridge should say Liberty German 7 hours ago. That 7 hours is almost worthless because we don't know what time that snap was taken. 7 hours ago from when? It's also, we don't know how it got there. We do know it was not on Libby's phone. We also have Kelsey saying that she saw other pictures of Libby and Abby on the bridge, none of which have ever been disclosed, none of which are on Libby's phone. And to be honest, I would find it hard to believe that the two girls, seeing that they're being followed by some man across the bridge, would stop and sit on the edge of the bridge, dangle their legs over, then get up and carry on walking. That just doesn't ring true. And then you have to think about the time of these people crossing the bridge. When this supposed photograph of Abby halfway across, that's supposed to be at 2:07. But Libby was already all the way across by 2:07. So if you believe both photographs, Libby was standing at the north end at 2:05 and the south end at 2:07. She crossed that bridge in 2 minutes. Really? Doesn't work, does it?
Okay, I'm back. So I heard a little bit of what you were saying. Did you talk about...
Steve thinks we do not have the correct photograph. I'd like to know which photo he believes is the correct one, because we only have the two.
Oh, I know what he's talking about.
Which one?
He's talking about this.
That's the 207.
This is the 217, or this is the 2017 photo. Those are the last two photos that we know of. Hold on, let me go back. Did I leave out the 207? No, here. So we have the 205 8-second location. We have the 205 and 10-second bridge location. And then we have Libby's or Abby's 207 photo. Did you explain to them that Cecil had described seeing 5 other, I'm burning up. Did you describe that Cecil said there was like 5 photos?
I didn't go into that. But no, he definitely said that.
Yeah, it's in the report. I should have loaded that. I don't have it queued. But, and I heard you talk about Libby saying that she saw other photos. If you go to Infamous Indie, it's a podcast where Libby gives an interview. I believe you can find it on Spotify. Libby says in that interview that she saw a photograph of Libby leaning down on the bridge that was posted to Libby's Snapchat. I don't understand why we don't have these photos. And Cecil said he only knew about this 207 photo from the internet. He said he doesn't know where it came from. He saw it on the internet. So here's another person. And I have a boatload of these social media posts from back in 2017 where people are saying that they saw other photos of the girls on the bridge. This person here says, I too saw. So she's responding to someone because she uses TOO. I too saw a pic on February 15th that had 2 guys coming across the bridge about halfway, but they stopped and looked back when they saw the girls were going to take a pic. So my girlfriend showed me the pic on her phone, but when I got home, I couldn't find it. And my girlfriend can't find it again since then. The post got deleted, but that doesn't mean that they can't go back and see the pic, even if it was deleted, right? There's several of these. There was just 3 weeks ago, we went over where we had posts from people back then saying that they saw someone be in a photo behind Abby with a mask on. But this photo on the left-hand side here is a screenshot from the BG video. And you look back there, we believe there's someone or at least 2 people back there. That is not the barrier. First bridge platform 1 there, bridge platform 2 here. Those grainy legs appear back there on the bridge. It's not 50 feet off the bridge where the barrier was. Do you guys agree with that, or do you think that we're mistaken and that's the barrier? Snapchat would have saved them if they were saved in the memory. If they were just posted to a story, they may disappear after 24 hours. But even Kelsey, who was in Libby's account, she was accessing Libby's account the night of the 13th, says she's telling the officers in this interview on Infamous Indie She's saying that she was telling the officers about the photographs that she saw. So, no, okay, so Sherry says, no, it's not the barrier. Eve says we're spot on. DP's video tells us it's not the barrier. Critical thinker. Checkmate. I think that's the barrier, and what looks like figures are behind the barrier. Annalise, okay, so let's really fast. Again, sorry, look close. There is bridge behind them. And hold on a minute. I had it loaded, but I lost it when I got kicked off Wi-Fi. Here we go. Now, let's watch this together. Back it up. The barrier had 4 posts. And it was 50 feet back from the start of the bridge. This back here, or I'm sorry, the very top left corner, we have a photograph of a group of people standing at the barrier, okay? See the guy in the white t-shirt with his arms propped up with his back to us? He's standing on the gravel walkway. There's gravel path, almost 50 feet of it, that leads up to the north end of the bridge. These are the images below. Oh, let me back up because this is a very short little clip. Do you see the arrows pointing down? Now, tell me, we'll play this a couple of times through. Tell me if you see movement of the legs of the people back there. That was when Fungi traced out what she thought she was seeing. It, to me, looks like they're, and this is in very slow motion. Do you?
To be honest, Fungi made her drawings of the people larger than the shadows, but you can see outlines of people.
And I, in slow motion, I feel like you see movement. I can't be 100%, but there's the left-hand side right there. There's movement.
Yeah.
Time of death was based upon entirely on the Fig Fairy, you're right. I think the time of death was based on the cell phone. V says that's the problem with the alibis in this case for me. No time of death. Nobody has an alibi, yet instead they all set it at an arbitrary window. Plus, it's difficult to believe the girls were there overnight. Yeah, and you know, the 207 photo that's not in the Snapchat or in the phone, they're basing that photo being taken at 207 based on Snapchat being opened at that time.
Well, I remember that puerile remark they made that when he was asked for a time, and he said sometime between when they disappeared and when they were found. That's not exactly what a forensic person would say, now is it? It's facetious.
Eve says that barrier doesn't focus on my old iPhone when I went to the bridge in 2021. So, were you trying to focus in on the bridge from almost at the south end of the bridge? Focusing back on the barrier at the north end, Eve?
I doubt you'd see it from there.
Steve Curry says the guy friend, are you talking about Kyle Smith? The guy friend
Probably.
that Libby sent the photo to opened it seven hours later and then saved it. Is his name Kyle Smith, Steve?
7 hours later than what? Than when he saw it? Than when it was supposedly posted? We don't know.
Yeah, we don't. So Snapchat, unless you have it set, I don't use Snapchat. Unless you have it set for each photo to have a timestamp, it's by the hour. So if a photo is posted to your story and I'm friends with you and you post a story at noon and I don't get on until 4 o'clock, it's going to tell me that your photo was posted like 3 hours ago or 4 hours ago. So that was sent. If that's true, if Steve, is that Kyle? Oh, he said, I don't know his name. If that's
it is
true,
Kyle.
If that's true, then the photo was sent, and we don't know when he opened it. We don't know. We just don't know. And
we don't know when he opened it. We don't know what time he took that snap. So
yeah, and the thing is, Critical Thinker says my video from the north end facing the south end where the BG video was shot, I had to zoom 5 times 5 to see the barrier on the south end. And the barrier on the south end is like 50 feet back off the bridge. This right here, what we're looking at on the screen, was taken from the BG video. So I don't believe Libby was even zooming. And if that's the case, these people are much further onto the bridge than what they appear even in this photo, possibly. I mean, we're not saying we're right. We're not. We're trying to make it all make sense. Jeez, oh, Pete. Why is this skipping? And we do believe that Abby had a device with her. And that also would explain a lot of the phone data and what we see going on with the phone data. Mary says, I would think the people out and about that day near Monon Bridge and not seeing anything, I think the girls left with someone and returned during the night. Surely someone would have seen an attack. We're going to get there.
Yep.
So this photo right here is a still shot again from the BG video. You can see Abby has her hands in her pocket, her left hand in her left pocket. That appears to be a phone to me. I could be wrong, but I put a phone in my pocket, which is over here on the far right-hand side. And I think I must have a little deeper pockets than Abby, but that's what my phone looks like in my pocket. The reason we have evidence that can support that theory is if you look at the top of this picture, this is a snippet from the phone data. Remember, Libby did a factory reset on her phone on February 4th. not everything that Libby had on her phone prior to the 4th was reinstalled on the phone, which makes sense because if someone does a factory reset because their phone, they're out of storage, they've got too much and the phone is glitching, or, windows aren't opening. You do a factory reset and then you reinstall the apps that you want replaced on your phone. The phone that was found at the crime scene doesn't even have Snapchat, the Snapchat icon on the home screen, which is strange. But
how do you open Snapchat if you don't have the app?
It's very strange.
Yeah.
You can't explain it. Like, there's no Snapchat icon on the phone. So how is she accessing Snapchat? Number one. Number two, you see, after the iPhone reset on the 4th, Libby reinstalled and reconnected an iPad, Liberty's iPhone, and Liberty's iPhone 5S. That 5S could have been the rose-colored phone that Becky claimed Libby had, because Becky said for years Libby was carrying a rose gold phone. But the iPhone 5S was not called rose gold. It was simply called rose. And we've shown pictures of Libby on the stairs holding that rose phone from probably 3 or 4 years before this day. If that phone was laying around the house, it could still connect to Wi-Fi. It could still take photos. Was this a device that was handed to Abby to use so she could access the internet while she's there? We know that Becky had made statements about they gave Abby a phone. I know Anna says she didn't have a phone, but Anna didn't also know that Abby had social media accounts either. If both girls had a phone and they were sharing the same iCloud, and you can see over here on the far right-hand side, iCloud devices, iCloud devices, iCloud devices. They're sharing the same iCloud. It's going to take a phone expert to weed through all that. We're just showing you what we see and what's there. Looks like Abby has a phone in her pocket. Who took a photo of Libby leaning down on the bridge? What phone took the photo this 207 photo that no one can find? If it's not on the phone that was found, could it be on another phone? We don't know. Go into chat. Let me read here. Yes, the Patties. There have been statements made over the years that Abby was given access to a phone. Now, I don't know if that meant that Abby was carrying a phone. I don't believe that this phone had cell phone access. Like, I don't believe that she could make a phone call. But if the girls are going out to take photographs, the phone could take photos. Yes, the phone could take videos. Yes. We don't know. I don't think.
Could piggyback.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, there's some things that I don't understand about the cell phone data that it's going to take an expert. But these are the things that we're seeing, and we do know that the phone that was found at the crime scene is not the phone that we anticipated Libby having. Although we do see there are photos, I believe from the night of the 12th. There's 3 devices in that photo. Libby's got a phone with the Harry Potter phone case. Libby's holding a phone. She's got the Harry Potter phone like this. And she's, I think, recording a Musical.ly video. She's holding another phone here that's recording because you see the phone case in the Musical.ly video. And Abby's next to her with an iPad. There's 2 phones that Libby has in her hand in that Musical.ly video. You just can't see which phone that was. I don't know if, all I'm saying is, as a parent, knowing my girls, if Libby's on her phone and Abby's spending the night, and I've said this 1,000 times, and Libby's chatting it up with boys, or she's communicating with friends, they're posting musical videos. Okay, it's like, here, your turn. Can I have my phone back, please? It's going to be that all night long. Isn't it simpler to hand Abby a device and say, here, you use this one? And they can both communicate and do their own things in the same room without having to share one phone? That's my thought process. I'm not saying that Becky Patty gave Libby a phone and said, here, hide this from your mom when you go home. I think there was a device in the Patty house that Abby had access to. Why? Because go back and listen to the interviews that Becky Patty's done over the years. When talking to Mike Patty, well, Libby wasn't answering your phone. When talking to Kelsey, she wasn't answering your phone. Then she made a statement about Libby's phone being factory reset and it wasn't done downloading. So she gave Libby one of her phones to take to the trail that day. All you got to do is switch SIM cards. There's so many possibilities that make all of this make sense, but every single one of those possibilities proves the state story isn't accurate. Which is why we don't have any more than what we have from Bunner or from Cecil. They only gave us what they wanted us to see that was turned over in discovery. There's thousands of pages of this phone data. Steve says it wouldn't be on Libby's phone because it was a Snapchat.
Well, no.
Well, okay, wait a minute. Let me respond to that, Steve. Okay, yeah. Think about, okay, it wouldn't be on Libby's phone because it was a Snapchat. Okay, if that is a fact, then why is the empty bridge photo on there?
We've dealt with this in a previous vault, Amy, where it was shown that I could take a Snapchat on a phone and it could appear in your phone.
Yes. Yes.
It can happen quite easily, especially if the phones are paired, linked, etc.
So look right here. I saved this. I'm glad I remember. I'm glad you brought that up, Quester. I don't know if you can see this. This phone is my old iPhone that I had before I got this one. I take this phone with me everywhere I go because especially to Delphi, because I use it for photos and stuff. So it doesn't bog down my phone. But when I turn this phone off, okay, I have never done anything. I wipe this phone clean. I've never done anything with this phone other than take video and pictures. However, every time I turn this photo on, do you guys see what that says? Is it backwards? At the bottom, that notification. See, the main home screen is on. I haven't opened up the phone. That notification comes up on this phone and it says, device added to your account. An iPhone now has access to iMessenger. If you don't recognize this device, you can remove it in settings. So these two phones are communicating with each other because they shared the same iPhone account. I believe it to be true with iCloud. That's what we're trying to, and you can call this piggybacking, or you can call this cloning. And there are photos that I took on this phone that are now in my camera roll on this phone, and I didn't transfer them. They shared it automatically.
Because it's the same account.
It's right, but not everything. Not everything that's on this phone has transferred over into my camera roll over here. So a phone expert would have to make it make sense for us. But it's not a fake theory. It's not a made up thing. And there's so many ridiculous things in this case that could have been answered at trial, and the state chose not to. And they did everything to block information from coming in. Send someone a Snapchat and see if it stores on your phone. It won't. No, you'd have to save it in your memories. When you say, I don't use Snapchat, so I can't do that. And
well, as Critical says, it depends on your settings, what you've decided could happen.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, we're not experts, and Snapchat is something that I don't use. We've had to research on it. But if Libby posted the bridge photo on Snapchat, and that photo was in her camera roll, if
you posted it on your stories, it's there.
I think it's there for 24 hours. Yes.
Yeah.
But if Libby, the key thing is in anywhere that we see that there are other photos. You can see when Snapchat is opened, and you have Cecil saying, I believe Cecil said there were 5 photos that he didn't find. And in the car ride, when Snapchat is open and there's Snapchat photos being taken, those photos on Snapchat are in the phone. The only photo where it says media file open was the bridge photo, and that was on the phone. The 207 photo, and we only know 207 because law enforcement is saying that, is nowhere to be found. And regardless of, I believe the way Cecil explained it was, it would have been in the cache. Is that right?
Yes.
It should have been in the cache. And it wasn't. So what could explain that? 2 phones being out there. We don't know. Okay. And we don't know which phone which girl was carrying. It seems Libby's got 2 phones. One with the Harry Potter case. This phone, we don't know what it is. But we see after February 4th, she did have 2 phones connected to her account. If there was a secondary phone available and they were going out there to take pictures, wouldn't it be reasonable that Abby would be carrying a phone? I mean, it's not a devious act. It's devious when possibly the state knew it, just like the state knew when the white van arrived and they failed to tell the truth about it. They didn't have an independent phone expert for the state. They had an ISP state officer testifying as a phone expert. He's biased, obviously. He's working for the state. He's a part of the investigation. There's a difference. In a normal world, and a truly balanced judge, she could have court ordered a expert ordered by the court for not either side. Tell us what you think. I don't trust the state. I don't trust the state. And Quester sent me, so, you know, as we're going through this marathon, we're coming up onto the third-party suspects. So I'm doing stuff, Quester's doing stuff. I'm taking all of our vault stuff and I'm, you know, relaying it out, making it, you know, more compact, excluding the extras that we don't need to talk about on here. And Quester sent me a message this morning and he said, I found something. Okay. And I'm going to tell you exactly what Quester said he found. So everybody grab a pen and paper. Write this down so you can go and check his work. At 9:07 this morning, he sent me a message that said, caught something. Brad Holder's deposition on May 2nd, 2024. May 2nd, 2024, Brad Holder's. Page 9, line 6. They weren't recording Brad with the system that they use normally, like they used with Richard Allen in 2022. They were using handheld cameras. Think about that. Now that's in 2024, that's not 2017. But think about that. And what if I were to tell you that I have documents that show in one document, 11 people in February of 2017 were interviewed and recorded, and their interviews were downloaded to a DVD, and the DVD was attached to their report and turned in. First 70 days, remember that, were supposed to be lost because the DVR system just continuously recorded. And I know that you guys have heard me talk about the SOP, the standard operating of procedures. I used to work for law enforcement. I know how it works. There are steps that you have to take that are required, that if you step out of those steps, you can lose your job. And that goes the same for the officers that are working the street. I want the Carroll County SOP because I'm wondering if it is standard operating procedures that when an investigator interviews a witness, if it's standard operating procedure that when that witness is recorded and that officer writes he does a summary of the interview in a report, the interview recording is downloaded to a DVD and attached to the report.
The other thing is, since they did it on a handheld device, this story about future interviews overwriting by accident cannot apply to it.
I'm sorry?
Because it wasn't, because they did it on a handheld device, not on the station system. The story of the station system having been left on so it overwrote cannot apply to the Brad Holder interview.
Exactly. But the state, you know, you're not lying. If you allowed video, if you allowed your DVR system to continuously record, okay, and you knew
with a big flashing red light, yeah,
and you knew you had a backup, okay, you're not lying if you say, well, we lost the interview on the DVR because it recorded over itself. Them not being forthcoming about what their policy and procedures are, and there's DVD downloads. They're not saying we lost DVDs, but I clearly know for a fact in one document alone, there's 11. Where are those DVDs? Exactly. And then you see in this deposition, I guarantee you that was an accidental slip up about Brad Holder. And if and conveniently, isn't that the interview that they have visual but no audio?
I believe it is, yeah.
So they get you coming or going, the state does here. They either don't have it or they have it and there's no audio. What good does that do? They're dirty. I'm telling you, they're dirty.
But as you say, I don't believe that it's an SOP that you record an interview in a murder case on your own handheld.
No, but I do believe it's in the it seems to me, because in this document there's 3 different officers involved in this in these interviews of these 11 different people, and all 11 were interviewed by the same investigator, and each interview was downloaded to a DVD, and there's a page showing what was turned over, the summary of the interview in a report and the DVD of the interview of these 11 people. So if that is their policy and that's routine, when they interview a witness, when the interview is over, they collect the video, they download it to a DVD, and they attach it with their report when they submit it. If that is the case, was that done with everybody throughout the first 70 days, and they're making us believe that the only video that there was on the DVR? I mean, is that possible? It's absolutely possible.
Well, I would have thought if you've got the video running, you've got audio.
How do you record on a handheld and not have audio?
Yeah.
This stuff pisses me off. Okay, so let's move on. So we have did a little bit of Jesus criminy. Sorry guys, my mouse is just really fast. Okay, so we have the BG video that starts at 2:13 and 15 seconds. We've got Libby off the bridge, and we've got Abby. She's probably about 20 feet back on the bridge, 30 feet maybe. So if the photo, so we've got, do the math here. You've got the photo of the empty bridge taken at 2:05 and 10 seconds, okay? It took them 2 minutes to get almost, was it about halfway for the 2:07 photo to occur?
Yes, about halfway.
Yeah, 2:07, I think it's 2:07 and 11 seconds. Okay.
Yeah.
2 minutes. Yet it took Abby from if the 2:07 photo is accurate, it took Abby 6 minutes and 38 seconds to get from the 2:07 photo to the 2:13 start of the BG video. So Abby is 5'4", she's 64 inches tall. Heel to heel, she would be taking 2.2 feet a step on a flat grid. And stride would be constrained on the railroad ties and spacing. On the Monon High Bridge, you're likely to take about a 1.6 per step because you're being careful. 568 feet by 1.6 foot, it equals 355 across to the 568 feet span. So cautious walk time, if she was walking cautiously from 2:07 to where the BG video started, it should have taken her 3 minutes and 12 seconds. If she was moving faster and at the 2.2 feet per stride, it would have taken her 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Yet it took her 6 minutes and 38 seconds. What was going on the bridge? Did they encounter, and this goes back to the same questions. Did they encounter, did someone pass them and turn around and follow and interact with them on the bridge? Or did someone come from the south end of the bridge? The girl seen him coming and kind of stood in place like, well, we're fucked at the moment because we're too far to, we could turn around and run back, but maybe we're just going to stand here and let him pass. And then he passes and does a U-turn. But there was time spent on that bridge, 6 minutes and 38 seconds.
Well,
Just keep
you also have to take into account that, let's say we believe those photographs, 205 to 207, it took Abby 2 minutes to get halfway across the bridge. And then it took her 6 minutes to get across the other half, being scared because there was someone behind her. That's the wrong way round, in my view. But a more important thing is Libby. She had got to the south end by 207. She had to take that 207 photograph. So Libby crossed that bridge in 2 minutes.
Yeah. Yep.
So these times, they just don't work.
It doesn't. Quester, I'm sending you something right now. Mother of Dragons, thank you so much.
Yep, they're pretty clear, aren't they?
Yeah. So guys, I'm going to pop this. I wonder when that photo was taken. MOD, do you know when that photo was taken? Aunt Becca says maybe they had already chatted with him during the 13 minutes and deemed him harmless. That's a possibility, but Betsy Blair doesn't say she saw a man anywhere other than on the first platform. So they could, the 13-minute delay occurred prior to Betsy Blair approaching them or as she was approaching. And when they seen her coming, then they maybe started to move. But there's that 13-minute delay. Guys, so, is Radar in the chat? Elisa, I see yours too. Alicia, I see your photos too. Ow. Hold on. It's taking me a second to pull these in here. Does anybody know, I don't know if you've answered me or not, when that photo was taken? The one I'm getting ready to pull up here on the screen? Those look similar to the earrings that Julie described the other night. I just sent them to her. I just sent this photo to her. Does anybody know when this was taken? It looks like Abby's missing her two incisors on each side. Betsy Blair could not have seen further out on the bridge because of the bend off the trail. Yeah. So now we are now at 2:13 and 51 seconds. The BG video starts. The BG video is 43 seconds. We do know that it appears this is accurate because the GPS does, once the video starts, it bounces away and then it comes back to the south end of the bridge. But the accuracy of it is questionable because Michael seems to think that there's GPS location of the phone down the right side hill. Not down the hill, like you hear bridge guys saying, but on the other side. Jude to me says you haven't heard from Radar this morning. Well, I'm going to have to get after her for her not being in here. I need her firebombs. So shortly after the video, during the time that our next group of witnesses move out onto the bridge, which would be Cheyenne and Shelby Duncan. I'm not going into their timelines. It's chaos. We've been over it, I think, 3 or 4 vaults in a row. Daniel Pearson. Eve, I do have what you asked for. I will send that to you. There is information. There is a tip that was called in on the 14th that says Daniel Pearson was standing on the bridge at 2:00. That is who I believe Betsy Blair saw. You've got Shelby Duncan on the bridge. You've got Shelby Hicks on the bridge. And as far as I'm concerned, there's someone else with them. You've got Daniel Pearson on the bridge, and you've got Shelby Hicks on the bridge. Daniel Pearson and Shelby Hicks were there on the first platform before Cheyenne and Shelby Duncan show up. They're there first. But before the 4 of them are there, David McCain is there. According to David McCain's testimony, he parked at the Mears lot, couldn't remember what time, walked to the Monon High Bridge, and was out on the Monon High Bridge for about 30 minutes. Okay, what time's that put him there? Because Cheyenne claims she had a robocall at 2:50. That's what she testified to. She claimed that she showed law enforcement back in 2017 her phone, that she had a phone call at 2:50 as she had just entered off of the Mears intersection, turning left onto the trails heading to the Monon High Bridge, and she passed an older man with a camera. That's David McCain. So back that up from 2:50, the 4 to 5 minute, 6 minute walk to pass Cheyenne and Shelby, and he claims he was out on the bridge for 30 minutes. There is an overabundance amount of people right now that we can look at and say, any one of these people could have merely just been entering the north end of the bridge when all this shit's going on down at the south end of the bridge. They're so far apart that, I'll tell you what, when me and Cherie were out there during the trial, I think I've told this story before. You know where the remodeling of the bridge is done, and the gate that blocks you from completely going across the bridge, where that is. It's roughly right past the first platform. Standing at that gate, okay, Cherie and I watched a man and a woman, a husband and a wife, climb over that railing, walk to the south end of the bridge, and once they got so far, we could not see them. That's how far it is. So again, we don't know who the people in the foreground or the person in the foreground could be, but there's a great possibility it could have been any of these people. But what we do know is there are people on that bridge whose phones were in the geofence. Yet again, there is another unidentified device moving into the crime scene or at the crime scene within 60 to 100 yards within the crime scene at 302 and 327. And we also know that Cheyenne and Shelby not only walked across the bridge but they went down the right side, not the left side, down the hill on the creek side, the other side, went down that hill and went under the bridge to use the bathroom. Sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 at the latest. Again, another phone in the crime scene area.
There's something interesting there as well, Amy. The geofencing wouldn't be this precise unless that phone was just turned on. Normally, a geofence setup registers when a phone enters that fence and when it leaves. It doesn't track it through it. The only other time it would register is if it was turned off or turned on, which is sort of an artificial leaving and coming back.
Right.
So this cast report is saying where it is in relation to the crime scene. That tells me this isn't from the geofence, it's from something else. Yeah?
Maybe.
There's a cast report out there which locates.
So this is just, it's very alarming that we've got all of this going on, and there's supposed to be, if you believe the state, okay, there's supposed to be a murder, and there's an abduction. There's supposed to be stripping of clothes. There's supposed to be 3 people trekking across the creek. And people are out there and they see and they hear nothing. And the people that we know are there, their phones are accounted for. This is an unidentified device in the crime scene. Is it the same device? We don't know. Is it more than one person? We don't know. But this is the last place the girls were seen. On this bridge that is 853 feet and 10 inches long, and it's 6 to 8 inches wide. So we have just made it through everything that I had, I believe. Let me double check. Oh, no, I lied. Sorry. So when I say, and I'm just going to touch on this briefly. When I say that, because we're actually ahead, which I'm happy about, because we're going to do an intermission at 3:30, guys, for about 20 minutes. So I can grab something to eat. Quester, if he needs to take a break, and let me text him, make sure he's got my link that I sent him. Chris Todd's coming on. So when I say that I believe that there was somebody else with Cheyenne, other than Shelby Duncan, it's based off her photos that she posted. And not only what was said back in 2017 by those who were communicating with her, including her aunt, who is, you see on the screen, there's a screenshot. Her aunt is Tanya Lynn. But there's Cheyenne wearing a pair of jeans with those smoky brown grayish colored boots, okay? With, it looks like chrome shoestring buckles. Then next to her is someone wearing gray tennis shoes with black shoestrings, and they're carrying a big stick. A lot of people describe this as looking like a katana sword. You're welcome, Eve. This was the first photo. This photo down here is a photograph of supposedly Shelby Duncan. Now, we have Cheryl Loeffler is someone else that Cheyenne had told people that she was with that day. And they're connected based off their children. Cheyenne had a child with Chase Ingalls and was married to Chase Ingalls at the time of this. Cheryl Loeffler has a child with Chase Ingalls' brother, Jack. When Cheyenne was on the stand, she testified that in 2023, law enforcement showed up at her house with this picture of Shelby Duncan crossing the bridge. Cheyenne said she took that photo, and law enforcement asked her, "Is this Cheryl Loeffler?" And she said, "No, it's Shelby Duncan." Where would law enforcement get Cheryl's name? I only knew of Cheryl's name because of the internet Facebook talk and what Tina Rodell said and what others were saying and what Cheryl Loeffler's aunt confirmed. But look at Shelby Duncan's shoes. They're all white. They're not gray with white stripes with the white plastic sole, and they don't have black laces. So if these photos are at that time period and Cheyenne's taking these photos, there's 3 pairs of shoes here. So why is a third person being left out of the story?
Well, you know my position. I believe there's a fourth person.
Mm-hmm. And I get it, guys. 500 people could not have committed this crime. But we have a very large amount of people who don't tell the truth for a reason.
One thing is certain, there are a colossal amount of lies going on.
A lot. Yes. Let me see here what's next. So I don't know, does anybody have any questions or anything before we got about 20 minutes before we do intermission? Yes, Beasley, she did. Tina Rodell said it was Cheyenne and Cheryl on the bridge. And, you know, I don't, at this point, I really, you know, I have no shame in my game because someone's going to have to start telling the damn truth. And if people don't want to speak, you know, that's it. Why don't they want to speak? Are they involved with people that they have a reason to feel threatened by? And now here's the conundrum. So this is supposed to be Shelby Duncan. On the bridge. Right? Hold on. So if that is Shelby Duncan, I mean, can we be 100% sure? Because this is Cheryl Loeffler. And I don't know why isn't, hold on a second. I might have to screenshot it because at the bottom of it's getting cut off when I pull it in that way. But this is a Facebook photo and her name is on the photo. Not making that up. Cheryl Loeffler, who has a child by Cheyenne's husband's brother. Cheyenne stated on the stand they were related. They're not related by marriage. They're related because they have kids with their dads or brothers. I mean, I think a lot of people are, I mean, I'm mad that Daniel Pearson wasn't called to testify. I'm mad that shortly, Daniel Pearson was on the phone on the 14th before the girls being found even hit the airwaves to start steering the narrative. Shelby Hicks and Daniel's versions are already in major question. Major questions. And so you only had Shelby Hicks testify and you only had Cheyenne testify. So in all actuality, we really can only take, their trial testimony as a fact because that's what they said, unless you can find proof that they're lying. Well, this photo right here proves that Cheyenne was not just with Shelby Duncan. Or is this Shelby Duncan or is it Cheryl? There's 3 people in this photo. And when you read the testimony from Hicks and Cheyenne, they only say hello. Shelby Hicks and Daniel Pearson are on the first platform, and Cheyenne and Shelby Duncan say hello, and they walk past them, and they start heading to the south end of the bridge. When they came back, Hicks and Daniel were gone.
Didn't Shelby say that she walked over the bridge as well?
There is a document that I still have to track down who the author is. It is a document that was entered at trial, and it does say that Daniel and Shelby Hicks also crossed the bridge, which neither one of them in their deposition or their interviews with law enforcement or at trial, Hicks, who testified, neither one of them said they crossed the bridge.
Awful lot of people standing at the south end, wasn't there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Daniel. Well, and even Andrew Baldwin at trial said in his opening statement that the jury was going to hear from Daniel Pearson. I don't know what happened and why they didn't call him. And yes, who is that? Bomb.com, Faith Inman. Look up here.
Yep.
I'm glad you brought that up. Was that who you were talking about, Quester?
Number 4, yeah.
Yes. Number 2, right here, the 4th person.
Yes.
There's a name here. Faith Inman. There is a real Faith Inman. Somebody had tried to like blow that off as that it was some sort of like an acronym or a saying like Faith in Men or Faith in Man. To me, that would be 3 words, Faith in Man, not Faith Inman. So was there a 4th person with them? And again, go back to our vault episode titled Welcome to Monticello. All of these people are from Monticello. All these people are adults who have jobs. And I'm not saying they can't have a day off work, but it's odd that they're all congregating on this bridge within this window of time, all from the same place.
All took the same day off. Yeah.
Right. And none of their stories that have stayed the same. I mean, literally Cheyenne, I have Cheyenne. Let me see if I've got that since we have extra time. Okay, so here's another one. So Cheyenne went to, Cheyenne testified that her and Shelby Duncan went to France Park first on Monday the 13th. And then decided from France Park they were going to go to the High Bridge. Shelby Duncan and Cheyenne both said they were in Cheyenne's purple 300. There's eyewitnesses that car was parked at Mears. But here, Cheyenne says, if the girl's last snap was at 2:07, my friend showed up around 2:30, while I showed up around 2:45, 2:50. Well, who's your friend that showed up before you if your friend who was with you at France Park rode with you in your purple 300? Who is the friend that showed up before you? That is a question that needs to be answered. And when you have this many people out there on the bridge, why were they not all called to testify? Why? I mean, I don't have really a lot of documentation about Shelby Duncan other than a statement where she said that she arrived in Cheyenne's purple 300. Well, this right here says somebody else met them there. And then you've got Shelby Hicks, who said her and Daniel arrived in her white Impala with paper plates. Daniel, in his police interviews, state that he parked his white truck at the police station. That's clear on the other side. That's clear at the other end of downtown Delphi. That's not in walking distance, right? So they arrive in Shelby Hicks's white Impala. But Shelby slips on the stand at trial and no one caught it. She said, we left, we drove around Camden, we drove through Amish country, and then he dropped me off at my car. Well, that means we weren't in Shelby Hicks's car, doesn't it? You would have been in Daniel's car. So, I mean, I'm not always 100% right. I've been over this material 1,000 times, and that's why I can pop it off my tongue, dates and times. It's just embedded. And I would love to be able to put a certain group of people out of the equation, but I can't. That should have been done at trial. These people should have been identified at trial. These questions should have been asked at trial. But, you know, if a defense team didn't have to deal with being kicked off of a case, trying to get a Franks motion hearing scheduled, writing a 135-page book worth of an investigation that the state did for years, if they didn't have to write briefs and go, you know, and hire attorneys and go in front of the Indiana Supreme Court, they might have been able to focus a little bit stronger on their defendant and the case at hand. I believe that was done intentional. All of the chaos going on behind the scenes was done intentionally to keep them on their back foot. So it is just about, well, what did I say, 2:30? It's 2:30. We have an hour, Quester, before intermission.
Good grief.
Yeah, we are. I am way ahead. Let me make sure I don't have anything else loaded in here. I had so much in this. Let me see. Well, let me remove that. Okay, I know what we can do. Hold on. We have time. We have time. I've got plenty more. Let's get at it. We have about another hour. Yes.
I'm gonna have to drop off for about 5-10 minutes.
You're fine.
Okay.
Yep, you're fine. I'll see you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
All right, bye-bye. Make sure he's muted. Okay. Okay, so what we're going to get into now is we're going to start the search after the girls went missing. So we just went over the people who were on the trails. If you guys want more in-depth info, you have to go back to Welcome to Monticello and all of the stuff that we did on the Daniel Pearson and the Duncan group. Eve, because you asked, I'm going to go ahead and pull this up for you so you can screenshot it. This is the information that reportedly came from Matt Hoffman regarding Daniel Pearson. Let me find it. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. I just saw it when I was in here pulling stuff out. Darn it. You know what? I think it's in my other folder here, probably. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. It's coming. It's down in here somewhere. It's one of the, I don't think it's in a folder, but it's not labeled, so I have to scroll. Oh, let me pop that up just really quick. Here's another one. After I got out of my car and I was already walking towards the bridge, I had a missed phone call from a telephone marketer around 2:50. I posted the pictures of the bridge after I left before the girls were considered missing. That means the timestamps on the photos, are they inaccurate? The 3:49, is the 3:49 after they left? Just a question. Hang on, guys. I'm gonna pull this Daniel Pearson thing. It's worth the wait. Okay, here's one. Hey, Scotland. Here's one. This is an actual interview. Hicks, this is about Daniel Pearson and Shelby Hicks. Hicks said that she and Pearson got to the High Bridge entrance at about 2:30. And that she parked her car near the main entrance to the trail. Hicks said that she remembered seeing a dark brown similar car parked there and also a light colored longer vehicle parked at the High Bridge trailhead. Hicks said that she and Pearson walked over the new Heartland Bridge first. That means they walked out towards Freedom Bridge first, and then walked into the woods. After walking through the woods, Hicks said that she and Pearson walked the trail to the High Bridge. Hicks said that she remembered seeing an older white man taking pictures towards them. Hicks said that the white male was about 80 to 90 years old. I'm assuming she's talking about David McCain. And had white hair and a big circle-shaped pointy hat that was black-like in color. Sorry, I had to get so close because it's such small print. Hicks said that she thought the man had light-colored clothes and that he was walking slow and had a small camera that he was taking pictures with. Hicks said that she and Pearson walked right by the man and that she and Pearson sat down along the High Bridge for about 20 minutes. Hicks said that she saw two of her friends named Cheyenne Ingalls and Shelby Duncan at the High Bridge and that she exchanged words with them. Hicks said that the two girls were friends of hers, but Pearson did not know them. Hicks said that she and Pearson crossed the High Bridge and were there for about 15 minutes. In this interview, Shelby Hicks is saying they crossed the High Bridge. It's not what she testified to at trial. And there's literally about 10 documents where they say something different every single time. They stayed there for about 15 minutes and then left. Hicks said that she and Pearson left. She remembered seeing, and she remembered seeing a light colored longer vehicle and a dark colored shorter vehicle at the parking lot at the High Bridge. Hicks said that she and Pearson got into her car and that the two of them drove around Amish country and Flora and stopped at a gas station and bought an energy drink. Hicks said that when they were finished driving around, she dropped Pearson off at his truck at about 5 o'clock in Delphi, and that she drove to a friend's house. Hold on. She drove to a friend's house named Rebecca something and stayed there until about 2200 hours, and she went back home. I talked to Detective Greg Edwards, and he advised that he was going to follow up with Cheyenne and Shelby Duncan since they could potentially be witnesses, since they were also on the High Bridge at near the time of the incident. So in this, she claims that she took Daniel back to his truck. But at trial, she said Daniel dropped her off at her car. So note to self, again, I need to find a witness. There's multiple who said they saw a white vehicle with paper plates parked on 300 at Mears. What time that was? So there's that one. Where is it? Oh, can we remove that one? Okay, let me pull up the other Daniel Pearson one. I've seen this damn thing 10 times today. Of course, when I need it. Again, I apologize, guys. Where are you? Sorry, guys. Sorry. Let me see. Okay, I know where I can get it. Quick, I just remembered where it's at in my email. There it is. Got it. So this was on Facebook a long time ago. No, not I misspoke. This was sent to me in regards to Matt Hoffman. This is one from that was relayed by Matt Hoffman. MOD, did I see Big J's? No, I did not. Where is it? Hey, Big J. Hey, Tatum. Is that who I think it is? Oh, no, Eve, you're fine. I'm ahead. We're ahead. I got time. So I'm going to pull this up. So, and I'll read it to you. It says, many people wonder about this sketch still. I will explain it once and for all. The sketch you see below took 5 months to create and was released July 17th. The sketch was made with the input of 2 witnesses and Libby's video. The 2 witnesses are the 16-year-old girl who saw the killer, talking about Rayleigh, on his approach near Freedom Bridge and in his disguise. The other witness is me, Daniel Pearson. As you can see by the quotes below, I was close enough to even see his eye color, but remember the girl I was with? She saw nothing. So ignore Shelby Hicks. She doesn't know what she's talking about, is what he's saying. So police didn't really question her. Remember Cheyenne and her friend? They said they were there too, but didn't see this guy either. Only me. So they didn't get questioned too hard either. Out of the 4 people, the 4 unreliable witnesses who say they were there at the time, I'm the only one who saw the bridge guy. So I'm the only one who can help with the sketch. There's really no need to question my alibi witness too hard. They saw nothing, plus they're scared. The only thing they're good for is my alibi. Now, why would I come forward if I'm the killer? Is it because I know I passed that 16-year-old girl? Is it because I saw McCain up on the bridge after Libby yelled and maybe he saw me? Did I find out about the other sketch the police had? The one made with the help of Brad? So yeah, go ahead. You guys can screenshot that. And if anybody can track down where it came from, I was told that it was information that came, well, Daniel, it came with the information. This came to me. Have you or anyone ever reached out to DP? No, I have not reached out to DP, and I don't think that DP will talk to anybody. This came to me with the information that Matt Hoffman had shared, that there was an argument at the Mears lot and a screaming match between Abby and Libby. And that kind of lines up, well, I mean, it doesn't line up, but there was a clump of hair found at the north end of the bridge by the barrier. And it was called in, an officer went out. The witness who found it put a styrofoam cup over it as a place marker. The officer went out and collected it, and we never heard about it again. Was there a cat fight? I don't know. Why would there be, who is somebody pulling out a clump of hair at the north end of the bridge? I mean, what's going on? Bomb.com. I don't disagree with that there's at least one female involved. So let me move this along here. I'm sure you guys have had the moment to screenshot that. So now let's go over, and this is the CAD report, the actual police transmissions on the night of the 13th. And Fig Fairy says, and somehow RA helping one of the families print photos at his job was evidence he inserted himself into the investigation. Right. So here's the CAD report from the night of the 13th, okay? And we'll read through this, and then you guys can compare it to what we know now and the timing. So this is Mike Patty calling in to report Abby and Libby missing. So the call received advised that the 13-year-old Liberty German is missing. They dropped her off at the trails by the bridge off 300 North. She is short with blonde hair. She's not short. She's 5'4". I wouldn't consider that short for a 14-year-old. And they advised to drop her off with her friend, Abby. They do not know her last name, but they have been trying to contact her parents as well. Advised they dropped her off at 1 p.m. Now, this is the day of. At this point in time, we know Abby and Libby consider each other best friends. We know that Abby went on a whole family vacation to Florida with Libby, and they don't know her last name. And we also know that Anna and Becky had never met or really spoke. And Anna didn't even have Becky's phone number saved in her phone. Mike Patty advised that he's at Freedom Bridge, and Samuel Milroy and UTL at this time sent text to Liberty's phone. He's now at Freedom Bridge, out on foot walking the trails. What children were wearing in Abby's information, they advised, spoke to grandfather who was legal guardian, Mike Patty, negative findings on the east side of the trails. They're out at the High Bridge now. CP caller called back and advised what the girls were wearing. Liberty was wearing light gray sweats with a tie-dye t-shirt, unknown if wearing a sweatshirt. Well, this is, when does it start? This call starts at 5:15 p.m. Wasn't Kelsey already back at the bridge with Cody searching? Didn't Kelsey know that she was wearing a sweatshirt? See, it's, things get screwed up. And Abby wasn't wearing gray sweats. She was wearing a pair of jeans. Unknown if she was wearing a sweatshirt. Abby was wearing blue jeans with a light gray sweatshirt with a burgundy shirt under. Both girls have long blonde hair. Well, Abby's not a blonde. Abby is what I call it. She's a auburn color, more of a brunette reddish hair, not blonde. He advised, so 10-8 advised he would advise D4 when he becomes 1041, which I'm assuming advise when that's probably signaling I'll advise you when I'm clear and you can send me on that. 3 hours ago, a photo was posted on Snapchat by Highbridge. So that's roughly 2 o'clock. Advised no status checks needed. By 6:12, they've already got AT&T pinging the phone, and it hits on the Wells Tower. There's only one cell phone tower in Delphi, and it's on Wells Street. No one advised at the residence knew where the girls would be. Attempted to contact Kelsey German at work at the Dairy Queen. Boss advised that she had left. So Kelsey, that right there, that is something that I've missed in the past. That confirms that Kelsey did go to work and she was called away from work. Advised, check along the trails on the private property. We'll be out checking the area under the High Bridge. So that's at 7. No, that's at 6:16. Somebody's already out under the bridge. 2 juveniles were just seen at the old middle school gym. Remember, somebody reported seeing them at the middle school gym, and then someone went there and checked, and they advised that they weren't there. So this is the start of the evening of the 13th. Now, there was an individual. Back it up. At the same time, at 5:49 p.m., another or the same, the way this is written, I don't know. Furthermore, the map shows that the other 2 phones, remember there were phones out there early. There was one at 12:39, and then there was the unidentified phone at 3 something, and then 3:30 something. It says the persons carrying those phones were in and around the crime scene between 12:39 and 5:49. So we've got either 1 phone, 2 phones, or 3 phones. We don't know which, that are all within the crime scene between 12:39 and 5:49. Well, guess who is at home at 5:49? Rick Allen. Then we have Mike, this is a text thread between Mike and I. I contacted Mike about 2 years ago. He's the man who was called out there on the trails to bring his drone. And let me see this. We're going to go over this one first. Yes, guys, please hit the like and the share. I got talking. Let me text him really fast. So this was somebody else who communicated with Mike a long time ago. Wait a minute. That's the wrong one. Okay, shit. Okay, we'll just go back over mine. So I reached out and I said, Mike, do you still have the drone footage from when the Delphi girls were being searched for? He said, never recorded it, was in a hurry to search and forgot to turn record on. And forgot to turn the recorder on. I said, do you think if the girls were out there, your drone would have seen them? This was a drone that had that night vision, or the heat sensor capacity. I said, sorry for bothering you. I was told it was recorded and Ellie never got a copy. I was told that. He said, I did not see the girls. So not sure on the girls out there, but saw deer and people in the creek looking. No recording. Just built the drone and was going to test it that night, but got a call from police, so was not used to flying it. And was not sure how to turn on the recording. So what we do know, and we went over this before, I just forgot to put it in here. Sorry, guys. It's very hard to put something like this all together and keep it organized. Yeah, Fig Fairy, you're right. He's snoozing on his couch when his wife gets home. Amy, if you need a break, please take one. You had surgery less than a week ago. Young lady, take care of yourself. Thank you. I love you. And I'm going to here shortly. I might take a 45-minute break instead of just a 30. I hear Mike's home from work and I'm actually starving. So I might run up the street and grab something. I don't know. I so love you guys. Thanks for looking out for me. So what we do know about Mike is that he was brought in near where one of the missing girls lived. So that right there tells you that it's on the road that Abby's mom lives on, because Libby lives way out on 500 North. Then he said, I have the screenshot of the conversation. I just forgot to add it. I hate not showing proof, but I'm not going to waste time to go look for it. But it is in the vault. So he said he was brought in near where one of the girls lived, which I'm assuming that would be coming into the private drive, heading towards Weber's, and that he pulled around and he parked and launched the drone, I believe, off the back of his truck. Then he went up higher to operate the drone, which tells me he was on the private drive and then went up towards the bridge, right? So then you get to Pat Brown's testimony. We get to Pat Brown's testimony, and Pat Brown said that he knocked on Ron Logan's door at approximately 6:30 to ask him if he could search his property. And Ron said yes. Now remember, Ron Logan had the receipt from the fish store in Lafayette that I believe was at 5:21 or 5:27. And it took him about 25 minutes or so to get home. So Ron Logan would have been home roughly around 6 o'clock. He wouldn't, and again, Ron Logan is checking out of the fish store in Lafayette slightly before 5:30. We've got this unidentified phone in the crime scene at 5:39. So Pat Brown says that he searched around on Ron Logan's property. He drove west on 300 and he parked in the cemetery. This is his trial testimony. He came down the back of the cemetery. Now, there's two corners to the back of the cemetery. We don't know which way that Pat Brown came down, but we know what his testimony said. So if he came down from the back corner of the cemetery where the red line is, he would have walked right down here to the crime scene. And he said he came down, and lo and behold, he saw them launching a drone. That puts him dead smack here, where the crime scene, where the girls were found. But he could have went down the other corner off the back of the cemetery, came down, hit that pathway, walked around, and popped out right here at the north end of the bridge. But where would the drone have been launched if the drone driver, if the driver of the drone brought the drone in near one of the girls who was missing's house? And backed up, he said he backed up and parked and then went up higher. You can't get a car on the bridge at the north end of the bridge because of the barrier. So being realistic, how far down did Pat Brown walk? At around 6:30. There's another indication that the girls weren't there. Okay, so this right here, it's really, we've gone over this before. So here's the AT&T report that AT&T provided. It was an exhibit. And what Quester did was Quester went through, so you see these little gold text boxes here. So each one of these boxes represent a location. So all of these longitude and latitudes at the very top here in this first box are all the same. So they're pinging the phone, and it's returning same longitude and latitude. Then you've got this location that pops up, which Quester labeled number 2. Quester, your avatar's missing. Then you have a third one. Oh, there you go. Then you've got a third one, and then you got a fourth one. In the next box, it repeats the same longitude and latitude that came up here at number 2, and so on and so forth. So what Quester did was he mapped, there's 6 locations in total that this AT&T report shows different locations multiple times, but it's only 6 different locations. So he mapped those. Wait a second here. And this is the map. If you want to screenshot it, you can. If you want to screenshot the AT&T report, go right ahead. You can do it for yourself. And this shows you where each location was. Location number 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, and 6. Okay. And several of these locations are impossible to travel in the short amount of time that a couple of these locations bombed. But all of these locations are with 1.5 miles of each other. And I believe it is location. Which location is it at Patrick Westfall's house? Quester, is it number 3?
That would be about 3.
Okay. And one of these longitudes and latitudes do put it in the backyard of Patrick Westfall's house. Steve Curry said, then Ron told who, Pat Brown, to keep people off his property because he needed to go back to the crime scene and stage it. Huh? You're saying that Ron Logan told Pat Brown that? Well, somebody's at the crime scene while Ron Logan is in Lafayette. Oh, Mother of Dragons, I would love to have it. That man told a big old story. What was the story, MOD? I remember seeing that drone footage long ago. I am sure it is gone now. Jesus. Hey, litigation examiner. Yeah, there's a lot of things that just went poof. Steve, are you a local? Were you being sarcastic? Because I can't imagine that you're not a local. Okay. So that's where these longitudes and latitudes take you. And then later in the night, if you remember, later in the night, you guys all remember the searchers, and Eric Williams, who was one of them, did multiple interviews and remember him describing, they followed the train tracks, and it brought them all the way through to the south end of the bridge. And then people tried, I think it was firefighters or law enforcement or somebody out there on the south end of the bridge tried to stop them from crossing the bridge. And he said, you're not going to stop me from crossing. I guess they were saying because it was dark and it was dangerous that he couldn't cross the bridge. But he did anyway. And then he said he crossed to the north end and he turned right and he had a flashlight and he walked all the way around the creek's edge, all the way to roughly here. And he was stopped and told to go back. Again, another person who could have been walking right through the crime scene. Let me see. Where's my little scroller? And then later on in that night, this is after midnight, so it's the early morning hours of the 14th. You've got Taya Miller, who was interviewed by a news channel in Carroll County. She was out there all night with her friend searching. She said in the early morning hours of February 14th, 2017, a searcher by the name of Taya Miller was with a friend out on the trails and claimed to have heard screams coming from the other side of the bridge at 2 a.m. She said she called the sheriff's office to report the screams. She said she was told the officers were too busy and to call back if they heard anything else. Taya is the daughter of convicted murderer. They had to throw that in there, didn't they? Convicted murderer Jennifer Barnesdean and sister to Thomas Miller, who both Jennifer and Thomas worked for Anthony Greeno. Jennifer did not say who she was with at the trails that morning. So we have all of these accounts. Critical thinker, I want to get my nails done. You're so lucky you're going on vacation. I just came back, but I want to go on another one. So that's at 2 a.m., sometime after 2 a.m. And
of course, before that, sometime around, I don't know, there were a couple of two Logansport women who also turned away by Michael Capitanio, weren't there?
Yes. Well, that was the morning of the 14th. So they were absolutely turning people away on the morning of the 14th. They were not letting people over near High Bridge. Hold on, I'm going to show you. right on time. Posted on the Carroll County scanner page approximately 30 minutes ago. I think they are meeting at 2 p.m. asking people to dress warm. Here is the post. Right now, an organized search party is being put together at the Delphi Fire Station for the 2 missing girls in Carroll County. Officials want people to stay away from High Bridge, where the girls were last seen. Dogs are coming in from Illinois. That is a lie. The dogs had been called in from Missouri, and they want to have them search that area first prior to anyone else. They are also getting ready to search the water. If you want to help, go to the fire station. Again, please do not go to the High Bridge where they were seen last to not mess up the official search. That to me is the most bizarre statement ever. Bizarre. Hold on. Well, we know February 13th, the intent search happened. On the night of the 13th, when the search was called off, Tobe Lesenby gave a public statement, and I have it and I've played it, where he was asked if he has any regrets about how he conducted that investigation. And he said one of the biggest regrets he had was canceling the dogs. Yet, Indiana has their own search and rescue, which could have been called in. Why would he be having dogs coming from Missouri? And the dogs could have been used to track a scent from the south end of the bridge. I mean, at least they could have tracked them to the water. If that's where they went, that's where they want us to believe they went. I don't believe that they were taking this search and these missing girls serious on the night of the 13th. They thought that they were out gallivanting around doing their own thing. That's why they called the search off so early at night. That's just my opinion.
Well, your opinion is backed up by what Leesenby said to the press, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah, he said he thought Abby and Libby are likely with a friend. He said that in the press with WLFI at 1 minute to 1 in the morning. And he said that based on family information, there's no present reason to suspect foul play or to believe the girls are in immediate danger. Said that 1 in the morning on the 14th.
And I think earlier in the night, people, I think law enforcement were suggesting that they might have gone to the movies, or they were, there was another interview that Tobe Lesenby gave at one point where he said that they had been known to go off and missing for hours before, something to that effect.
Yeah, that's what he did. Yeah.
I just don't believe, I don't believe they were taking the search that serious. And I don't believe that dogs were called in on the morning of the 14th. And why would they, and they weren't ever called in from Illinois. They were called in from Missouri. Let me check this here really quick. Yeah, Delphi is Eastern Standard Time. Which part are you talking about, Examiner? Yeah, I think that Steve was being sarcastic. I've never heard Pat Brown say that Ron said, keep people off my property. In fact, Ron even said on the morning of the 14th, 2 girls knocked on his door, 2 young girls, and asked, could they search his property? Yeah, we don't have a time of death. We just don't. So, well, guys, that is all that we are now at the end of this presentation. When I come back, what time is it? 3:10. I'm going to take about 45 minutes. So, Quester, we're going to have about a 45 minutes break. Chris just texted me and said he will be here at 4. So everybody take a quick break. And I will see you back here. I'll probably be back in this chair about 5 till 4. Okay. So I'm just going to leave the stream up. Quester, I'll see you in a few. Guys, get something to eat because we might be here for a couple
Just
more
a quick
hours.
thing, Amy. Steve just said he wasn't being sarcastic.
Well, then well, where did that information come from?
Yeah, that's a pretty big bit, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Would like to know the source.
She said. I don't see any as many location target number, please caution. Data and source varies, which may location results to be the less exact. I don't see anything that says Central Time or Eastern Standard Time. It's just military time and longitudes and latitudes. Oh, I do see it right there. Central. Okay, so whoever pinged the phone at 6 o'clock wasn't I don't know who that was, but AT&T's report starts at 9:33 at night. So if that's, what is, I can't see that. Is it CST or CMT? I'm going to have to print this or look at it outside of StreamYard because I can't, but you might be right. But then you would just back it up, right? You would back it up for Central Standard Time. And on top of these pings and these longitudes and latitudes, Libby's Find My iPhone was enabled. Hey, Fiend. Okay, we're going to take a break and I'll be back here about 5 till 4. Okay, guys? Bye, you guys. I'm leaving the stream up. So 5 till 4. All right.
See you in a little while then. Bye.
Okay. Bye. I'm back. Everybody stay around. I don't know if Quester's back yet. I've got Chris backstage. Let's get some people extra time to get in here. Let me see. All right, Chris, you ready to come on? Okay. Hola.
Howdy.
How are you?
Good. How's it going?
Good. It's been a long day.
Yeah, I'm sure you're having quite a week.
Yeah, we just went on like a 45-minute break, and
Okay.
I, against my better judgment, ran to McDonald's. I didn't. So, I haven't drank a Coke in forever, and it just tastes so good.
Okay. There you go.
I'm gonna let the chat, because everybody knew that we were intermission, so everybody's coming back in.
Good.
So if you don't mind, let me explain it to the chat. So we finished off when we broke with the search on the 12th, and tomorrow morning we're going to pick up with the search on the morning. I'm sorry, not the search on the 12th, the search on the night of the 13th through the early morning hours. Tomorrow we will pick up on the search and the discovery of the bodies on the 14th. But tonight we are getting into our first third-party suspect, which is Ron Logan. And I think Chris and I can agree to disagree. He's definitely.
There you go, Ronnie. There you go, Ronnie, you piece of crap.
He is that. But we know that Chris is hell-bent that it's Ron.
Hell-bent.
I'm not so convinced, or I'm not so convinced that Ron did it alone.
Sure.
I think he would need help. So I'm going to start off playing a video, and then we're going to look at the transfer station video. We're going to go over the police report that you sent me.
Yep.
And some other timeline stuff, and then we're just going to hash it out. Does that work?
Yeah, for sure.
How long do you got?
Are we showing the crime scene photos today?
No. No, I'm not going to do that.
Someday.
Yeah, you've never been to Delphi?
No. I'll get lynched out there.
No, well, not if they don't see you coming.
Well, I hear like if you show up to Logan's property, you get followed like within minutes. Like black vehicles, SUVs, like through town. I have multiple people tell me that.
That's happened in the past. But I've never, we're not out there being ridiculous either. And I don't even know who lives at that property right now. I think it's still
I think
owned.
he sold it. I think they sold it.
I don't think they sold it. I think he rents it out maybe.
Oh, okay. Ryan, Logan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we're going to talk about David Nolf today. We're going to talk about him, David Nolf.
Who's David Nolf?
In the police report, when you pull that up, that's David Nolf.
Okay, good. Because I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, you will be.
Is Quester back?
I'm
Quester,
back.
You're back. Hey, Quester.
I am. Hiya. Hi, Chris. How are you?
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Not so bad, you?
Pretty good. It's hot here. Hot in California right now.
Oh, tell me about it. It's hot here as well. Probably not as hot as in California.
I just went outside for the first time all day, and it's pretty smoking here. It's not real sunny, but it's real humid. Oh, all right. So let's get into this, guys. Guys, like and share the screen. Let people know that we're live. We're still waiting on maybe 50, 60 people to pop back in here. But we've been at this since 11 o'clock this morning, so they're probably tired.
It's all good. People get tired, but this will live forever once we get this going. So don't worry about too much of the live people.
Here we go.
Quickie, Amy. Who is this No character? N-O-E.
Noe?
Noe.
Who Who's that?
I'll tell you about that off camera. I'll tell you. I'll
Okay.
explain.
Oh, let's talk about
It's a long story.
Noe.
No, I'm not bringing up Noe. Noe was in my chat the other night when Julie was on.
He still got his angels. He brought the angels out there to the crime scene.
Yeah, I think there's. I don't know if they're still out there because I didn't see him when I was there.
How about when him and Rick Snay were gonna throw blows? That was a good one.
Yeah, I'll need to send you the link. They were just on America Betrayed the other night. I guess.
Oh, really?
Going at it. Yeah,
I gotta see that. Send that to me. I need to see that.
Okay. Yeah, they were on a live stream talking back and forth. So I didn't. Nice. I haven't watched it yet.
Nice.
All right, so let's pull up this video and listen to what Ron Logan had to say back in 2017. If I can get my camera to go off here. Oh, it's 2019, not 17. My fault.
Hi.
Oh, yeah.
Are you Ron? Hi, Ron. We're from Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Yeah.
We've been researching the Delphi case.
Yeah.
I bet you have a lot of people come through here.
Most of them never stop.
They don't?
Been the relative, but almost never stop. So what have you found out? Anything?
It's a tough one.
Huh?
It's a tough one.
They screwed it up so bad that I don't think their bill's strong.
What do you think they screwed up?
Huh? Their investigation.
What'd they do?
Concentrated on people who didn't do anything too much.
That's what you think?
I know it's what happened. They were going to pin it on me.
But you weren't home that day.
They didn't find out. They didn't care. Don't understand. Nobody knew that till later. They didn't care. We need to solve this, and you're it.
And you were in the hot seat.
I was in the hot seat. And when they found out there was just too much against them, then another, they gave up. But they spent all that time pissing around on a drive without a driver's license and all that shit when they should have been looking for murder.
Right. Yeah, you just had...
They were wasting all that money, millions of dollars.
You went to the dump site that day. You went to the dump site.
What the Lafayette? I said Lafayette, what was going on?
Right.
Crazy.
Oh, you're getting wet, aren't you?
No. I got a faucet problem.
Uh-oh.
My pressure tank went out. I just replaced it a little bit ago. I got a brand new mowing faucet. Brand new, $100 and some. It's all plugged up with crap from the dirty water, rusty water.
Oh.
Some of the plumbing in this house is...
Well, there's some beautiful homes along here.
Yeah, I need you.
This whole area is beautiful.
You're from Fort Wayne, huh?
Yeah, we walked the trails a little bit.
Yeah?
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's absolutely beautiful. It's a shame what happened.
I'm not surprised. I thought this would happen.
What?
Not the murders, but when they put those trails in the middle of nowhere, I said, you're going to have all kinds of drug problems and all kinds of crap from this. This will draw every deviant in the world to it.
I mean, we walked it a little bit. I was a little scared, because it was just us two.
Whoever did it long gone. They're not going to do it again. Not here, anyway.
Do you think they're from here?
Oh, it was part of some kind of family for a long time.
Did you really? Really? Why did you think that?
Because it's too damn close. They can't see the forest from the trees.
Right.
Looking right at them, but can't. The person who done that could have been on the search team to look for them when they were missing.
Right.
I mean, they had people out here in my woods that night that they were looking for all over that place. Didn't find them. Now, why did they find them then?
Yeah, I find that surprising too.
And if that is a crime, you would hundreds of people in my woods and walking up down the creek, tromping all over everything. What are you gonna find?
Right.
Destroyed.
Nothing.
Who found them?
Huh?
Who found them?
Neighbor over here, Pat Brown.
Is a she or he? Pat?
Yeah, Patrick.
Was he on the volunteer fire?
No, he's a neighbor.
Yeah.
Looking for him.
And he found them.
There was some other woman with him. Supposedly some people on the other side could look on my side of the creek and they saw clothing. So they called up and said, hey, there's some clothing down there, go check it out. So he went down over the hill and he saw them immediately. So, and they're right out in the open. I don't understand why they didn't find them the night before. Why did it take them?
Do you think they were there the night before?
Well, according to all the law investigators, they were. No one thinks it's a dump site.
Yeah. Pretty close session.
I have no idea. It's the craziest.
Now, can you walk back there or no? Can you get back to where it happened?
It's not real easy, no.
Oh.
No, that's why it's such an odd. Okay, this where the bodies were is about 80 feet below where we're standing, and that side over there it goes down into a big valley and a big. Now Deer Creek's way below us here.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
That's a big drop. Yeah.
No, you would have to. I don't know how you get there unless you make them walk there. How you gonna get them there?
Right.
I don't know. How do you make two 14-year-old girls do something they don't want to do?
You know what? I was a teacher for 10 years. I don't know. Somebody in authority that they'd have to listen to.
Listen to somebody in the family.
Or family, someone they knew. Or authority. Yeah.
No, I don't know. It's pretty crazy. Now, what messed them up, what brought all the public down on them, I mean, they really crapped in their white hat, is when they completely turned 180 degrees down. 2 years later, they're not looking for an old guy like me. They're looking for a young cop.
Right.
Now, wait a minute. You're going to just look at me and say, oh, sorry, Ron. Sorry, Ron, for all the shit we did and pulled on you and all the false reports we made. Send you to prison for not driving without a driver's license. Who goes to prison for that?
How long were you there?
I got sentenced for 4 years and had to do 2.
You were in prison for 2 years?
The people raised so much hell they came and let me out, come home for house arrest last year.
Wow.
$500 a month.
To be on house arrest?
It's all money. All your justice is pure money. That's all it is. You got the money, you get the honey. You don't, you go to prison.
Wow, Ron. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm lost about everything. Completely. People came out here and stole shit because they knew I was gone.
Oh, you're kidding.
By myself. Yeah, well, yeah, they cleaned my garage out. Lost all my stuff.
So you got put in prison for 2 years. You lost your stuff. How long have you been out? I mean, you've been on house arrest about a year?
Completely over with everything February.
Oh, that's good.
February, but I've been home. I got home a year ago, January.
On house arrest.
House arrest. So I did a year and
So are you done now with them?
I'm totally done. I'm a free man as far as that goes. But there's all kinds of people, big time people looking into this.
Oh, I'm sure.
Bad that,
Well, they got the money out there now, too.
I'm talking about they call them investigating reporters.
Yeah, like Nancy Grace and that.
ACLU.
Right? We're not. Yeah. We're not. We're just two middle-aged women from Fort Wayne, Indiana.
I'm just an old man that got the hell beat out of me.
It sounds like it. Yeah.
18 hours in a locked
For what, a DUI?
Yeah. Solitary confinement in a concrete cell with no bedding, no bed, no clothes, and maybe staying there naked.
Oh, Ron.
No food.
Did you have an attorney?
Yeah, my attorney didn't know where the hell I was. He ain't worth a shit either. If I had a good attorney, this never would have happened to me.
Oh my God. Bless your heart.
Never happened to me.
Did you know anybody of their families? Did you
No,
know?
I never know.
Not before?
Grandchildren. One of the grandparents, because he's got a record that long. There's like 17 felonies in those two families combined. Libby's dad's got 6 or 7 felonies.
Right. With meth charges?
Yeah.
And we just saw where he lived. Really close. He just lives right over there.
Is he still living?
I think so.
Okay, so I'm gonna flash back to what I talked about earlier so we can discuss this timeline.
Who are those two girls? What are their names?
I've been told who it is.
Have they ever poked out?
Well, if my memory serves me correctly, they weren't from Fort Wayne. They were right here from where I'm at. And it's Lana who has the what's her channel's name?
Who?
Truth and Transparency.
Okay. Do they talk about the case? Do they have more audio of him or no?
I don't know. I am going to reach out and ask her.
Sure.
They did cover. She covers a lot of cases. She has a lot of. I could do more if I had more time. But
I got you. I just was
she
curious.
covers
I don't remember. I never knew who they were.
Yeah, they were creators.
Okay.
So now, Quester, do you please tell me you have your time handy about the transfer station? I had you pull it up earlier.
One sec. Yeah, I can. I've got it here somewhere. Yep, 11:53 to 11:58.
Sorry, my mouse is crazy. So 11:53 to 11:58 is the time that he was at the transfer station.
Mm-hmm.
It is a 10-minute drive from his property, which is frustrating for me because he comes out of his property and the shortest route to the transfer station, he turns right. So he has to turn right and go down 300 West, go over Wilson's Bridge, all the way around to the transfer station. So that's about a 10-minute drive.
Well, hold on a moment. I've got a note here that Ellie said that the station video they believed is off by 26 minutes.
Who said that?
Ellie, the police.
Off by 26 minutes, which way?
That's a good question.
26. I have to look into that because that really changes things. Every minute in this case matters. So 10 minutes there, 10 minutes back. And I personally, watching this transfer station, I feel like somebody working there that I don't know where the video came from. And earlier, Mother of Dragons, I wanted to ask you something because I have been told that there were 2 different people out there that night on the 13th operating drones. And you said that you've seen drone footage because Mike, who was operating a drone, said he didn't record it. So that may mean that there actually is drone footage if somebody else was out there with the drone. So mental note, second drone.
Found another note, Amy. The video itself shows his white Ford pickup was there between 11:27 and 11:32.
Where'd that note come from? Listen, guys, let me just tell you, Quester, he calls them his dusty files. I like getting the dusty files. Where that's a note you have, a white Ford truck?
Yeah.
At what
if
time?
I remember right, he's got Ford 250, hasn't he?
We'll see it on the video. What was the time?
The video is 11:27 and 11:32. Now, if you add the 26 minutes, that will become 11:58, 11:28, 11.
Right.
So it's so the camera is actually fast, possibly. So let's watch it. But I do feel like the video itself, like somebody who had access to the camera system there, because they zoom in. Unless somebody got the whole footage and edited it, which is more than likely. So I pay attention to probably so much that I should.
And then you could bring up the police report after, because they're going to talk about David Nulf lying about being with Ron Logan at the
Oh,
station.
okay. Yes, that's the cousin. Hey, Snay, good to see you. Haven't got to watch your throwdown yet. Something tells me I shouldn't. But hey, Snay, the invitation still stands if you're available tomorrow or Saturday. Would love to have you on. Aunt Emily, hey, Chris, have you ever seen the inside of Ron Logan's house?
I think I saw pictures, yeah.
So I do have photos, and from the search warrant, so only from upstairs, nothing downstairs. Of course, we're never going to get to see the fish tank. But someone was asking, do you know when he fixed his bathroom? I don't. And I've been trying to figure that out because the bathroom was completely remodeled. And when I showed it to Connie, the ex-girlfriend, she said the bathroom was so like complete, like the toilet was on the other side to where you would have to believe that all of the plumbing was changed. Mm-hmm. And we know that they were taking swabs of the pipes. So I don't know when the bathroom was done. I would love to find that out.
Now, supposedly, Logan had like 4 or 5 same blue jackets in his closet. Mm-hmm. So he had like these identical jackets, like the one bridge guy wears, right?
Yeah.
He has like 4 of those. So that's why he can get rid of one. And there's still others. It's like the Dean Kamen effect. That's what my book talks about. Dean Kamen used to wear the same clothes. He wears the blue denim with the blue jeans, and he's got 5 or 6 of those outfits. Logan had the same thing with the jackets. And I believe the hat, that is actually either the same exact hat or he has 2 of those hats. I don't know. There's pins in it. It's hard to see if the pins are in it on the bridge guy video, but that is the same camouflage hat.
Okay.
That's what Jason Jensen showed too.
All right, well, let's check out this video. And so before we do, I keep getting ahead of myself here. Look, I have a whole tablet here of what to follow, and I never look at it. All right, really quick right here. 12:39 and 54 seconds. We have an unidentified phone that has moved into the crime scene. We went over this earlier. I'm going back over it for Chris, but the cast report has an unidentified phone within 60 to 100 yards of the crime scene. On that side of the creek, that's before the 4-girl group arrives. That's right after the 4-girl group arrived. That is after.
So, is that a burner phone? Do we know whose phone that is?
No, it's why it's unidentified.
Okay.
But this is earlier in the day. So, but so that's why the timeline about the transfer station is important. Michael, check your text messages, please. 11:27 to 11:32. If that's when Ron was actually at the transfer station, then he would have been home about 11:43. So from 11:43 on, 12:39 works for him.
Well, if you're trying to say that's his phone, right? I mean, if you're trying to say Logan's out there at 12:40.
I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to do is include or exclude one of these third-party suspects. That's what I feel like my job.
But if we don't know whose phone this is, it's near impossible to say who it is.
It is, yeah. But what I'm doing is so we know that at 12:39, it's not Rick.
How do we know that?
Because he's not back from his mother. Well, he's just now getting back from his mom's. And
Well, yeah, I mean, depending on what we believe, what time he was there, whether he says he's out there at 12:30 or he's out there at 1:30, I don't know, right? He's given two different answers.
But what we are up against is the state, their case. He was convicted on the state's.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
So he wasn't even quote unquote seen.
Right.
If you believe the state, on the Hoosier Harvest Store camera until 127. Right. So this can't be Rick.
Right.
It could be a person like Ron Logan carrying a burner phone. And like I said earlier, we know that Ron had, on the day that the FBI search warrant was served, according to the supplemental report, Ron had a flip phone in his hand to call his son, to take care of his animals, and there was an iPhone on the kitchen table.
Mm-hmm. Right. So he's got two phones.
Right. Whether they were both operable, or we know the flip phone was, but not the one on the table. So I wanted to go back to that at 2:39 or 12:39:54.
And at Ron Logan at 2:06 or 2:09, who does he call? Who's texting? Who is he texting or receiving a text from? See, again, just all deception. Like, do you know how easy it would be to know who Ron Logan called or texted at 2:06, 2:09?
So he got I'm going to pull up the search warrant. Rick Snay, drop your email in the chat, please.
And Rick Snay, put out your book. Where's your book?
He's got it. People have been reading it. People are talking about it in the chat.
Well, where is it? How do you get it?
I think you can get it on Amazon.
Okay, we'll make sure he puts it up and tell people where it is.
I think it's not on Amazon. Oh no, it's yours. Sorry, forget I even spoke. Hello, where's she gone?
She disappeared.
I'm here. Sorry. Rick, post a link for people to buy your book.
Yes, because we need his book to get out so we can shut the murder sheet people up.
Well, that would be good.
We need the other books to start coming out. Unless he wanted to withhold something because Rick Allen has his appeal. So that's why I thought maybe he was going to sit on it for a minute. Yeah, all this stuff about we don't know what phone this is. We don't know what phone number this is. I mean, I think you still could know what the burner phones are and have a number of the burner phone. So I don't know. I'm no FBI agent. So, but they could have run Logan's cell number all day long and had his full phone records right away.
Steve, I'm sorry, but that's not true. And I've got the report. I'm going to pull it up.
What's Stevie saying?
He said the phone on the table was a loaner phone from the cops because they were going to take Ron's flip phone. Ron didn't know how to use an iPhone, and that's why he didn't know how to turn off Libby's. No, that's not. The report doesn't say that.
They know what phone Logan used on the bridge. Okay, they know what he used. Okay. Period. There's no way they don't.
They've got to know.
They have to know.
Thank you, Michael. Hold on, guys. Just when I think I have everything set up, I think of one more thing, and it's important. So give me 1 second. Okay.
Now you could also say, is it Patrick Westfall? Is it Brad Holder? Is it Elvis Fields? Is it somebody else? Lookout. Is it a third assailant? You see what I mean?
No, I am completely with you on the fact that this is what people need to understand. I mean, if you are a true crime fanatic and you've watched the Karen Reed case, you've watched the Lindsay Clancy case, the Murdaugh trial, you know the end-to-end information that law enforcement can get. In this case, we either have the back end or the front end. We don't have both. And Chris is absolutely right that we should know if the FBI has gone through his phone data, they've downloaded his phone, dumped it, they know who he was communicating with at 209.
Yes.
Clearly, it wasn't anyone of importance. They only used the timestamp. And back in 2017, I can say I would trust the FBI. Today, not so much. But in 2017, they're giving you the 209 timestamp, and they're saying that he's on his property.
Right.
They're not saying he's at the bridge, and that's
Right.
at 209. So remember that. And then we're going to, because I have this PDF open. Let me jump.
If it's not a smartphone, they might not be able to ping them so accurately. I don't know. Like a flip phone, I don't know if you can. Maybe you probably can ping it still. It's still hitting a tower.
Well, a ping is from a tower. The GPS is from the phone or an app.
Yeah.
So no, they did not, Steve. I'm going to pull up the warrant.
Stevie.
They don't say, you know what? When I heard that, I was like, boom. And I repeated it a couple times. Then I read the search warrant. I'm going to pull it up for you, babe. I'm going to pull it up. He's on his property, not at the Monon High Bridge.
But they don't know that. We don't know that. We can't say he's not on the bridge at that moment.
Well, the bridge is not his property.
Well, I know, but bring up the search warrant. It says near or around his property.
Mm-hmm. That's not the bridge.
Well,
and
I wouldn't say it proves he's not on the bridge at 209. You could say it. I won't say it. You could say whatever you want. I'm saying that's not going to prove he's not on the bridge, because they say we don't know where he is. He's somewhere on the property somewhere.
Okay, let me get to it. I had to
the elephant in the room there is knowing he's there. The geofence won't say exactly where he is, so they were using something to locate him.
Well, this was in 2017, and the only geofence in 2017 that law enforcement had was the AT&T geofence, which is only going to be able to pinpoint AT&T phones who's using AT&T as cell phones,
Right.
as a cell phone provider. In 2019, they do a Google geofence. That's going to include a lot more providers. Hold on, I'm getting to my downloads. I had to delete some
The
stuff.
AT&T wasn't worth a bag of beans because they only had the one tower there.
Hold on a minute.
And the Doug Rice thing, talking about Caleb Bolin texting with Ron Logan on the night of the murder. See, where are those texts? That's why Doug Rice said that. Okay, that's what he's talking about. So if you notice, just all of Logan's texting and call, nobody cares. That's a red flag. That's a problem.
Sorry, guys. I have so much stuff on here.
Sorry.
I got it. I'm looking at it, but I got to figure out how to pull it in here. Where is it? Where does it say it's at? Open file location. Okay. Okay, it's in downloads. I should be able to get to that easy. Hold on. Sorry. And that's because I was looking for Ron, not Logan. It's under Logan warrant.
The unredacted or redacted version, which one you got?
Let me look.
You can just go online probably and pull it up too.
I just did that and it's been removed.
Oh, really? Well, there's other sites where it is.
And I'm trying to make this fast.
It's buried in my phone. I can't really pull it up. It's going to be buried.
Open. Okay, got it.
Cool. And that's why we should talk about David Nolf in that, and then pull up the police report to match because that's Carroll County who discovered David Nolf was lying about the alibi first.
Yeah, he went in and admitted that he was lying.
Because they caught him. Because they go, "You're not on the camera at the station, dude. So stop lying." He got caught. Then he admitted, "Logan asked me to lie." Another red flag.
Why is this
That
not
was a big flag. That was.
It's a huge flag. An
Okay.
alibi in most murder cases, an alibi is almost everything. If you look at any case,
okay? It's loading.
it's
It's
usually
loading.
the alibi that is a make or break. Not all the time, but most of the time. Where are you during a murder? And especially if we don't know the exact time of the murder, because look, the girls. We know the girls are not out there that night. They could have been held overnight. They might have still been alive. I don't know. They really could have been alive for hours. The phone could have been off, turned off. It still could be moving. Nobody will know it's moving.
What is this? That's not what I loaded. Ugh. Are you kidding me? Hold on. Sorry. I wasn't planning on pulling up the warrant this soon, so. There it is. Logan warrant, PDF. Open in StreamYard. There it goes. Now it's still loading. Why? There it goes. Okay, so we'll read through this briefly. I'm not going to read all of the.
Yeah, just go to the key parts, maybe.
Okay,
Quick
so
one,
it's
Amy.
Redacted.
yes.
Amy, paragraph
Yes.
17 of that deals with the Ford pickup 1127, 1132.
Is that in the warrant?
It is, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, I will get there. I don't know why I'm so hot. So at the time, Logan was 77. Let me pass through here. We don't need his details. So it says LG and AW had no visible signs of a struggle or fight. Why Murder Sheet is so fucking greedy to put their watermark on this? Like, I've never put a watermark on a damn thing I've ever done.
Well, and also they should say how they got it. Right?
Exactly.
They need to say how they actually got that. Because Anna Williams tells a different story about how that came out. And then even Rick Snee knows possibly the other story with the lawyer and Ron Logan. Okay.
Mhm.
And when I spoke to the lawyer, he was a real a-hole. And a red flag kind of jumped up at me when talking to him. Andrew, whatever. So,
Okay, well, I'm going to turn off my camera because I have to get like really close to read this because it's small print and my eyes are really
Paragraph
bad.
22 is the one you're looking for.
What is it?
Paragraph 22.
Does that have the phone stuff?
The call, yeah.
Okay.
The 209.
see, he lies about, he's saying, he tells David Nolf. Logan contacted his cousin, David Nolf. Logan asked David to tell the police that David came to Logan's home between 2 and 2:30. In the police report, I think it's going to say that he says he's at the trash, the dump. Okay, so there's a little bit of a differing here, but we'll just go through it.
Okay, so what talks about his weapons. So on we're just going to read through this. On February 14th, 2017 at approximately 9 a.m. February 14th, this is when, right before the bodies are discovered, because I believe the bodies were discovered between 9:45 a.m. and 10 a.m., much earlier than what law enforcement wants us to believe. At 9 a.m., Logan contacted his cousin. Logan asked blank to tell
David Nolf. Yep.
Thank you. To tell the police that David came to Logan's home between 2 p.m. and 2:30 p.m. That time is very significant because the bridge guy video starts at 2:13.
Right.
The phone stops moving by 2:32. That is a very big coincidence. Came to Logan's home between 2 and 2:30 to pick Logan up. Logan further told David to say that David drove Logan to an aquarium store in Lafayette. Logan told David to say they returned home to Logan's house between 5 and 5:30.
Which that's a lie too. So there's lying all over the place. He's not home at 5:30. See,
Right.
it's all a lie. And
That's
this is
right.
a red flag.
It is. It is. Absolutely it is. So on February 14th, while requesting consent to search Logan's, law enforcement discovers.
Go back one. I think you jumped a page.
Did it?
Yeah, right there, maybe.
So,
Yeah.
oh,
right
yeah.
there. Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
sorry. I have a new battery in my mouse, so it's like really fast. To search Logan's property, a law enforcement officer advised Logan that law enforcement would not search his home unless evidence led to law enforcement to Logan's house. In that meeting, Logan told law enforcement that he did not think evidence would lead them to that, but said, I don't know.
Now, is that Mike Thomas right there? That Leo?
We don't know.
Okay, it might be Mike Thomas.
A receipt from Aquarium World in Lafayette dated February 13th with a checkout time of 5:21 was found in Logan's home on March 6th.
The dumbass should have got rid of that receipt. Okay. Now he might have kept that receipt thinking it's kind of an alibi, right? It proves he's in Lafayette around 5, right? Let's just say he gets out there at, you could even say he's out there at 4:45. I don't care. Doesn't matter. It's a 30-minute drive.
Quester, do your magic for me. We did this. You did this for me the other day when I was putting this stuff together, and you determined the drive to Lafayette, and based on what the clerk at the fish store stated, what time did Ron Logan have to leave his house?
Oh, I'd have to look that up. Hold on.
Be like 4:30, 4:40.
No, because he was in the aquarium store for about an hour.
He's not there an hour. That's not true. That's not. I know he says that. I know the aquarium guy says that. He's not there an hour. No way. No way.
It does seem a bit bogus. An hour and a
Way
half in
too
a fish
long.
store.
He's not going to sit there for an hour. No, he's not there for an hour.
Another thing that's bogus about this whole thing with the fish is I would like to know exactly what kind of fish the fuck he was buying, because I've had saltwater tanks, and when you think of tropical fish, that's saltwater. Logan was a farmer. I don't, and taking care of saltwater tanks is a major task, and you don't buy 20 fish and drop in your tank if you have saltwater.
He's just buying stuff to buy it.
So while Quester's looking for that, I'm going to keep going. Logan resides approximately 22 miles from the store. It would have taken him approximately 30 minutes to get to the store from his home. Again, his home, to go to Lafayette, he would have left via Wilson's Bridge, which is why I'm so pissed. We have no security cameras of any of the homes on 300 West. With him being a suspect this early in the case.
Right, to see when his car actually is moving.
Was going, because he would not have traveled down 300 North. He would have gone 300 West. Or via whichever direction that is towards Wilson Bridge.
See, now he's going to lie here and he's going to say, oh, now it's 3 o'clock. So the next line, Logan says he was picked up by Nolf around 3 p.m. Now
and taken straight to aquarium store. Thank you, Julie. I don't even know what that's on. Thank you. Thank you, Julie Swartz. Let me see.
And she says it right there. These statements were found to be factually false and intentionally designed to deceive Leo.
Law enforcement. Yes.
Right.
Okay. So March 6th, during the interview, he said he was picked up. The statements were found to be factually false and intentionally designed to deceive Leo. Guys, keep with us, because we're about to read a police report that I don't think any of you have ever seen, because I had never seen it until Chris sent it to me. On March 7th, David was interviewed by law enforcement, told the LEO that he was with Logan on Monday, February 13th, and that David drove Logan to the aquarium store. On March 9th, David was interviewed by another law enforcement officer regarding the trip to the aquarium store. David told law enforcement that he had lied when he was interviewed by LEO on March 7th at Logan's request. David explained that Logan had never asked David to lie for him in the past. David knows that Logan has driven his vehicle while on probation and is prohibited from doing so. David also said that Logan did not ask him to lie for Logan when Logan drove to the transfer station earlier in the day. So David wasn't a part of that transfer.
Well, in the police report, you're going to see it come up, I think. See, this is where there's a little different. I think they see that he's not at the station. You'll see when they pull it up.
On March 12th, David explained in an interview that Logan called him on the morning of February 14th and asked him to provide the alibi for Logan's drive to the aquarium in Lafayette. This phone call was made prior to the discovery of LG and AW's deceased bodies. Based on investigators' experience, it is reasonable to believe that the creation of the alibi prior to the discovery of a crime indicates culpability or knowledge of the crime.
And so right there, why would Logan need an alibi made up for him? They haven't found the bodies yet, right? No one cares about him driving his truck. He's been driving for years. They all know he drives. He's on the camera at the station, the dump. Okay. So this whole idea that he's trying to make an alibi. Oh, but what about the dead girls and his property? This is where the people are so lost. But anyway.
I agree with you, but I also agree with the term knowledge of. Just keep your mind.
Oh, absolutely. He's calling to get an alibi before they're even found.
Quester, let me know when you have those times.
Just about to send them to you.
Okay. So let me see. Logan,
why would he care? He's not caught driving anyway. So why would he care if he's driving his truck to Lafayette? He didn't get pulled over. It doesn't matter. You see what I mean? It doesn't matter if he's driving or not.
That's true, other than the fact that he would have to say, I went to the fish store by myself. Other than that,
he doesn't want to. He needs to pull his alibi back, right? He can't say, I left at 4:30, got there at 5, because if the murder, I think the girls could still be alive. I don't know if they're tied up. I don't know if there was somebody else. I don't know. I know they're not dead in that dump site. They're not there. They're not there dead. They're not. There's just not. Period. There's no way. It's impossible based on all the searchers.
Okay, I will.
Sorry, I butted in, Chris. Carry on.
All right. No, it's all right.
Let's
go to the next thing. Leo learn. Yeah. Okay, so Leo's learned that Logan. Oh.
Hold on.
The gun.
No, I bumped it. Logan did not ask for the alibi for the transfer station. So jump down to line 19. On March 8th, David was interviewed by LEO. He met. Is this the same person? Blank met Logan about 7 or 8 years ago. This is David Knowles.
No. Wait, hold on. Where are you? Where are you reading?
Line 19.
Okay, just stop right there. On March 19th, Blank and Logan about 7 or 8 years ago. This is Ashley Wright, or whatever her name is. Ashley. This is the girl that paid for sex, that Logan paid for sex. Was interviewed by Leo's to meet and met Logan. Blank was in a personal relation with Logan. She was on probation for drug use. He let her live there if she slept with him. That's her. Okay.
Have you ever talked to her?
No. I don't think she's ever poked out.
Yeah.
What a great guy he is. What a normal guy this 77-year-old is. Yeah, no sexual deviance there. This girl's like in her 30s.
So you need to get a hold of her.
That girl's name you're looking for, Connie Dillman.
No, that's the girlfriend. No, that's Logan's ex-girlfriend. Yeah.
It's Ashley Wright. That it's the current one.
I just didn't know her last name. Yeah, I don't know.
Ashley Wright.
Something. Yeah.
Ashley Wright is who Ron is the trash bags of stuff that he claimed he was throwing out at the transfer station, all of her belongings.
Right.
He was throwing away all of her stuff.
He's pissed off at her, right? Because it ain't working out. So he's getting rid of her. Now, whether there's premeditation to get somebody on the bridge, I don't know, right? Was it a setup? Is he going out there in a fit of rage, looking for the first girls to step into the spider's web? I don't know. Still, so read through that one. Became physically abusive. During her interview, Ashley explained that Logan continued to stalk and harass her after their breakup.
During the relationship, Logan had dragged Ashley out of her car by her hair, and she still fears Logan. Has not had contact with Logan in approximately 2 years. That can't be Ashley Wright. That has to be Connie Dillman.
You need to find the unredacted. I think this isn't Connie. Yeah. This is the girl.
Connie is the one who claims that that one time he hit her in the head with something. Another time he drug her out of a car. And Ashley was much more recent than 2 years. Blank told interviewers that Logan had told her in the past that he could kill her and no one would find her body.
I think you got to ask Rick Snay if he's in the chat. Ask him right now to clarify it. Ricky. I think it's Ashley. I think it's Ashley.
Rick, are you still in the chat? Steve says not Connie and also not Ashley. Okay.
No, I think it's Ashley.
4 Pits.
Have somebody send you the unredacted. If not, you can do it another time. Let's just move on. So even whether it's Connie or her, whatever. Who cares? Okay.
4 Pits says Ashley had been dating Ron off and on for 4 years. But at the time of the murders, she hadn't not had contact with Ron Logan for 2 years.
Right. So that could be Connie. Maybe they're talking about Connie there.
So Steve Curry is saying Ashley left just months before. Okay.
Right. Okay. So maybe they say Connie there. I guess they could say, maybe they put them both in there. There is an unredacted version.
Well,
and then Logan says, "I'll kill you," and nobody will figure it out.
So
go back to the next page. Yeah.
Okay. So during her March 8th interview, Blank, here we go. Here's some more. Said that she knew Logan carried a gun everywhere he went. Blank knew that Logan would carry a gun in a fanny pack and described Logan's fanny pack as one made out of a nicer material. I'm thinking that is that green shoulder strap that you always see under his jacket that comes down. Not really a fanny pack, but like a strap for a side holster.
Right. Yep.
During her March interview, she told Leo when she first saw the photograph of the man on the bridge. This is Connie.
This is Connie.
Connie. Yep. She thought the police were looking for Logan because she thought the photograph was Logan. I don't. I don't. It's my opinion. Okay.
Yeah,
Blank did not initially realize that the photograph was that of the suspect. A call placed using Logan's cell phone produced a cell tower data that shows Logan's cell phone appears to be in or around around. So from the crime scene, it's 1,400 feet from the crime scene to Ron Logan's property.
Right.
Blank did not initially realize that the photograph was that of the suspect. A call placed, someone using Ron Logan's phone, produced a cell tower data showing Logan's cell phone appears to be in or around his property on the 13th at 2:09. So it doesn't say at the bridge. Although his extraction location cannot be confirmed, the tower data shows that Logan's cell phone was in the Delphi area, in the area of the Monon High Bridge.
Right. At 2:09.
Not at the bridge. I'm going to get that distance with GPS or a geofence. That the bridge is too far, but I'm going to show you why it still is possible.
Well, yeah, of course it is.
An analysis of Logan's cell phone data revealed a text message sent from his phone at 7:56 p.m. on February 13th. Initial exam of this analysis indicates Logan's phone was likely outside of his residence and in the proximity of where LG and AW's bodies were located. Now
this is weird because if all the searchers are around, right, nobody says they see Logan.
Right.
Right. So whether he's up on his property, up on the hill, he's looking down, maybe, right? He's like in his backyard. He's not, I don't believe he's by the bodies where they're located. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I mean. It's not an exact placement. They can't place him exactly. Oh, he's standing right here. Like there's too many people out there. They would have saw him. Now watch, go to the next one. This might be Caleb Bolin.
Okay. So,
number 24.
It's 23. An analysis of Logan's cell phone data revealed a text message sent from his cell phone at 7:56. Okay, 24.
Yeah,
An analysis of Logan's cell phone revealed a text message received by his phone at 10:16. Initial exam of this analysis indicates Logan's phone was likely outside of his residence and in the proximity of where LG and AW's bodies were located. They need to define what the hell proximity is.
I know. And now remember, now David Erskine and Cappy and everybody's out there now at 10 o'clock. There are a lot of people out there. Okay. Logan is not standing there and nobody sees him. He's not out by the dump site or whatever, right?
Right.
He's not. He's probably still in his property. And I believe what Doug Rice was saying, that's him texting Caleb Bolin, telling people to not come on the property. But they can't control everything.
It's possible that he was on his property, his leaning on the fence, watching what everything was happening, because the corner of his property, you could overlook the whole area.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that he would be considered in the proximity of his property or on his property if he's down at the crime scene.
What we're trying to say is it's not an exact science of saying where he is. Nicole Robertson is trying to say, and they don't know everything either. Remember, this is right when it happened. You and I and Quester and everybody else knows more about this case than Nicole does at this moment. Okay. We do. She's going on of like, look, this guy is most likely a suspect. That's what she's trying to say. His phone's pinging nearby, right? Mm-hmm. He's making up an alibi. We need to look at what I was told too.
The other thing go on, Chris. Finish.
What I was told too is ISP in Carroll County didn't even give a crap about Logan's phone. This is the FBI doing it.
And every search warrant is a little preposterous to a degree because they want to get in the property and search it. So like all of these phone calls and text messages, they know who was on the other end. They're using the triangulation of the phone to get the warrant.
Right. And this is 3 weeks later or 4 weeks later. You know, this is like way late. This should have been done right away. They knocked on Logan's door, the Leos that went up to his house around, I want to say on the day they found them, it was around 1 p.m. ish. They knocked on his door. He didn't come to the door. He called the police and goes, "Why is everybody on my property?" Because there's 2 girls found in basically your backyard, and he didn't come to the door. And I know that for a fact that happened. So they know they should have already went in his place. They should have had dogs. They should have kicked in his freaking door.
So 1016, they're saying that his phone did the same thing. That a message received on his phone at 1016 puts him in outside of his residence and in the proximity of the crime scene. Logan met with law enforcement on the 17th while they were on his property, and Logan was physically able to get up and down the hill from his home to the crime scene.
Right, which is kind of whatever. That's not evidence. But.
Here's where I believe we get into Ashley Wright. March 14th, former housemate blank was interviewed.
Okay,
she resided with Logan from about September 2016. Fucking fast. to December of 2016.
Okay, so Connie was before then, we're going to say, right? This is now
Yes.
Ashley. Got it. Okay.
She was in a sexual relationship with Logan on and off for approximately 3
Okay.
years.
There we go.
During the interview with law enforcement, we might as well say Ashley said when she first learned that Abby and Libby were missing and then found dead near Logan's home, her initial thought was that Logan was involved. Ashley said in her interview that she feared Logan and even previously told her baby's father if she ever ended up dead, Logan did it.
Right. So Logan threatens her and Logan threatens Connie. So
Yes.
there's domestic violence against an older woman, and now there's the same thing against a younger woman.
On March 14th, Blank explained in her interview that Logan had been violent with her in the past. She explained that on July 4th, 2016, while at Logan's home, Logan punched her in the face, knocking her down. Blank explained that she was drinking, but Logan was completely sober during the incident. Blank also explained that Logan was angry because she disrespected Logan while in Logan's home.
So he punches a girl in the face. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That is a heavy sign of violence against a woman. It just in general. Nobody punches a woman in the, I mean, people do. And I want to apologize for driving Ashley's name there. Okay. It's been a while.
Oh, that's
since I've
fine.
seen
No,
this.
you're fine.
Yeah. I apologize for mixing those two up.
No, you're fine. So they talk about the search, LG's family, blah, blah, blah. FBI establishes a database for the collection of an organization of tips. Based on the above affirmed facts, Logan was in the area at the time the crime occurred and that he provided false information about his activities during the crime to law enforcement and had propensity for violence. Employed others to assist in deceiving law enforcement and plotted an alibi for a crime, blah. So the information to be searched and things to be seized. There is nothing in here describing a bullet. They're looking for computers. Now
Clothing,
remember,
blood,
bodily fluids, but yes, all of the above. What page? What line did you say, Quester, was the transfer station? 22.
We saw the time. It said 11.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
So, but the thing is, to all these other people, like I won't say their names, these other podcasters or anybody that takes what Nicole Robertson is saying and just throws it to the wind is an idiot. Okay. You guys are idiots. The people that stuck up for Ron Logan, you are morons, especially in the beginning. To say like, oh, he had a suspended license or he didn't want to do this. Right? Oh, Nicole Robertson. Oh, that's the FBI. They don't even have jurisdiction. Did you go to Quantico? Were you guys investigators? And these podcasters are sick. These people are sick that stuck up for this guy. And I've challenged all of them to a debate. Not one of them has done a debate. Not one. So you know who I'm talking about too. There's about 4 of them. About 4 podcasters. Okay. So anyway, that's my piece with that.
Okay, so Rick.
Now show the police report.
I will. Rick Snay, elaborate about, you said, look what happened in 2020. Yeah, the FBI was kicked off in 2020. Now, the one thing that I find bizarre is Nicole Robinson's deposition about this. She was playing hide the ball in her deposition. She didn't want to answer questions about this search warrant.
Did she get depoted?
She did.
But she didn't go to trial.
No. We have, I can send you her deposition.
Send me her deposition.
It's very bizarre. And
she's covering it up. She's trying to backpedal now.
She had an attorney with her during the deposition.
What is she? Give me the gist of what she's trying to do.
She's not wanting to answer anything.
Really?
She's really not wanting to answer anything.
Wow. Interesting.
Connie was, okay, so Connie Dillman, I have...
You know why, right? You know why. Because the wave, right? Like the Holman and Doug Carter and Liggett and Lazenby, the whole wave, right? And so somebody whispers to her, right? Or the FBI even says to her, slow it down, right? Like just, you got called, you got subpoenaed, slow it down. And that, I guarantee you, I don't know if the FBI told her, I don't know if Doug Carter tells the FBI to slow her down. Somebody tells her to shut up,
Well,
and she does.
from agency to agency, you don't really throw another agency under the bus, number one.
Right.
Number two, that is why I believe the FBI was kicked off the case, was because they were basically coming on the heels of ISP in Carroll County, and people that ISP in Carroll County were clearing without doing their due diligence. The FBI was then backtracking and re-interviewing them.
And the FBI had no jurisdiction. They have no power.
Well,
they can't, unless they were kidnapped, right?
Right.
Across
Right.
state lines.
Right.
Or
So
minors,
they were asked to leave the investigation. Connie was a girlfriend from years ago.
Right.
Connie has her own domestic violence stories about Ron Logan. She did tell me, which we're going to get into some of these tips that I have that have not been read on here before about Ron Logan. But she did tell me that she was at I believe it was a horse auction or a horse show. And that Ron Logan was there with a young girl about the age of 13 or 14. Mm-hmm. And the only reason that stood out to me was because Reese Davis had described that Ron Logan had this young girl showing up at his property to help feed the horses and brush them and groom them. And he had been inappropriate with her. Mm-hmm. And now that he was in jail, he was afraid she was going to spill the beans. Mm-hmm. So I don't know that, I don't really recall the time frame that Connie was talking about, but that was a statement that Connie said. Mm-hmm. And
then Connie's on the CW thing with Snee and Sadlowski, and she tells the story, and they put the creepy music behind her. I mean, this woman came forward and said these things before mm-hmm. this documentary was made. Okay. And that documentary was trolled by my work. Okay. I know the producers who did it. Okay. And the other woman too, who I was supposed to meet her, Hannah Shakespeare. Okay. And then flew off the handle about me for some reason. Okay. I don't know why. Okay. But we'll show the police report. Look, I'm not here to beat you guys over the head and be like Ron Logan's bridge guy. If you don't want to believe it, you don't have to, right? I said this too. The video is so short. I could see how people might think it is Rick Allen, right? He's a chubby guy with the gut, and he's got the jacket and his head's down, and there's no glasses, and we see a mustache maybe. I get it. It looks enough when you put them side by side. You're like, oh, I guess it could be both, right? So, mm-hmm. But I want to show this David Nolf, this police report too, that they hid. Okay. And then we could show Lois Gibson's thing, and then I'll be done with Ron Logan for today.
Oh no, you're gonna hang for a minute because I've got more.
Sure. All right.
Crimson Clover says, didn't Ron Logan say that he didn't want his house searched because it was too messy? Yes, he did. When he refused, so when he went in for his first initial interview, he refused to allow them to search his house. When he was being taken home and dropped off, his garage and barn were open, and he told the officer who dropped him off, do you see this, what it looks like? That's what the inside of my house looks like. I'm embarrassed. Yes, that is exactly what he said.
And when Logan says, when someone asks him if it's Mike Thomas or whoever it is, well, we want to search your house. Well, you don't need to search my house, but if you had something to do with it, well, I don't know. Then he says, I don't know. It's and that's why it's in quotes. It's it's just so stupid to me, but go on.
Sorry. And so after the transfer station, and we're going to watch that video and we're going to go over it. But after the transfer station, we have this at 3:02 and 3:27. And we don't know if it's the same unknown device or if it's two separate ones. But in the crime scene, 60 to 100 yards from the crime scene, this unidentified phone they've been able, every other number out there in the geofence, they were able to pin who it belonged to.
If I remember the data correctly, it's 2 phones, Amy.
Okay, so it's 2 separate phones.
Yeah.
But they don't explain. So if the 302 phone, is the 302 phone still hanging out when the 327 phone comes in?
I would assume so, because I don't say it leaves until later.
I mean, do we have 2 burner phones here, Logan and somebody else?
Well, there's a third. I believe there's a third one.
There's 3 unidentified.
Well, what about the people at the bridge? The other the couple. Remember the little couple? Are they?
Oh, you're talking. Yeah, no, it's not theirs because theirs were identified.
Oh, they were identified. Really? Okay.
Yes, Daniel Pearson and Shelby Hicks.
Yep. Then these are probably the killers. These are burner phones. Look, they're not dumb either. Whether it's Logan, whatever, whether it's Rick Allen or it's Brad, or it's not Rick Allen and it's Westfall or Holder or Fields, whatever, right? What I'm saying is they're probably on burner phones. I mean, they're not going to be that dumb, like using smartphones and with their numbers. This is 2017. Smartphones have been out for like 10 years. So, I mean, I'd be interested in your take. And look, I mean, it sounds sick to say this. I kind of hope Rick Allen is innocent. Okay. But I can't in my head still commit to it yet. That's all. I'm still open to it.
There is nothing that ties Rick Allen to any.
I understand that, but I know. But for me personally, the way I do my things is that's why I don't go by DNA all the time. And oh, there's no DNA of him. Okay, cool. Oh, there's no phone. His phone, he's not in it. Oh, cool. But, you just got to be careful. But, we'll go. You can throw that out there. Like I said, I don't know when Rick Allen's really there. I don't know if he shows up at 12:30 or it's 1:30. I don't know if that's his car. Like we said, you made a lot of good points about that. Like, where's the video? Where's the footage? Why are we seeing a still image? It's like 9/11 showing us 2 frames at the Pentagon. Where's the rest of the footage? What are we doing? It's deception.
Hold on here. Oh boy. Okay, let me
just to flesh it out a bit. Unknown phone 3 left the area at 3:30. Unknown phones 1 and 2 left the area at 5:49.
Okay, well,
5:49 is interesting because that's when Libby's phone stopped pinging. 5:49.
And it's right around the same time that there was an audio jack inserted in her phone. And based on the aquarium store receipt, Ron Logan couldn't be home by then. So unless Ron Logan had people working with him and he said, fuck it, I trust you guys, I'm leaving. There's people at the crime scene.
I thought the phone was plugged in the next morning, like 4 a.m. You're saying no? Okay.
No, at 4 a.m. is when her phone all of a sudden has a whole bunch of prior sent SMS messages. Everything hits her phone at, I think it's 4:33 a.m.
Means it's turned on.
But it was never off.
Oh, really?
Her phone, and her phone was on 4% all night.
So how come that phone doesn't move? According to Nick McClelland, how does the phone not move? In his eyes, he says it stops moving, right? At
2:32. Well, because your phone goes into the phone, a few minutes after the phone was unplugged from Kelsey's car at 1:38, the phone goes into kind of a, what is it called, Quester? Because she went out there with a 25% battery. And then immediately after unplugging it, the battery starts to die, and then it goes into like a protective mode. And there is some evidence when you research, say like a Cellubrite extraction and the type of iPhone that she had, that all of the apps that are working in the background stop to preserve the life of the phone.
Could her phone be off though at 2:30? Theoretically, could it be off?
No, because it was pinging. It was hitting a cell tower
over the night.
Over the night. But at 4:33, like there were voicemail messages, there were FaceTime calls, there was communication with 911 on the phone, which that's a whole nother can of worms. But at 4:33, the phone basically has a shit ton of information that populates in the phone.
Right.
And one of them is actually a notification that says, welcome to the AT&T network, which the number one reason a phone would receive that notification is if a SIM card is put in.
Right.
Amy, when you
Yes.
said 2:30, did you mean afternoon or early in the morning?
Afternoon, 2:32.
Right. No, it wasn't pinging then.
No, it was pinging. I think the first ping started around 6 o'clock.
Let's see.
But now we have some questions about that, because that AT&T report is in Central Standard Time or Mountain Time, whatever it is.
I just always thought the phone could be off at 2:30. Turn your phones off, right? Phones go dead. But you know, I don't know. I don't remember every in and out from the trial and everything. I didn't go to the trial, so yeah.
At 14:14, there was a failed attempt to unlock it, and then the next thing that's recorded is at 11 minutes past 3, when Derek German tried to call it, but the phone itself didn't do anything until quite a while after that.
Yeah, 4:33 a.m. But yeah, it was never off. It was never turned off. It was never. But then again, you know, that's something that, you know, we've been over that to the best of our ability. It's going to take a phone expert to weed through what everything means about the phone. And I think, you know, guys, go back, watch those episodes of The Vault. We've done the best that we can, and that's all we can do. Okay, so where was I?
Well, and the pinging, because even Erskine says we were told by dispatch the phone pinged across town. So then they go search another park. They leave like at 11 p.m. somewhere in there. They're around town, him and Cappy.
The
And
phone
so he
was
said that. I'm like, what?
The phone, according to the AT&T report, we just went over this before we went to break. The AT&T report has the phone pinging in 6 different locations within a mile and a half of each other.
Wow.
But some of the pings, you couldn't get the timing of the pings, you couldn't get from one location to another driving. So it all comes back to the Wells Tower, the one tower in Delphi. So the phone is not generating a location, but the phone is on and it's communicating with the tower, which is very strange. And the fact that Libby's Find My iPhone was enabled, and they still couldn't find it. Okay, so we just talked about the phone.
Maybe the police report, David Nolf. Can you pull that up so we could just close that out?
Yep. Let me pull them in. There's the first one. Let me grab the second one. Oh, okay. So let's read through this. Let me get my bar clear here at the top. So I think I'm missing a page or a paragraph before. I only got 2.
No, it's okay. I only have 2 pages. That's all I have.
Okay. That they were gone for about 10 minutes. When they returned to Logan's house, he and Nuff worked on Logan's farm until approximately 3 o'clock. When Nuff drove him to the aquarium world in Lafayette. So, you know, that's a lie.
Here comes the lies, yeah.
On Monday, March 6, 2017, I went to Ron Logan's residence. Ron Logan was at his home and agreed to go to the command center in Delphi for a formal interview. He stated that he could not drive because his license is suspended, so he rode with me. When we arrived, I led him into interview room 1 and began to record at 1:39. Logan stated that on the day of the 13th, he woke up in the morning and went outside to tend to his animals. He advised that he was outside with the animals until around noon. Well, we know now that that's He was outside, but he wasn't tending to animals. He was probably more than likely he went to the transfer station.
Mhm.
And at some point loaded up the back of his truck with a bunch of trash. Logan said that his cousin, David Nolf, came over to his house at some point in the early afternoon. Logan believed that Nolf drove him to Lafayette around 3 o'clock. They went to Aquarium World on Earl Avenue, where Logan bought 22 fish. Logan advised that he spent around $100 on 22 fish. He stated that they returned to his house around 6:30.
So now he's saying 6:30 here. See how it differs from what Nicole Robertson said.
Well, he was home at 6:30 because Pat Brown knocked on his door and he was home. I asked Logan for consent to search his residence and he declined several times. I asked him if he would take a polygraph examination and he said he would be willing to do that. After the interview, I led Logan to a polygraph room on the second floor of the command center. Polygrapher John Eager was waiting there to conduct the test. I left Logan in with Eager and returned downstairs. I contacted Aquarium World by telephone to confirm Logan's alibi. The manager, Blank, stated that they did not have security cameras on the property. He was able to look up Logan's purchase information by using a name search. He advised that Logan spent $92.78 using a Visa card at 17:20 hours. That is 5:20 on the 13th. Said that he did not assist Logan that day and that the employee that did was not currently working. He advised the employee was Blank and would call me when he came to work around 3 o'clock. At 3:05 hours on March 6th, the employee who helped Logan called me and stated that he remembered Logan. He stated he remembered him because he purchased so many fish. He described Logan as an older white male with gray hair. He stated that he was in the store alone, and Blank believed that Logan was in the store for about 30 to 60 minutes. He advised nothing about Logan seemed unusual. When Logan finished his polygraph, I went upstairs to get him. He was talking to two other officers. He was getting agitated and saying that he would not let anyone search his house. We went out to my car so I could take him home. As soon as we got into the car, Logan said, "Between you and me, the reason I don't want anyone searching my home is because I am on probation and I have guns." When asked to elaborate, Logan stated that he had a .45 Ruger and a .357 Rossi in his bedroom. Logan said that his probation ends soon and he does not want to screw up. That is a legitimate reason. And he's really lying about that because he had like $250,000 worth of weapons on his property.
Right.
Logan said that his probation ended soon, blah, blah. When we got to Logan's house, he stated that he did not want anyone searching his house, but said, "Let me show you something." We got out of the car and he opened up his detached garage door. The garage was extremely cluttered with tools, lumber, and other miscellaneous equipment. Logan said that his house looked like that too, and he was embarrassed for anyone to see it. When I left Logan's house, I returned to the command center and advised several officers what Logan said to me about the guns. I left the command center and received a call later from Detective Liggett at 11:12 at night. What is that, 1912?
No.
1912. Well, what is that? 18, 19, 20.
7 p.m.
7 p.m. I used to know military time like the back of my hand, but I don't anymore. He told me that I needed to go to the prosecutor's office to sign a search warrant for Logan's residence. I went to the Carroll County prosecutor's office and assisted with finishing up a search warrant. Once it was complete, I went to the prosecutor, Robert Ives, and the judge's residence for his signature. Once it was signed, we went to the command center and gave it to an investigator that related to Logan's house where a search would be conducted. On March 7th, I located David Nolf at his residence at 40 Rhineland MHP in Delphi. Nolf confirmed that he was with Logan on 2/13. He stated that Logan called him to come over, which Nolf did. Okay, let me go to the next page. around 1400 hours. No, and
That's
that's
2 p.m. Yeah, 2 p.m. This is when they're backing up to do this 2 p.m. now.
Okay. Knopf did not think that Logan was acting any different than usual. He stated that they left for the aquarium world sometime between 2 and 3 in Knopf's dark gray.
Chevy Impala, yeah.
I have to write down cars. Dark gray Chevy Impala.
Yeah, Chevy Impala 2013. Now watch how big of a lie and watch how intricate this lying gets, right? So then it's like Nolf said it took them a while to find Aquarium World. Nolf advised that he stayed in the car while Logan went inside because he did not think he would be there that long. Now you could take it from there if you want.
Nolf believes that Logan was inside Aquarium World for about a half an hour before he came outside. Nolf said that they came back to Logan's residence without making any other stops. Nolf stayed at Logan's for a little while, helping him with his fish. Nolf conveyed that he picked Logan up on February 14th around noon and took him to Walmart's grocery store in Delphi. He said that Logan acted normal at the time. When he brought Logan back to his house, the road was blocked by police. At that time, Logan was questioned by Detective Russell. On Friday, March 10th, 2017, Carroll County Major Michael Thomas and I went to the Carroll County Transfer Station on County Road 625 West. We met with Blank, who was the only full-time employee that works there. When was asked about Ron Logan and shown his picture, she stated that she recognized him and that he comes into the transfer station about twice a month. Blank could not advise when Logan was there last. Blank said that there is no record of cash payments and they do not take credit or debit cards. If the customer pays with a check, then they get a receipt, but the name and time are not recorded. Blank claimed that there were no check payments made on the 13th or the 14th or the 15th. There were 6 cameras at the transfer station, but we were unable to operate them and review the past days. Blank stated that another officer had recovered the video from 213, said that the video was stored for 60 days. On the afternoon on March 10th, Sergeant Fred Rogers and I met Mike Thomas at the transfer station to review video. Rogers was able to operate the video system and go back to 213. Well, why did they have to go back if another officer had already retrieved the video? Like, they're just not communicating with each other. Or was it the FBI that came and got it and they were left out of the loop? That makes no sense. Rogers was able to operate the video system and go back to 213 to review footage. We observed Logan turn into the transfer station and pull into the garage at the transfer station and unload several bags of trash out of the back of his white pickup truck into the 40-yard dumpster. He arrived at the transfer station at approximately 11:58 hours and stayed about 5 minutes before he got back into the driver's seat and drove away. On 3/12, Nolf came into the command center and spoke to Sergeant Rogers and me. Nolf stated that he had lied to me on March 7th when he told me that he had driven Logan to the aquarium world. He stated that he never went to Logan's house and never drove Logan to Lafayette. Nolf advised that Logan called him and told Nolf to lie to the police if questioned. According to Nolf, Logan offered to pay for an attorney for Nolf if he lied to police.
So you see the intricacy of the lying that David Nolf is doing. Oh, I stayed in the car and then he went inside. He's obviously has like this con man mentality. A lot of times when people can make up stories like that,
yeah,
they have a con man type of personality. Now, normal people can't do that. They can't just lie. And we're talking about a double child murder. We're not talking about driving with a suspended license. We're not talking about a Snickers bar getting stolen out of 7-Eleven. We're talking about 2 little girls got murdered. Okay? All these, this is what the people that keep defending Ron Logan, you got to get your head on straight. You got to stop. I'm not saying you have to believe he's bridge guy. He's involved in this crime. Okay? It's stupid. All these things are swirling around. Now, if that's not Mike Thomas, I don't know who it is. So that's a Carroll County sheriff that did that.
Well, it was Sergeant Mike Thomas, was one of the officers.
Yeah. But I'm saying, but not writing it, right? Because it says Mike Thomas and I.
Yes,
Okay.
it was somebody else with him. Critter
So-
Mama.
Hang on.
Yes, Quester.
I don't know the area that great. Which direction would Nolf have approached Ron Logan from?
We would have to know where he was coming from.
No, because I was thinking if he came from the Delphi direction, he might be on the cam, mightn't he?
He could be, but
right.
I don't know
prove he
where he's
didn't
coming
even-
from. So,
But the point, look, the
So-
main thing to take away from this, as we know, is right. Red flag city. Okay. I'm not saying it's like hard evidence, lock Logan up. David Nolf at that point is an accessory to murder. If you help somebody before, during, or after a murder, you are an accessory to murder. Okay. Mike Thomas knew it was Ron Logan. Mike Thomas was berated by Doug Carter and other detectives. The FBI was running into problems with Jerry Holman. They told Holman, he got up and yelled, "Oh, you guys want to go after Logan? Oh, God, give me the God." He threw a whole hissy fit.
who did? Who threw the fit?
Jerry Holman threw a hissy fit when the FBI in the meetings kept saying Logan. See, they didn't, Doug Carter and Holman and Lazenby, and now I heard Logan's related to Lazenby. We also know McClellan knew Logan, okay, and got drunk with him. So
McClellan did know.
they did
Ron.
not want to believe Logan did it, and I get it, right? If they think he's 77 years old, and they think, how does he move two bodies? Libby weighs almost 200 pounds. He gets a hold of two girls by himself. I get it. In a way, I try to give them a little bit of leeway of like, okay, look, in the beginning, we'll give you a little leeway. You didn't even search the guy's house. In any other crime, if there's a body found in your backyard or close to it, they don't need a warrant to go in your house at all. They
True.
don't know if some other child is in there. Okay. So there's a lot of things like, it's just, look, it's a sad story. This is a big cover up. It's one of the most corrupt cases I've ever seen. Some of it's stupidity, some of it's cover up. I know you lean to a lot of cover up. So, you know, I appreciate you putting this stuff up because kind of I was the Logan guy, right? I really was. I did the first book. I was saying Logan before anybody else was saying him. I mean, look, I'm not saying Connie didn't know it. Some other people, yeah. But for Murder Sheet to say everybody's got a hat and a jacket like that, like it's disgusting. It's gross. It's just gross. And so, like I call them the Logan lovers, right? If they want to debate me anytime, anywhere, I'm here. None of you have debated me once.
I will.
Sweet.
I will because there are gaps in this that
Next
can't be
one, we'll
ignored.
go for it.
There are gaps in this that can't be ignored. Yeah, there's pieces and parts of the puzzle that do fit, but I am not convinced that a man at his age, 77 years old, would, if he had killer instincts, it would have taken him to be 77 years old to kill two little girls that he has nothing to do with. Now, maybe kill a girlfriend or a meth head or someone that he's intoxicated with.
But remember,
that's
right,
different. Let me finish. And Ron Logan strikes me as one of those hardcore countrymen who don't want any fucking buddy on his property. Doesn't matter what reason or what the cause. No one's coming in his domain.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see all of the people that we know are out there that night, and Ron Logan having the gall to stage two bodies on his property with all those people out there. Number one. Number two, I don't see him randomly walking over to the Monon High Bridge, encountering these two little girls, taking them across the creek and killing them, and then going home, changing clothes, and heading off to Lafayette. We know there are phones in that crime scene when Ron Logan's not home. So if those people are in conjunction with Ron Logan, who would he have trusted?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And then furthermore, you have to admit that the people that are in that crime scene they have to realize they're being fucking hung out to dry because Ron Logan's saying, I'm out of here. You're not going to catch me with this shit. You guys handle it.
Sure.
And if they were in it together, they'd be like, you're not leaving. You helped orchestrate this. You're not leaving us here. There's things that still, as you know, he can be the worst piece of shit ever, but I don't believe he's bridge guy. I don't believe that he would have crossed that bridge without his glasses.
So you don't believe Lois Gibson?
Lois Gibson is not 100% saying that that's Ron Logan.
Okay,
she's
but
saying
what is
that
she saying?
She's taking two pictures, okay, of two different people. You have the state of Indiana telling you this person over here is 5'4", and you have Lois Gibson over here saying this guy over here is like 6'1", 6'2", and you can take two photos and you can make them appear to be side by side.
But the proportions won't match if you change the.
And I don't think that. I think if you took a picture,
it's on. Look, I'll give it to you. It's not Rick Allen, right? It's Logan and BG. She's not doing Rick Allen, right? So you would say, okay, Lois, can you do Rick Allen? But nobody knew there was a Rick Allen in 2017. But again, now in a debate, and I'll give you this for your viewers too. Remember, if you were to debate me, I would say Lois Gibson or you. See, it's not going to be. It's not going to fly.
She's somebody who's looking at a picture and doing analysis. And I respect your opinion about Ron Logan. However,
no, but I'm just talking about Lois Gibson. You know what I'm saying, right? If we say you versus Lois Gibson,
and she's saying, I think there's a strong possibility that this is Ron Logan. Okay, but you and Lois Gibson weren't around after Ron Logan didn't become the only suspect. You guys weren't around when we went through when I've gone through the drug connections, the odinous people, and all of those connections. So when you're weighing tit for tat, and
we're only going by photos. We're not going by drug connections. We're going by pictures, right? She's going by proportions and photo imagery.
At 77 years old. He's in the last portion of his life.
I know, but I'm just talking about Lois Gibson. I'm
talking about Ron Logan. You need to give me a motive.
Oh, I got a lot of them. And we'll save them for next time. Oh, I got
because you need to give me a motive that would. Two little girls out on the trails.
I'll do it for you right now. Okay. When he was dating Ashley, right? She was younger, right? She wasn't 15. I get it. You brought up another girl that was 13 years old, right? That Logan supposedly was inappropriate with. He punched another woman in the face. He hit Connie with a hammer or a wrench, right? So he has a propensity.
And he did it up close and personal. Kill him. He was violent. He was physically violent, but he didn't kill him.
Physically, right. He's physically violent against women, young and old, right? Okay, just follow me there. Okay. He has another woman, a prostitute, giving him sex. He's 77. You're making him seem to be so old, right? Well, he's still sexually active at 77. And when Nicole Robertson says he goes up and down the hill without a problem, and we watch it on camera too. Okay. He's not the 77-year-old you think he is. Okay. So it's easy to say his age.
I've never said that I thought that he was decrepit and he couldn't do it.
My point is, it's you can't just say because somebody's older, they can't commit a crime. And then you say, well, I don't know what his motive is. Okay, we have a sexual motive, first of all.
Okay, well, you know what? He had all day, and according to those who believe that he did it, he had all fucking night to sexually assault those girls, and it never happened.
Well, I'll tell you this too. The theory of him leaving is plausible too, right? I'm not saying he maybe is the one cutting them, right? Maybe not. I'm not saying it's Rick Allen. It's somebody though. There is somebody else involved. Okay.
And that is what I lean towards when I said that I lean towards the knowledge of. And I talked.
It'd be hard to look, if you took 25 people in a focus group, right? and I gave you Lois Gibson's thing and Logan videos and the voice, and I play the voice for you, and I have somebody sit there and go, it sounds like Logan to me. He's FBI. I had a guy do this. He goes, I can't say 100% it's Logan, but it sounds like him. It doesn't sound like Rick Allen. We have Rick Allen's voicemail. So we have his voice. And we have it. We had it before they brought him in his interview. So my point is, I get it, but you have to kind of like when you see the hat and the jacket and the height and the leg kink and the fun. I'm going to say this. If 25 people, I would say I'd beat you 20-5.
Elena, no, I don't think so, Chris. I don't think so.
Then we should do it. Let's get 25 people.
Elena, the girl, there was touch DNA on the private parts. The girls were not sexual. There was no sexual assault according to the state and according to Dr. Kaur. The girls were not sexually assaulted. That doesn't mean that they weren't fondled. It doesn't mean that they weren't touched.
Correct. This is a sexual assault. Okay, now here's my point of this. These girls are nude.
I don't think so.
Well, the girls are nude when they're killed. Because the blood doesn't, the blood on Abby, right?
Is not on her clothes. It's on her hood. She's clothed
underneath the clothes, right?
I believe Abby was killed where she was found. She had on Libby's hoodie, and the blood saturated the hood and the back of the sweatshirt.
Okay, all right.
So she was cut while she was laying down. So she was undressed.
Does she have pants on?
Yes, and then she was made to redress.
Okay, but but at some point she's nude.
She had to be, yes.
Right. So, all right, if we remove the killing while nude. So my point is, to me, it's a sexual assault. I get if you say no penetration. I get that part. Okay. But to me, this is a sexual assault. Okay. These girls are taken, they're kidnapped, and they're killed in front of each other, possibly, and they're nude at some point. That is a sexual assault by definition. It's maybe not rape, right? Sorry to say the word. Okay. So, and look, I think you're important to the story and case. Absolutely 100%. I've told you that when I first ever met you. Remember I said that. You're important. Okay. Someday, if we want to debate, we can. I'm not here to debate you this second. I have my belief. You have your belief. I think I believe someone else is involved. I'm not 100% it's Rick Allen. I'm not 100% it's Patrick Westphal. Okay. That's right. But again, that's your opinion. I'd like to believe you.
Rick Allen doesn't run in the same circles as Ron Logan does. Okay. Rick Allen is a family man. He's not a meth user. He's not out there running the streets, ripping and running the town and the bars of Delphi the way that Ron Logan was. But you know who was?
Well, did they never go to the same bar?
I don't know if Ron frequented the bar that Kathy and
how many bars are there in Delphi?
There was a couple, but Rick and Kathy played pool together. They went to the bar, and when you play on a pool league, you play once a week. Sure. Ron was a day drinker, a night drinker, and a ripper and a runner. He dated women who were involved with meth. He was doing meth from time to time. That is not Rick's forte. That's not Rick's. That's not Rick's circle of friends. But you know who is? And you know who would have the authority to threaten and tell Ron what the fuck to do? Like, dude, you need to go somewhere for the day and keep your mouth fucking shut. Mark Palladino.
Okay.
Who multiple tips that I have that said Derek German owed Mark Palladino, who works for the cartel out of Arizona and California, that Derek German got $100,000 and never paid for it.
The Palladino family. You're saying one of them.
Yeah. To me, that's more likely. That's more likely than, this Ron goes to the transfer station and comes home, changes clothes, because if he's bridge guy, he's not wearing at the transfer station.
Right. Correct.
What bridge guy is wearing. And I'm sorry, but Ron Logan doesn't strike me as a man who changes clothes during the day. A rarity to ever see Ron Logan wearing a pair of jeans without knee-high boots. BG's not wearing.
That could be. I know, but that could be part of the ruse too. He's wearing the boots, and then when he goes to do it, the glasses are off. He's changed his boots. See, look, like we're saying.
Why do that? Why do this? This is his land, his property. You don't shit where you eat. Why would he feel the need? He knows goddamn well there's no cameras out there on the bridge. He knows that. Why would he feel the need to change clothes and put himself in this fake disguise to cross the bridge? Why would he even be out on the bridge?
I don't even call it a disguise. He's not really disguised. You're saying because he's just wearing hiking boots, he's in a disguise. He's just changed his boots. He wears jeans. It's not that he never wears jeans. Look, if I brought
he's walking in shit all over his property all day. He's wearing boots.
If I brought Jason Jensen on here, right? Maybe next time we can get Jason on, right? And Jason
claims that he's under a gag order.
Well, here's my point. Well, he worked for the defense at one time, so I don't know if he is technically or not.
He can't be. I mean, he's the one who brought Erica and Christine on, and they're out there yippity yapping it. So he can't be
but I'm
under
saying
like
Jason would come out and go, the jacket's the same, the hat's the same. That's him. That's Logan. There's the leg, the kink in the leg, the knee, the jeans. Yeah, he changed his boots. That doesn't mean he can't kill two girls. Ron Logan was a pervert. Okay. There are two pretty young girls, and they're not the only two out there. Like we said before, there's other girls out there too. I'm not saying, look, in your theory, you're kind of saying they're targeted, right? A little bit like Libby's.
I believe that they were targeted. I believe that Libby was the target, that someone got wind where Derek's daughter was going to be.
Right.
And
I don't know if I believe the targeting, because to me, in this crime of opportunity, right, kind of setting up a trap, if he's the guy sitting on that log when they take that photo, remember we talked about that? You kind of see a person with the knees up. You can't tell if there's someone sitting in the woods by the trailhead. Okay. They've talked about that.
I don't remember. I don't think I've ever seen that photo.
People have talked about it. I know who had the photo. And so they think there's a guy sitting there. So when the girls walk past him, now he collapses and comes out. Right. So it's like a trap. But to me, look, I hope Rick Allen's innocent. I do. Because even watching, and look, I would say this, if he's not innocent, I'm gonna frag his ass. I'll get him. And what I mean is I'll do this to him. But for now, I definitely do not have any hard evidence to do that, for sure. No DNA, no gun. The gun thing is a joke. This retraction, that's all garbage science. There's no DNA, no murder weapon.
There is DNA.
Well,
there is
DNA.
The state did not agree to have it further tested.
Okay, this makes no sense. I know, but this makes no sense.
It makes no sense that Abby had a hair in her hand and they didn't test it until trial.
That makes no sense too.
Right. That is because who does law enforcement need to protect?
Themselves. Or Logan.
Why? No, not Logan.
Palladino.
I believe that when I have people in the underground that I've communicated with, you got to remember where I started. I started with Garrett Kurtz and the Palladinos and all of those people that run amok in the dirty streets that no one wants to talk about in Carroll County, telling me I bought meth and I sold meth to Carroll County. When I have a guy who spent half of his life working with those people, and he tells me, well, I can't give you names in Carroll County who was being bought and paid for. What I will say is that the White County prosecutor, Robert Guy, was on the take in exchange for cocaine.
Robert Guy?
Robert Guy.
Guy, okay. I don't know.
Robert Guy. He was the prosecutor. He was the prosecutor in White County.
Well, look, I think you have a great story, and if you did a book,
it's not a story. It's like I'm not making this up. I'm following the evidence as it's been slow dripping out.
I know, but I'm saying to the murder, right? I'm saying if you tied it all into the murder, right? Okay, it'd be a great story of a book of you taking this other side. Because look, I've heard the name Palladino. I have texts too from people saying, oh, the Palladinos and Logan cooked meth on the property, and Brad German used to get Logan to do it and get a cut from Logan, and Logan, whatever. I get it. And it came from someone that you and I both know who that is. Okay. So my point is, we're how many years now? We're 9 years. What was the
Mhm.
anniversary? 9 years. That's almost a decade. There's a lot of swirling things that you could put forward. Rick Snake could put forward. Murder She could put forward. I could do a new book, like other people. So, like I said, we kind of, at the end of the day, we stick to our theory. And if you were to do a panel and you say Palladino, I say Logan, somebody says Rick Allen. If you get Fig Solves and Rick Mullinex, they're going to say Rick Allen, right? And so we all kind of cater to an audience. And it, because we're not the cops, we can't arrest anybody. You can't arrest the Palladinos. You could tip them off. You could try, but we're really investigators in a way, right? Sleuths. So,
well, I mean, I live and breathe this case.
I know.
And
Yeah.
I've gone, me and Quester have gone hours over the same material. And if I'm wrong, I come out and I say, okay, we were wrong. We need to retract that and make the adjustments to the timeline. Ron Logan is convenient. Like I said, a man
He's
like
not
that,
he's not convenient.
he's very
though.
convenient.
I'll tell you why
don't-
he's not convenient, because you have a video and you have audio and pictures of him.
Okay.
If you didn't have
According-
that, then you could say he's convenient.
I don't
okay?
think the bridge guy is Ron Logan. In fact,
Bridge guy would have to look a lot different than Ron Logan to say he's conveniently not him. You'd have to be vast differences. So if we took a Lois Gibson, who is the world record holder in the Guinness Book of World Records, and she comes out and goes, well, 85% I think it's Logan. Do you think you should listen to her at all?
I'm listening to her. I'm listening to her, but her opinion to me is an outsider looking in. She's not lived and breathed this
I
case
know
the
she
whole
hasn't
entire
done the
time.
investigate. I know, but she's going on what she sees, right?
I
She saw
think
the
that-
video. She saw the video. She heard the
How did
voice.
she have access to the video when the
She had
public didn't
Robert
have-
Ives. She had Robert Ives. She
Okay.
was working for Robert Ives. She was commissioned by Robert Ives. And why did it take all these years for that document to come out? Why? And why did I have to be the one to get it? Why didn't anybody else have it?
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
I'm the only one who had it.
Had
The
what?
documents. And when they put it in the CW, where do you think they got it from? Me.
Which documents? The
Lois
police
Gibson's
report?
2-page. Lois
Oh,
Gibson.
okay.
That, and then when Allison Mata did the Twitter, right? Where do you think she got it from? Me. So I put that out there to the world. Where did the creek photos come from? Me. Nobody had them. Nobody showed them. How'd Gavin Fish get them? So my point is, like, I've been on this thing from day one. Okay.
You were on it for a minute. You haven't been on it all this time.
What do you mean all this? Oh, you mean I took away towards the last couple years?
Quite a few
What do you
years.
mean? What do you mean? No. What do you mean a minute?
Rick
I've been on
Allen
the
was
case from
arrested
day
in-
one.
Rick Allen was arrested in 2022.
I was
you
on
were
the case from 2017 when it happened.
right to 20. Where were you in 2022? I'm not being a smart.
I
ass, I'm
wrote
just
my
saying.
book. My book published in 2022.
Right. Rick Allen
Right.
was arrested,
Correct. The week I published this,
and from 2022 until now,
I still work the case, but I'm
on
not
top-
like up its ass yet.
on top of everything that we've over the years leading up through pretrial motions and the trial, the slow drip of information that's come out,
Right.
there is equal. And someone just said Ron Logan said he was bridge guy. Well, you know what? Elvis Fields said he spit on Abby.
Right. Sure.
There's a lot of people who have made confessions in this case that can't be disregarded, and no one's trying to put Elvis Fields and Ron Logan holding hands.
Well, if we talk about bridge guy, right? Elvis Fields doesn't look like bridge guy. But my point is, look, everyone can have their theory. I don't want it to be contentious. I'm saying you are absolutely entitled to your theory, right? I am too, if you want to call mine a theory. Rick Allen is where I'm wanting. That's what keeps me up at night. It's Rick Allen. That's what I want to know. Did he do it or not? I don't really care about Logan anymore. I already said my piece with Logan. So I'm not going to change to it's Rick Allen at the bridge. I'm not. I know it's not Rick Allen. Okay. So next time I'd like whatever we have for Rick. I'm trying to talk to Rick now. Okay. I'm trying. He won't talk to me. Kathy
Rick is
doesn't want him
not-
to talk to me.
I'm just going to ask you to leave him. I've never reached out to Rick. I've never reached out to Kathy. They've been through enough. Rick,
Kathy's been cool. I don't bug her. I've talked to her a couple times. She knows that the appeal's coming. I get it. I don't bug her.
Rick will never be the same. Rick will never be the same after this.
Probably not.
To me, this is one of the, this will go down in history. If the Indiana courts stand up for,
if he's innocent,
you can't put him in this mud with anybody else. Not one tentacle. Not one tentacle. Rick is not involved in this. Rick is not. His biggest mistake was walking into the sheriff's department to say, hey, I was out there during this time. I saw 3 girls and I left. I walked to the bridge and I went back. Okay. There are a lot more people out there on the bridge closer to the time that the girls disappeared. In fact, there are people on the bridge when the girls were taken down the south end. Daniel Pearson. He's got someone.
Is that who Rick Snay thought was involved at one time, or was that the other?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know if it was
Guys, I live in my own bubble over here. You don't see me in other people's chats. You don't see me arguing outside of my little bubble here. And I'm not arguing with Chris right now. I'm just very strong opinionated because I know that when I go into this file folder down here, and I'm sorry that it all can't be shared, but I'm telling you, when I go into my file folder down here, you don't see what I see. And I'm telling you that there are things that have transpired in this case that when you lay it all out, you take Ron Logan in that scenario, you take the Odinist theory in that scenario, that encompasses Elvis Fields, Patrick Westphal, Brad Holder, Johnny Messer, all of them. And then you take the drug, okay? Give me one reason why Derek German has ran from this case since the day it happened, has never put his face in front of a camera, and then gets on the stand at trial and lies about when he picked up his daughter and where he took her, and then walks out of the courtroom and again is gone.
Right.
Why?
What did he lie about?
He lied about picking where he claims it's irrelevant. It's not important, but it's the simple fact that the one moment that he's in the spotlight, he fabricated what he said, whether that was to make him look like he was a better dad than what he was. You've got Becky Patty over here trying to boister his fatherhoodism up. We all know what Derek German was. We know that he was on the take with law enforcement to throw all of his drug running buddies under the bus to keep his ass out of jail. Don't you think for 1 minute that if law enforcement, who knew Derek German was going to be testifying for the FBI and was going to be folding on a bunch of people, he said, dude, these fucking people just killed my daughter. And law enforcement's knee deep in on it. Who are they going to protect? They're going to protect the people who are going to stand up and say, you can't fucking arrest me. You are in this shit with me. That's who I believe law enforcement is protecting. Derek German knows who killed his daughter, in my opinion. The Patties know who killed their granddaughter. And my personal opinion is there's nothing we can do to bring Libby back. We're going to keep our mouths shut. We're going to pretend like we didn't know, and we're going to protect our son.
And so Rick Allen's I'll use the word convenient with him.
Rick Allen was arrested 13 days before a sheriff's election where Mike Thomas was threatening to bring the FBI and experts back in, and he was going to throw the entire sheriff's department under the bus for fucking up this case.
And so basically Rick Allen works because he says he's there. He tells the police he's there. So and I'm sticking with you like he's innocent for a second, right? I'm saying is Kathy Shank or whatever you want to think. Oh, we redid it. Oh, there's a guy. This guy said he was there. Oh, let's get him. So that's your contention.
And then we miraculously, and I just went over this yesterday. We miraculously have this lost tip that wasn't lost at all. Rick Allen walks into the sheriff department to say, "Hey, my wife told me to come down here. I'm doing what the missus says to let you know I was out there." You know who he makes contact with? I believe who the receiving information officer was, Jerry Holman. They can't speak to him then. They send him on his way. You've got Dan Doolin who contacts him and says, hey, I want to come, have a meeting. I'm on my way to Save a Lot. Can you meet me there?
Right.
hands over the phone, here's my phone, take the battery out, go through it, do whatever you got to do.
Yeah.
Dan Doolin didn't record the interview, takes handwritten notes, goes back to the sheriff's department, types in his notes, and he's so fucking accurate, he got Rick's last name wrong.
Right.
Throws away the handwritten notes, and then basically is told that guy's not our guy because he doesn't fit the description. He's too little, basically.
Right.
Dan Doolin completely forgets about Rick Allen. Then you've got Kathy good old Shank, who is so protective over her cabinets and her filing system, yet they move 3 times. Her office moves 3 times. Well, she can't be that goddamn good of an organizer if she didn't even open her desk drawer during those 3 moves to realize, oh, what's this box? This tip that was lost is discovered, yet you can look right at the tip. I showed it yesterday. Mm-hmm. The tip was emailed to a female. It was emailed to Jerry Holman. It was taken by Dan Doolin, and it was written cleared. And then at the bottom of the tip, it said it was sent with the phone information to ISP. That is not a fucking lost tip.
You contend, okay, so your contention is
1,000,000%. Absolutely.
No, I understand, but you're saying 5 years later, the elections coming, it's getting heated. They got a guy 5'4". Maybe they think he's creepy. They make some shit up like, oh, and then we go to his house. Do you think they planted this bullet in his box? Like this 40 cal? Do you think they plant a bullet in his box? Or
that bullet that's in that box is not the same kind of bullet that was found out at the crime scene.
It's a different brand?
I believe so, yes.
I thought he had one Winchester bullet that matched. Maybe they planted that. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
but here's my point. My point is, it's weird that with the Kathy Shank, and I know, Carter thanks her, right? He looks back, right? He's like, we need to thank some people. And he looks back at her at the thing, right? She stands up there. Look, I will say this. If you can prove Rick Allen is innocent, you got one hell of a story. And you got, and if you can get him released from prison, or you help out, or other people do, you guys are going to be the talk of the town. Okay.
I don't need to, like, honestly, deal. Chris, like the book deals and all of that, I'm not interested in that. This is just a passion. It's an obsession.
You want Rick out. You want Rick out, right?
I don't know Rick. Okay. I know the accusations and the charges and the conviction against him it's false. I want to pin these son of a bitches asses to the wall who allowed 2 little girls' murders to go unsolved for all this time, and then to save their own ass, to make this case go away, went out and snatched an innocent man off the street and did to them what they did. And half of the country, half of these people who follow this case say, oh, that's okay because he's a child killer. It doesn't work that way. It's not supposed to work that way in this country. Due process is a constitutional right. And if you don't stand up for it for yourself, and you're not standing up for someone else, then if something happens to you and no one comes to your rescue,
I understand. Yeah.
It's a matter of what's right. It's a matter of what's black and white. And you don't need to lie, destroy evidence, hide evidence, and you don't need to beat around the bush when you've got evidence to convict a child killer. Rick was arrested because Rick was a nobody. Rick couldn't point the finger at anybody. Rick was an easy target, and he happened to be someone out there on the trails. So was Daniel Pearson. Daniel Pearson was standing on the fucking platform, and that is who Betsy Blair saw. But thank God for Daniel Pearson's family being on city council and in law enforcement.
You believe wait, hold on. No, you believe Daniel Pearson is the one that Betsy Blair sees?
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. There's no room. There is no other ifs, ands, or buts about it. It was Daniel Pearson.
But you don't think Daniel Pearson is Bridge Guy?
I don't know.
Because you don't know what he's wearing, you mean? Like
exactly.
Okay.
I would probably need David McCain's photographs that David McCain was out there taking that day, because Shelby Hicks and Daniel Pearson said that David McCain took a picture of them
Okay.
That would
Right.
tell me what Daniel Pearson's wearing.
So,
But-
so basically, look, I told you this too before. I have a lawyer friend thinks that Rick Allen has a very good chance at a new trial. So, look, I'm not going to fight for Rick as much as you probably will. So, I mean, look, I think you should do what you're doing, and if you can help him, you should. I don't know why you don't want to talk to Kathy, or that's your thing, you know.
Because
I wasn't bugging Kathy.
I honestly, I can do this without I would do this whether Kathy supported me or not. Kathy, I believe Kathy knows who I am. She knows what I've been doing. She knows what Quester and I have been doing for the past 2 years. I've made it very clear. I would love to communicate with her, but I would let that be on her terms. She knows how to contact me. I have spoken with one of her close friends. I have made it very clear. If Kathy wants to reach out, by all means, and it would be in complete confidence. I would like to see Kathy literally step into the spotlight and take control of her husband's case. Sure. And demand the truth. And I think that Kathy is not really recognizing how much support that she would have. But like Rick, Kathy has been through a traumatic experience.
Right.
And I understand that. So I will let Kathy, I respect her space.
I got you.
I won't reach out to Rick because I think that Rick he's not in the right state of mind.
Right.
And
in the timing, he's got to get this thing going in September too. Like this is the showdown.
Well, yeah, he won't. I don't think they're going to fly him in for this hearing, but
oh yeah, right.
And I'm not even sure if he understands the severity of the situation or the seriousness of the oral arguments. And then on top of that, I would, I'm doing enough out here to show my support for them and for Abby and Libby. When I don't even have the support of the families, like I'm not, Well,
many people don't.
So I feel like I'm doing enough out here.
Yeah.
And
that's good.
And if I was to communicate with Rick, I would want to talk case. I would want to talk, hey, do you remember this? Tell me what you do remember. And that's all in a tablet. That's all going to be monitored. It's all going to be going right out there to Carroll County or Jerry Holman's desk. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I got you. Well, look, this has been awesome. Thank you so much. I'm gonna jump here. I'm like cooking over here in the heat. But thank you so much. Look, and we'll keep talking. I'd love to have another discussion. And like I said, if Rick is innocent, absolutely 100%, that man needs to be freed from prison, period. So I'm going to keep looking. I'd love to look at anything you are willing to show me. Quester, great to talk to you again. And I look forward to watching your videos.
All right. I'll talk to you later, Chris.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Go, Chris. Take care.
See you.
Quester, you've been so quiet.
Well, you two were really going at it there. I didn't want to
a little, not going at it, just a friendly discussion.
Why not? Yeah. Two positive people talking.
Yeah. So what do you think? I mean, what I get a little
I'm
bit.
scared to say no.
Oh God, I'm not going to talk. Like I'm sorry. I get over angry because I know that Chris truly believes in what he believes. I agree with that. But I don't feel that Chris has been involved with this case on the level that you and I have, and I really have. And there's a lot more to this than just, Ron Logan did it. And to be honest, in 2022, Ron Logan would be an easy fucking sell. He's dead. Yeah. We've now come to the conclusion that Ron Logan is our killer. But you know what? They know that there's DNA. And they know that DNA can be tested. And if they know that Ron Logan did not do this and they know who really did, or they have information about who really did, they can't put all of their eggs in one basket with Ron Logan. That's why Ron Logan, after his death, wasn't a sunk ship. Rick Allen was a clear and concise slam dunk, get this done, put the case behind us and move on. You guys cannot tell me that you weren't under the same presumption that that I was since 2017, that there was more than one person involved. Even the day that Rick Allen was arrested, on that Monday, when they held that press conference, they still kept the tip line open and they said, we think there's more people involved. I think law enforcement is bullshitting everybody. And sooner or later, the truth is going to come out. And I'm going to be standing there when it does. And if I'm wrong, all I can say is, you know what? If you are ever wrongfully convicted of a crime, you are going to wish to God you had someone like me in your corner.
I'll tell you one thing I think at the moment. You should have a drink of water and just calm down a little bit.
Okay.
Not good for you at the moment, madam.
Yeah, Mike's probably like, God damn it, Amy. He's in the other room. He's probably like, God damn it, what is she doing now?
Who's she beating up now?
Yeah.
Rick Allen was the perfect patsy when you think about it. A quiet person, not a lot of friends, said he was there, mentally vulnerable, doesn't know anybody, so he's not going to rat up anyone.
There's no one for him to rat out. There's no one for him to rat out. And I mean,
well, the other thing is, never had any trouble with the police, so he doesn't know just the dirty tricks they will pull. He ticked every box to be a patsy.
I mean, they have more probable cause and more nexuses and circumstantial evidence. You know, you've got Brad Holder's wife taking the stand at the third party suspect hearing saying, Brad Holder told me that Patrick Westfall killed them. He didn't say he was involved. And he told me to keep my mouth shut or they would kill me. You got Elvis Fields. Before Elvis Fields even admits to spitting on the girls, you have Elvis Fields' sister coming forward, driving all the way up to Delphi to tell on her brother about the blue jacket he tried to give her and about him being a part of a gang now or a group now. And then come to find out that her brother actually had contacts with Brad Holder.
Well, remember what Brad Holder said about how a good friend will help you dispose of the body and say no more about it?
Yeah, then you've got all of the Facebook posts. That you have more circumstantial evidence right there, and just those four little topics that we brought up, than you do against Rick Allen. The search, all of his digital, everybody who knew him, his biggest mistake was going into the police station that day. And I'm sure Kathy beats herself
a lot of people say that
all the time.
Yeah, a lot of people say that the case against Rick Allen was all circumstantial, but they're wrong. There wasn't anything circumstantial there. There wasn't any evidence, nothing circumstantial, anything. All there was manipulation of what was said. Full stop. Yeah.
Manipulation of what was said, the lies. I mean, we've played it for you here. You've got Gray Hughes. Yes, you, Gray Hughes, chatting it up on a live stream with the infamous shitbag Dr. Walla, talking about, well, what if we find out that there was a white van that scared the suspect? That was years before Rick was arrested. And lo and behold, Dr. Walla happens to become Rick's therapist. And the one day that he doesn't have a camera shoved in his face, he confesses about a white van. And the white van drove around the private drive and scared him. And he ran the girls across the creek and killed them. And they were dead by 2:32. Now we learned that the state knew all along that fucking van didn't even come home until 2:44. And his Wi-Fi connected to the house at 2:50. They knew that. And they had Judge bitch ass Gall on their side. Yep. She wasn't, they didn't have to turn over discovery. They weren't forced to turn over discovery. She let the state basically play the defense like puppets and wait until Wait until the last minute. Oh, that's right. 6-7 months ago, you asked for the first 70 days of the investigation. Oops, we forgot to tell you that it was all recorded over. And I'm telling you right now, that's not true. I don't believe that DVR system might have been deleted or recorded over, but you know what? That's okay because they had backups.
You're getting yourself wound up again.
Yes, it pisses me off. I don't like people in authority taking advantage of their position. Yeah. This is what makes people not trust law enforcement. It makes people, a prosecutor is supposed to be the good guy. The prosecutor is supposed to go after the bad guy. They're not supposed to be underhanded. Defense attorneys are the ones who are supposed to play hide the ball. And let's pretend I know my client's guilty, but I have to fight for him anyways. It's not supposed to be the other way around. A prosecutor's not supposed to say, well, I know he's innocent, but I'm going to fucking do my damnedest to make sure that he's found guilty. That's not how the process is supposed to work. And that's what's happened here in this case. And that is exactly why this case was not televised, because this country would be up in arms. Delphi, if you thought that the crowd outside of Delphi was big during the trial, if that trial would have been televised, they knew they could not put this in the public eye.
Well, the moment that girl said, what was it? I will not have that man in my chambers. He should have been off the case.
Yeah.
Saying something like that, that's way out. That should have been a step down, madam.
Yeah. How many months? Okay, first of all, how many months did she not give them an answer on a Frank's motion?
On and on, wasn't it?
It was on and on. They wrote, I believe, 4 Frank's motions. Because she not only would she not answer them, when she did answer them, she wouldn't back it up with any case law to give them an explanation of why she was coming to the denial for the motion to begin with. What does that do? That means when it goes to the appellate court, she's not she didn't put any position in her ruling. So it's just a flat out denial.
Yeah. And a judgment is no good. A decision is no good without the judgment, and the judgment has to outline why.
Yeah. And it's just, to me, it is just, it's a lot. It's really a lot. And, these 3 groups of people, there's no defining moment where you can exclude them. When I say 3 groups of people, you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah. And
I personally, I think Keegan Klein is a liar. And I don't think that Keegan Klein was out there that day. I don't see this happening. And within an hour of it happening, I mean, imagine 2 young girls that you don't really know, you yank off of a bridge and you brutally murder them in the woods, or you drag them up to your barn and you hold one captive and you keep the other one in the house. Are you really going to get in your car and leave with all of that going on your property? Do I see Ron Logan getting in his truck and leaving because he was told to? And we don't know if he got a phone call.
I can believe Ron Logan got the hell out of there because he saw something was going down.
Yeah.
That would also explain why he came up with an alibi before the girls were found. Mm-hmm. He knew something was going down and he wanted out. That doesn't make him guilty.
See that? Well, that's the problem because, First of all, I think Greeno is too stupid to pull this off. And I think Greeno talks a big game. I have my reasons for believing the way that I believe. And it's dangerous. I was considering last night when I, thinking ahead to Friday and Saturday, with everything that I've got, a portion of the third party suspects might need to be members only, because that way I can see who's in my stream. But then again, I may have to skip that. I may have to skip that group of people. People don't die because they don't know anything. People who speak up don't die because they're not on the right track. And if Keegan was there, I want to know where.
I very much doubt he was there. Those sort do not turn up themselves. That little creeps that sit in the basement playing with themselves. The pictures.
Did you just say sequester?
I did. They're not the sort that turn up and get seen.
No, I don't think that he's someone who likes to show up and be seen by any female.
No.
That's great. I love it. Okay, so I'm gonna finish up, guys. Let's see, Quester, what time is it where you are? Like 11 something, 11:22, 10:22?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay, so I know Steve keeps telling me that in the chat that this transfer station video is not from the 13th. Well, if it is, it is. If it's not, it's not. We're going to watch it. And I want you to look at Ron Logan. Look at how he throws the bags around. Look at his vehicle and look at his body structure.
No.
Well, right there's the record time. It says 2:13. Four by four. Stop.
Ford
Is it a
250, yep.
Ford 250. Okay. So he's driving a 4x4 F250. He's got he doesn't have a back seat, but he's got a window there.
It's a cap type, yeah.
Short bed truck. Now, there's two stories behind what's in these trash bags. One is it's Ashley Wright's clothing or belongings, and the other is supposed to be debris from a party that was held in the cemetery the night before. But if you look at these bags, those bags don't look like they're carrying trash. They look like they're carrying things with weight.
Struggling with that one, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. He's got his knee-high boots on, his pants tucked in. He's got on a straight, I would say a straight line, kind of a dark grayish colored jacket, no hat. Does he have his glasses on? Can we tell? Yes, he does.
Yeah. Well, one thing I'm pretty certain of is those bags are too heavy to be clothes. Imagine you fill a bin liner with clothes. It's not that heavy because the clothes take up so much space. He was really struggling with some of them, and that is looks like it's a box of something.
Unless that's about, if they said that he comes to the transfer station about twice a month, then that would be maybe what, 2 weeks worth of trash if he went twice a month. It could be a combination of Ashley Wright stuff, his trash, shit from, his property. Or it could be from the cemetery. I mean,
Well, one man filled one of those bags in, what, a week?
Possibly. We fill
He's
a
got how
bag
many
like
bags?
that. We fill a bag like that about every day and a half. And I always say, like, how the hell do we have so much trash? But, I'm constantly dumping trash cans from the bathrooms.
I don't know.
I want him to turn around and face the camera. Does he have a beard? Does he have a big? See, he's got his pants tied so tight around his waist. So
What happened to the video?
it's over.
Ah.
Look at his waistband. He's got the shirt under his jacket tucked in.
His stature is what we call schlumping. That's where, if you're dropping your shoulders.
Yeah.
And BG wasn't doing that, was he?
No. And I don't know. We don't have a freaking death certificate on this man either. I don't know exactly how tall Ron Logan was, but I believe that he was at least 6 foot or taller. And I don't believe that the bridge guy is any taller than 6 foot. He's between 5'10" and 6 foot. He's definitely not 5'4".
No, he's a lot taller than 5'4". Bridge guy.
So let's see here. We can probably save everything else I've got for tomorrow. We've only been on here 7.5 hours.
Good grief.
That's what you call a marathon.
Yeah. I don't remember signing up for this.
Yes, you did.
A fool.
Well, that's not what the timestamp on the video says, Aunt Emily. And you know what? It's all that we have to go off of. At least it gives us an image of Ron Logan. And we do know that there was video of him at the transfer station because the FBI put it in their search warrant. So, and it is what it is. I don't have to be right. I'm going to be fucking mad if I'm wrong, but I will fight for what I believe is the truth. And I am by no means taking Ron Logan off the cutting board by any means, but I'm not putting a knife or a box cutter in his hand. Do I think that
No.
he was involved with the wrong people? And he was basically told, what, get the fuck out of here and keep your mouth shut. Does that explain why he would go into prison and admit that he did it? A lot of people say things in prison that makes them look like they're a tough guy or whatever. Or, you know who I am? I'm that guy where the two girls' bodies were found. That's how the conversation started out. And I believe that Reese was told everything that he was said. But again, if they had information if they had Ron Logan's phone dump, we would know who that communication was with. Yeah, critical thinker. She just told me that yesterday. If I'm wrong about Rick, I will question every decision I've ever made. Exactly.
Well, everything about Ron Logan says to me he was getting out of Dodge City fast.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Even the made-up alibi says it.
Oh, one more thing before we go, so I don't have to reload this tomorrow morning. So I was talking with Osbrook. Osbrook made the suggestion, so I did I cheated using some AI, and it's not 100%, but what is this doing here? Remember the white vehicle that we see going into the private drive at approximately 2:08? Look up here in the right-hand corner. You can see the time on the clock ticking.
Quickly, Amy, Rick Snow's saying that he's free tomorrow.
Yeah, I told him, okay. Text
Okay.
me and text me, Rick, and we'll figure out a time. I'll debate you too if I have to. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay, so let's watch this white car. So Osbrook says, well, couldn't that be a pickup truck?
It could be almost anything, couldn't it, to be honest?
Yeah. So we see it.
Just like the black car could be.
We're going to see it again. Look really close.
And that looks to me like it's got a square back on it.
Yeah. See, yeah, I don't know. But what if it was a pickup truck? What if Ron Logan or someone with Ron Logan was driving his truck and drove in there as if they were going to go to the bridge? Was the gate closed? Did they drop somebody off? Because the car wasn't in there long enough to make it all the way down the private drive to get to the south end of the bridge. It was pretty much when we did the whole reenactment, I forget which one it was, the timing of it shows this car only had the ability to make it to about Teresa Liebert's property or right after and do a turnaround. So
couldn't get very far.
Oh, shit. I want to catch it right there in the open.
A sort of a delivery or collection of something, probably.
Do we not see it again on here? Let me try this one more time. There's 208. Here it comes. You can't really zoom in anymore on that until we get past this point. Right there, does that see? I'm not sure that's a truck.
Where is it? Where is it? Oh, they should stop.
It could be.
Oh, I'm not convinced it's a truck.
I'm not convinced it's a car. Damn this case.
Pickup, maybe.
A pickup, yeah, Ron's. It could be. That would explain the ping on his phone. If he got a text like, hey, I'm here, or I'm dropping so-and-so off, I don't know. It's also, it all ties into everything. Every single technical of this case ties in somewhere. All right, let me go back to the chat. I know you guys are probably tired of me tonight. Sorry. Yeah, Snake says it looks like it could be one of those pickup trucks with a camper type thing on the back.
Yeah, box cab on the back or something, yeah.
It could be. I haven't seen Shabugs' short. I'll have to go look at it. Is Shabugs in here? Shabugs, if you're in here, send me the short, or I'll go find it. So
I haven't seen all of it.
okay, we start at 11 tomorrow. So as 11, it's like let's say about 11:45. I will text you the links, Rick, because I always turn the live on and then kind of play some music or video to give people the to see that it's live. I don't know how YouTube is slow with notifications to let the chat fill up. So if we start about 12:45, because I've got more to continue on Ron Logan. I have about 5 or 6 tips that were tipped in about Ron Logan that I'm going to read. I can't show them, but I'll read them. And we'll start with that. And then we're going to go from there into the other third-party suspects, which is the Odinist stuff. Quester, if you've got any of that put together, send it to me. I've got some other stuff to finish on that tonight. And I've got a whole PDF full of stuff on Westfall. So yeah, no, it's not enough. and that's cute. Thank you, unindicted co-conspirator. She said, thank you, Miss Quester, for putting up with all of this, and Mr. Amy too. Yeah.
Long suffering.
Yeah. Okay, so Rick, we'll see you tomorrow morning around 11:35. I'll text you the link. Quester, if you need some time off, if you have stuff to do, I know you've got chickens to take care of, stuff like that. Just let me know. Just send me whatever you've got, and I'll finish putting it all in with mine, and we will.
Odin stuff. I've got bucket full.
Give it to me.
I thought I already had for the previous votes.
So okay. I have I do have it, but it's on my old laptop that I haven't been able to get into. So those PowerPoints.
Throw it all at you again.
Yes, please. It's sitting. I plugged it in this morning, but I've got to go in. I have to do some stuff just to get it, because I wanted to go in and forward myself my PowerPoints from that one, so I have them on this one, plus all the screenshots and stuff that I have. So I've got two things. Thank you, good Jeffer. Thank you.
What's a jewel?
I guess they buy. I read that they buy them and they convert to like so many cents per joule. I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up again. They're equivalent to money, but they're like people who circulate different YouTube channels. They, instead of spending money, they buy joules and they kick out the joules. So I'm not sure how that equivalates. So, but thank you. Good job. All right, guys. We'll be back here 11 o'clock in the morning. Good night, Quester. I'm going to take my laptop in there on my TV tray and put my pajamas on, probably eat an ice cream bar and go back to work on the computer.
Don't take your laptop in there. Just go and relax.
If I don't, I'll be panicked in the morning. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here today, and we will see you later. Good night. Good night, Quester.
Good night. Good night. Good night, everyone.